Hey, it's Kelly here, former crack addict, recovery coach, and Life Beyond Sobriety. That is my private online community for people in addiction recovery who want to set big goals now that they're sober and make those goals happen. We learn strategies in weekly live coaching sessions to make those things come true. Go to lifebeyondsobriety.com and check it out. 2 weeks. Hey, it's Kelly here, former crack addict, recovery coach, and Life Beyond Sobriety. That is my private online community for people in addiction recovery who want to set big goals now that they're sober and make those goals happen. We learn strategies in weekly live coaching sessions to make those things come true. Go to lifebeyondsobriety.com and check it out. 2 weeks for free.
All rise. This court with the Honorable Judge Ox presiding is now in session. Please be seated and come to order.
Thank you, Beth. You may go now. Well. We are back. Y'all. This is the Graveyard Shift, episode 91, and this is Ox Court. As you know, this is a legit courtroom with legit jurisdiction over the goings-ons of YouTube beef and or feuds. Now, we heard some things going on, but let me just give y'all a brief introduction. Welcome to the Graveyard Shift. If you haven't been here before, thank you for coming. I appreciate your attendance. In the Ox Court, we do not allow any acting a fool in the courtroom. I expect order. I expect respect for not just me, but for everybody in the Ox Court. This isn't a place to come up and call names. This isn't a place to come up and belittle. This isn't a place to call, like I said, this isn't a place for disrespect. This is a place for understanding. You know what I mean? This is a place for us to just get things out. Get to the bottom of things. Now, if we can't hash this out here, where can we hash it out? Where else would you find such a unbiased platform? Where else would you find a platform that lets everybody come up and speak their piece? Now, I watched some videos last night. I did some research, and I felt like this situation between Penn and Lowe, this was the perfect place for it. I've heard so many people say, "Oh, what we doing Ox Court this? What we do Ox Court that?" And I'm telling y'all, I can't just manufacture an Ox Court. I can't be out here manufacturing beef. I can't be out here forcing people to talk bad about each other. I can't force people to make jokes they shouldn't make. You know what I mean? I can't force people on the panel to beef with chat members. I can't force that type of stuff, y'all. It has to be organic. And I think this is about as organic as it gets. I got a couple of videos. I did some I clipped a couple of videos from yesterday. I'll play those. I'm not gonna play anybody's full stream. I'm not gonna play Lowe's full stream. I'm not gonna play Penn's full stream. I'm just gonna clip well, Jalen, actually, you were the third Ox Court. I don't know if you guys remember. I took PC to Ox Court in November, and then I took Leaf Diggy to Ox Court in December. Jalen, I do appreciate you for kicking off this most recent stint of Ox Court, but unfortunately, brother, you weren't the force. So, with that being said, I won't be playing the whole streams from anybody. If you didn't check these out, what have you been doing? Are you know what I'm saying? Do you live under a rock or something? Like, how did you not see Lowe's reaction to Penn having Arvydas Sabonis ahead of Kobe Bryant? And how did you miss Penn's reaction to Lowe's reaction tape? if you missed it, I gotta say, what you been doing, bro? What you been doing, man? Y'all stay with the times. I can't play the whole thing for y'all. You know what I mean? It's not. It was an hour and 30 minutes from Penn yesterday, and then before that, I'm not sure exactly how long Lowe's was, but I just can't play all of that, y'all. And shit. In fact, I even the clips I'm gonna play are even sped up. Shout out to Damo. I know Damo don't do that on his stream. You know what I'm saying? He don't speed nothing up. I'm not doing it for lack of attention span for the viewers. I'm doing it just because we just don't got time. You know what I mean? We just don't got time. Before we get this kicked off, I want to read the quote of the year from my main man, Breezy. He says, "You can't buy energy. You got to get some sleep." Shout out to Brooklyn. Shout out to Breezy. I want to say also, like the video on your way in so you don't got to like it on the way out. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. If you're watching Ox Court right now and you are not subscribed, well, I hope you go to the gym tomorrow and drop a dumbbell on your foot. Okay? So make sure you subscribe if you're watching this, y'all. Real quick, y'all. No doubt, Ballers ENT. Shout out Detroit. Matter of fact, I got a 165 y'all in here. You know what? I need y'all, man. Drop where you watching from, man. Where you watching from? Where even if you're not watching from home, wherever you at, man, drop it. Let us know where you watching from. Shout out Detroit. I see Detroit in the building. You know what I mean? Shout out your city, your state, Dallas. Okay, much love to Dallas. I know DFW is my second home. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. Detroit, Boston, North Carolina. Shout out to the California boys. Watching from Sac. Huncho, stop lying. Huncho always lying. East Cleveland, I see you. Nashville, Philly, Pittsburgh, San Antonio, Illinois, 305. No, God damn, y'all from all Iowa, Toronto, Japan. Shout out to Florida, Philly, Chicago, Austin. Yo, for real. Appreciate all y'all watching. Man, Alaska. I swear to God, you keep playing. Yeah, man, for sure. Newark, SoCal, much love to all of y'all. No matter where you're from, it's much love and much respect. I appreciate y'all being here. Once again, I'm going to say, subpoenas been sent out. Subpoenas have been sent out. I know Penn is aware of Oxcourt. I'm sure Lowe was aware. I mean, I tagged him in this one. I tagged him in a short last night. I told everybody to make sure they reach out to Lowe. I put it on Twitter. I did my best to make sure that everybody was aware that Oxcourt was going on tonight. So if fellas don't show up, we're still going to watch the content, and I will still bring the jury up. I think personally that we have more than enough information to come with the verdict. Now today, we're going to decide, is Lowe pissed because he got cooked about Klay Thompson? Or is Penn tripping and hating on Kobe Bryant? That's what I want to know. What's going on? Is Lowe calling Penn out just because he got cooked about his Klay Thompson take? Or is Penn just tripping? Did Penn in fact come with the most casual top 10 that we've ever heard of? Now, mind you, I'm not here to judge. I'm here to judge. I'm not here to take sides, if you will. I'm not here to take sides. I'm just here to make sure there's order on the court, y'all. I'm not here to say, oh, well, Lowe's right and Penn's wrong, or Penn's right and Lowe's wrong. Y'all know how Oxford works. I've gone back and forth with both of these guys on the panel. Y'all know me and Lowe, we've had words with each other. I've said things to Lowe that I wish I could have took back as soon as I said them. I met Lowe in person. I consider him a friend of mine. I got big love for Lowe. I can't lie to y'all. Me and Penn have had some deep discussions here on the Graveyard Shift. I respect Penn's mind. I think Penn is a very intelligent fella. So I feel like this was just a great time for us to bring these together. You know what I'm saying? Bring these two guys together and see if we can't work this out. And if we can't work it out, at least we got some peak fucking content, right? Speaking of that, you know what I'm saying? I want to talk about YouTube for a second, y'all. I got notified I got notified about 4 hours ago. I can't even leave comments for the next day because somehow I'm out here spreading hate in my comments. Have any of y'all ever seen me spread hate in my comments? You know what I'm saying? Like, that was weird. I've never had this type of notification before. It said that I went against some type of community guidelines or some shit like that. It was like, yeah, you can't leave a comment for the next 23 hours because I spread a hate message or some shit. Like, what the hell is that about? If you've ever known me to spread hate message in any comment you've ever seen, just say yes in the chat. Say no in the chat if you've never seen it. Say yes if you have seen it. If I'm committing hate crimes, let me know. Someone report. Nobody reported. Oh, because I said y'all was jealous. I said y'all was racist about the John Stockton thing. No way. Someone reported my comment. I didn't even do nothing today. That's what I'm saying. I didn't even do nothing today, y'all. So, yes, that's crazy. Y'all believe in yes. Okay. All right. If I'm guilty, I'm guilty. All right. I'm sorry. I know y'all go to JJ. Yes. Wow. You supported. Okay, easy. Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play these 2 clips real quick, and then I'm gonna drop the link. Y'all, if you're not pinned or low, please just give it about. Don't click on this link. Don't click on this link right here. I will drop another link in as soon as I get these 2 guys up here, or as soon as I get whoever's gonna show up. I'm gonna drop the link. So yeah, let me drop this link right now for pin and low. If you're not pinned or low, please do not click on this link. This is not the link for you. The next link that I drop is going to be specifically for jury members and jury members only. But this first link is only for pin and low. Okay. Let Real Talk up. Real Talk is more than welcome. He can definitely come up. Tank said Low's not going to be here. Well, if Low doesn't want the chance to defend himself, then that's up to Low. I sent subpoenas out, y'all. I would never hold an ox court without letting everybody involved know. So y'all know that's just not my style. I never do that. I never would do that. So I hope Low is aware of this. I sent it out. I put it on Twitter. I tagged him in Twitter. I'm pretty sure I tagged him in Twitter. I know I tagged him on everything I could, and I let everybody know. So, you know, I trust that the people did their job. I've been rambling for 13 minutes. Let me get to these clips, y'all. Give me a second. I'm going to start with the first one.
That has a shot with me.
Bill Russell has been more consistently great on both ends.
Okay, y'all. Like I told y'all already, I did speed this one up a bit, so you're gonna have to listen closely. I sped it up just because, you know, we just don't got much time. I'm actually supposed to be on the grill in about an hour, so if I don't grill these steaks, I'm gonna get cussed out, and I'm more afraid of her than I am of y'all. So I gotta go in about an hour and a half, and you know. Maybe we'll fire up another graveyard shift tonight after I do my duties. But let me go ahead and I'm gonna press play. Y'all make sure to listen carefully because, like I said, I did speed it up. Forgive me, and don't tell Damo I'm out here speeding up videos. He gonna think I got a short attention span.
Side, obviously, I think Canada has a shot. I would love to see it. Oh, by the way, if Lo happens to see this video, there's a call-in link for you. So have a real-time debate. Don't duck because you got cooked in real time, right? And the next time you come on the chat. I remember we were on Player's Choice. Man came up and said hi to everybody. Didn't say shit to me. Spamming pencil in the chat like a little bitch. Come on, man. That's not cool. That's not cool. Pencil. How did pensare turn into pen? Pensare means think in Italian for the dense. How'd that turn to pen, which I'm totally comfortable with, turn to pencil? Are we projecting a little bit here, Lo? Come on, man.
Also, real quick. So I see that y'all listen. Pen will tell you what pensare means. He's about to tell you right now. Pen, if you're in the chat, could you tell us, what do you go by? Do you like to be called Pen, or I saw people call you Rob? Do you prefer to go by Rob or Pen, or you know, let us know, Pen. I don't want to be out here calling you a name that you don't prefer to go by. Okay,
man. Anyways, okay. let's talk about this. So laying this out, the GOAT debate. All right, the top 10. I was asked the top 10. It was my first episode. You will see from the clip just how old this goddamn clip is because my lighting setup is totally different. It's in the other room. Okay, so this is like months and months ago. Okay, months ago. So let's check this video out. Let's play it. Haven't watched it. Haven't watched like 12 seconds of this. And I was like, oh, okay, he's going there. I got to do a live react because there's no way in hell I'm going to watch this shit twice. So y'all going to watch this with me.
Bill Russell has been more consistently great on both ends than LeBron.
For relative to what he did during his era, but his level of greatness, what he had to overcome socially, politically, economically. Yeah, that matters.
You say greatness is your criteria?
Yeah, greatness is my criteria.
What do you think greatness is?
Eat your crackers, man.
What the fuck?
So somebody sent me this video. And apparently, this
Ether crackers was hilarious. I was there. I was in the background. I'm on the episode. You might not see me on camera because I was doing something at the time, but I had my mic on, or not my mic, my speakers on. And we used to eat your crackers, man. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I fell over. What y'all mean it's too fast? Man, you just listening slow. It's not 2-speed. It's 1.5. It's 1.5. Y'all just listening. If y'all didn't already hear this, that's why I said y'all should have did your homework. You should already be on top of these things. I got this on 1.5, bro. This isn't 2. This isn't 2. This is 1.5. Y'all just listen up a little bit.
is the worst top 10 they've ever seen, and the Kobe Bryant disrespect has to stop.
Pin, you ready to drop that list?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Number 1, Michael Jordan. Number 2, I'm a little torn because I went back and forth on this, but I'm gonna go with Bill Russell and let everybody lose their mind. So I want to clarify. I went back and forth because I thought about LeBron. And I thought about Bill Russell. And I have to give the edge to Bill Russell because 11 championships is nothing to sleep on. I do value winning. I do realize that a lot of people haven't watched Bill Russell, but 11 championships, the commitment to winning the right way, playing basketball the right way, everything he went up against socially, politically, economically, and yeah, economically and politically, yes, this was a very divided time, a very dangerous time in American history. And frankly, I don't expect Lowe to understand that, but frankly, it is a much, much bigger challenge. You understand, today, there's no chance in hell LeBron is getting booed by his hometown team. People in Boston didn't want to show up to games because of Bill Russell. Think about that. Think about how great Bill Russell was, that we talk about him as a top 10, top 15 player. If you're real casual, you might put him top 20. But really, he was the greatest player of his era. He won the most in his era. And because of the color of his skin and because of the city that he played in, very many fans boycotted that team. Think about how disheartening that is. What a disparaging and disgusting message that sends. Yes, the context of greatness matters. And I do think that matters a lot. Yep, these guys are done.
Oh, boy. Maybe he's one of those people who just like value championships to like.
Yeah, I am.
A ridiculous degree. Maybe.
And let me guess, you're going to make a case for Kobe Bryant based on 5 championships, right?
Maybe, I don't know yet, but man, Jesus, this is already starting.
See, the dumbassness of this is that he's already watched this entire video. He damn well knows. The damn video went viral saying, I don't know, when you and I have already had like 50 different, like 5 different discussions. Come on, man. I don't even know. He just cap.
No.
I can't believe the man's not wearing a cap.
Oh, pretty bad. But shout out to Bill Russell, man. Shout out to Bill Russell.
Number 3, LeBron. Yeah, you're real dumb. Number 4, Tim Duncan.
Why does he keep pausing and looking for people's reactions? It's like,
I really didn't pause that often, but congratulations on the edit.
It's like this genuinely just want a reaction. Like you keep like pausing and looking up like, oh my God.
We talking about projection, pencil. That's a real pencil move.
Are they gonna react to my list? Oh, it's up.
Yeah, that's real delusional because literally between the two of us, you the one who really cares what people think about you. I don't give a shit about what your followers say about me, but you got cooked on the Klay Thompson debate and you decided, oh my God, I'm gonna spam pencil in the chat like a dummy. And then I'm gonna make a fucking video about a guy and not even tag him. That's the disrespectful part, bro. At the very least, link people over so they can listen to me and decide for themselves whether I'm an idiot or not. But you didn't even do that. Okay.
Just say the names.
Reason for that's pretty interesting. Number 5, Magic Johnson. Number 6, Kareem. Number 7, Larry Bird. Number 8, Steph Curry. Number 9, Shaquille O'Neal. And the number 10, I could not decide between Dirk, Garnett, and Wilt.
You just want to be different. You just want to say
I am different. So are you.
some shit that's different from everybody else so you can come across as intelligent. But
So once again, y'all, I want to stop this because I want to point out a couple of things. That's a big issue that I have when I'm talking about basketball in general, is that people always accuse me of, oh, you just a contrarian, you just want to be different. And so I can see how it can come off like that. But honestly, I just, sometimes people don't look at things the same way as you. You know what I mean? So that was, like I said, me and Lo used to have a lot of disagreements, and we still do disagree on basketball. I'm sure we're just not on the panel as much as we used to be. But I think that's what used to really get me upset, is like, bro, I don't have to look at the same as you do. And it's not just Lowe's. A lot of people in the chat I get into it with, they're like, you're just a contrarian. Like, yeah, but that's just how I look at hoop. You know what I'm saying? Let me have my thought process on it. Now, I'm gonna say this once again. I'm not here to pick sides. I don't agree with Pinn's list, but I also don't agree with the way that Lowe's going about it. So that was the main reason I decided that this is the perfect ox court because I don't have a side here. I disagree with both of them, honestly. But go ahead, I'll press play. Sorry for interrupting.
But I am intelligent.
You sound so stupid right now. You don't have Hakeem nor Kobe Bryant on your
But he knows. He damn well knows that I retracted the Hakeem part. So I definitely do. But Kobe's top 15 for me, but he's not top 10.
list, on your top 10 list, and you're telling me that Dirk and KG are ahead of Kobe?
Narrowly, but yes, Kobe is in that discussion with Wilt, with Dirk, with Hakeem, with all those guys. There's no one in my top 9 that I'm even debating Kobe against.
What are we talking about right now? What are we even discussing?
You know. I know you're slow, but you know.
How is Hakeem also not on this list?
Run your list back from 1 to 10.
Jordan, Bill Russell, LeBron, Tim Duncan, Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Larry Bird, Steph Curry, Shaquille O'Neal, and one of either Dirk Nowitzki, Kevin Garnett, or Arvydas Sabonis. Now he's about to slam his. I know your damn playbook. Tay Luke saying, "Pen my guy, but he be capping." Tay, how many Arvydas Sabonis games have you watched? For real. How many Arvydas Sabonis games have you watched to be that confident? Jeez, Kobe nut huggers, man. Rest in peace, Mamba. Please understand that nothing we're about to say is disrespectful to Kobe Bryant, but really, y'all really lose your mind over the Kobe stuff, and I'm really sick of it.
Bro, no, this nigga's just weird, bro. This nigga's just weird.
Okay, I'm weird.
Bro, you're just fucking.
Polo, Ralph Lauren, I'm weird.
You're weird. You're just a weird individual, bro. You're weird. You're just trying to be different. This is like these court.
First of all, I am different. To cop that off. Number 2.
Just drop the link right there. That link is for Pin and Low. Low, if you're in the building, click on that link. Pin that link. That link is for you. Mingle. Okay, you stay, but don't nobody else click on the link if you're not Pin or Low. If you're not Pin or Low, don't click on this link. This link isn't for y'all. The next link will be. I'm gonna give them a couple minutes to come up, and then I'll open it up to everybody.
Why are you making a video about me if I'm so weird?
New niggas in the NBA.
And most importantly, you're not even making something about something I said last month. You had to damn well dig for so long. Shut up, Polo.
Who just saying stuff, bro? You're just saying stuff. Are Venus a bonus, my nigga?
Did you just say Arvydas Sabonis? That's how I know you're damn cooked.
Venus Sabonis is better than Kobe Bryant. He's greater than Kobe Bryant, nigga.
Apologies, y'all.
You think you're cooking, but you're cooking marshmallows, bro.
Shut the nigga. Hold on. How can you ever track Arvydas Sabonis?
It's not Arvydas Sabonis, you dumbass. It's Arvydas Sabonis. Learn the motherfucker's name before you're gonna go talk about how great he was or wasn't.
In contrast to what nigga, Sabonis is better than
Venus Sabonis. Arvydas Sabonis. Apparently, Low is so damn lost that he done crossed Venus Williams with Arvydas Sabonis and created a damn new basketball player named Arvydas Sabonis.
Hakeem and Kobe? Nigga, what, do you hear yourself? Do you hear how dumb that sounds? You have no idea how great Sabonis was.
Of course I do, because I'm not you. I didn't live your life, dummy. My dad is not your dad. I did not grow up on the same continent as you. I did not have the same knowledge as you. See books back here? You heard of a book, bro?
Outside of like a fucking 3-minute highlight reel that embellishes.
Watched an entire game when I was 5 years old. Bro, we had Lithuania and Yugoslavia VHS. Okay? Y'all remember VHS? I don't think Low knows what a VHS was. But we had clips on clips on clips. Yes, I have watched old Magic Johnson. This is what made me fall in love with the game. I didn't fall in love with Kobe Bryant's NBA. I fell in love with Magic Johnson. I fell in love with Larry Bird's NBA. I fell in love with Bill Russell's NBA. And I'm very happy to be alive today to see Steph Curry's NBA, Kevin Durant's NBA. I appreciate all of it. I'm not one of those people that's going to be like, well, I watch the old thing and the old thing's better than the new thing. No, I can contextualize. I think KD would be great in all eras. But you acting like I'm dumb is the stupidest pole to stand on because you literally have not debated someone quite like me before.
Who he was within like a 5-year period. Because for those who don't know, bro, Sabonis tore his Achilles like in his early 20s.
Wikipedia for the win.
He was never the same player after that. Every like myth that people talk about Sabonis, it's like a 5-year window.
Nope.
You're taking a 5-year window, a mythology of a nigga.
It's not a mythology. It really happened. The Olympics are real, Low. Just because you weren't alive to see them doesn't mean that thousands upon thousands of people, if not millions of people, didn't know who Arvydas Sabonis was. This is honestly, I say this as somebody respectfully with an American passport. This is the ignorance of America. No offense. But please understand the world is bigger than your backyard, you dumb motherfucker. Are you kidding me right now? Let me guess. Drazen Petrovic is not great because you think he's not great? Jeez.
You've never seen a full game of over Kobe Bryant or Hakeem Olajuwon?
Assuming a lot, dummy.
Nigga, you sound so dumb. This
Pot calling the kettle black.
is so dumb. This is so idiotic. Maybe. Nigga, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, people who are smart question their own beliefs. You should try it sometime. Maybe.
What's the criteria for your list?
Called greatness. I'm gonna just hand it to myself there. That was condescending as fuck. I'll give you that. If you got a problem with me saying greatness, I was fed up with Cracker Boy there. Shout outs to Gifted. I watched this PCL debate. He massively outperformed.
I just had to play that part, man. Shout out to Cracker Boy. Shout out to my man Gifted. Y'all know I love Gifted. I love Gifted. But man, he needed that, man. Y'all know how it be. I'm gonna keep it real. Those three, like Low, Gifted, Penn, used to be sometimes Fluent, Mars, some of those condescending people I've ever been on the screen with. So it's just, it's just perfect. Like, you know what I'm saying? You kill condescending people with more condescending people. That's great. That's great. Low has yet to click on the link, so I need y'all to give him we'll give him about 3 more minutes. About 3 more minutes, and then we'll go crazy. Okay, we'll go crazy. We give him about 3 more minutes, and then I'll send another link out, and y'all go ahead and click away. I don't expect him to be ducking smoke. I believe he'll show up. I do believe he'll show up. So, if he doesn't show up in the next 10 minutes, we can start spamming ducks in the chat. Okay, that's what we'll do. In the meantime, I'm gonna bring up my man Penn. I'm gonna holler at him. I'll holler at him about the reaction video he did yesterday. I'm gonna ask him about his list, and if Lowe's not here in that time, we'll bring the jury up. And I still think we have enough evidence here to decide whether or not Lowe's mad because he got cooked by Klay Thompson, or if Penn just has a trash ass list and he needed to get cooked for it. We'll figure it out, y'all. Penn, what up?
Come on.
How you doing, bro?
That was funny. Thanks for sharing the reaction. I mean, should I start speaking at 1.5 speed? That's not bad. It sounds like Eminem out there. It's not bad.
Man, if this was one of those nights where I was gonna be up for 6.5 hours, I wouldn't even have played it quicker. But we needed to get through it.
You got to get to the grill, man.
Right. So Penn, most of us saw your reaction video. Most of us saw Lowe's video. I don't know. Like I said, it's hard for me to kind of decipher. Do you care to speak on Arvydas Sabonis, Bill Russell, Dirk Nowitzki, Kevin Garnett, Kobe Bryant? Do you care to reiterate any of that for anybody that didn't see? And maybe, because I do have another clip that I was going to share, but I figured since you're here, no sense in sharing that. We can just go straight to it. You have a background in statistics, correct?
I do.
And so that makes it to where you can look at things from you, because you said these are some of your favorite players you don't rank high because you can take the emotion out of the numbers.
Facts. I mean, I love Rasheed Wallace. There's nothing that will give me more pleasure than to rank Rasheed Wallace and Allen Iverson as number 1 and 2 on my list because I love them so much. Or I love Vince Carter. Coming to Toronto in 2000, I love Vince Carter. I love Latrell Sprewell. I grew up in New York, so I love Latrell Sprewell. None of those guys are my top 20. So there's a reason for that, right? I also love Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant, like when KD was in Texas, he was my favorite college player. I wanted him to come to the Raptors. He didn't come to the Raptors. League changed the rules on the number 1 pick, etc. And I rooted for the guy in Seattle. I rooted for him. I've defended him all the way through. Even when he joined 73 Warriors, I defended him. But I cannot put him at top 10 on my list. You know what I mean? Like there's just guys you like a lot because you like watching them play. You might fuck with them. You might have their poster. You might have their jersey. But that doesn't change what some other guy that you didn't like did. Now, I didn't like Kevin Garnett that much. Facts. Truth. Like, I didn't like Kevin Garnett that much. But he's on this list for me because I respect greatness, man. I respect what the guy did on the court, off the court. It matters.
Right. You said something yesterday on your video that kind of caught my ear. Couple things. First was that you said Lowe made this video and he didn't tag you in it. Didn't want you to. I don't know if he didn't want you to see it as soon as you dropped it. But not only that, but the list that you made, that was 5 months ago.
I'm pretty sure it was 4 months ago. But I mean, fact check me on that chat. I know it was a long time ago because I was in the other room when I was doing that, and I haven't been in that room since the playoffs. So I know it's been a while. And just to dig that up because you got cooked on the Klay Thompson thing. And frankly, if anyone wants to hear what Draymond Green said about the Klay Thompson thing after the fact, he said he's happy for Klay. He's happy that Klay moved on. Klay wasn't happy. So Low acting like he's some, like, what I don't appreciate about the thing is I don't really think he cares if I watched it, but he don't want me to benefit from it. That's for sure, right? So yesterday was my mom's birthday, right? I said it in the PCL. My mom died in 2009. I like to do something monumental and meaningful to me on my mom's birthday and my mom's death anniversary. So December 15th and August 4th. Every year I build towards this. I mean, it might be a gym goal, it might be a personal goal, financial goal, whatever. And every year I have these 2 dates in mind. And yesterday was like 11,000 subscribers. I got to cross 11K. It doesn't matter why 11 was that number, but it just mattered to me to cross that number. I was at 10,068 when I saw that shit. And I was like, all right, maybe, it could be a blessing in disguise. Sure, you're gonna have a guy trashing you and 40,000, 50,000 views of people telling you you're an idiot, but maybe it'll get maybe 2-3% of those people to come over and check your channel out, maybe subscribe. It might push you over. But motherfucker didn't mention Penn State basketball. He didn't mention the handle. He didn't mention my name once. He treated me like a 2K character, and that's what I take disrespect with. When you start out talking about guys, like, you're not going to talk about me. Like, first of all, I'm not dumb. I don't think my list was as stupid as he's making it sound, even though I understand why some people felt that way. But you treated me like a fucking creative player in 2K, and I don't appreciate that.
Right. I can dig that. I expected Lo to be here by now.
I didn't.
Just in time. So as soon as I said it, my man popped up. Okay, I'm gonna send this link. Okay, y'all. This is the second link I'm sending out. Once again, do not click this link. This link is for Lo and for Lo only. I will drop another link after this for the jury. Okay, the jury meaning everybody else that's not Lo and Penn. Let Lo get in on this link. I don't want to have to sit here kicking everybody out. It's just a hassle. It's a hassle. I don't want to do it. Okay. So Penn, I like I said, I might not agree with your list 100%, but I also don't care much for the reaction, because I hate it when people hear me say something that I'm serious about, and they're like, that's just stupid. And I'm just like, well, I mean, I don't think I'm stupid. I just don't agree with you. So I feel like this is a perfect opportunity for you fellas to come up here and let's discuss this. Penn, I'm gonna drop you in the back for a couple seconds. I'm gonna bring Lo up, and then I'll bring you back up. Everybody get in here together.
Okay.
Lo, what up? Welcome to Ox Square. Appreciate you for pulling up, brother.
This is by far the biggest bullshit I've ever seen in my life.
What, the list or the holding of court?
All of this.
So you don't think this is legit Ox Court?
No, the audacity of you saying that I'm ducking when you never invited me. You have my Telegram, so you have a direct way to.
Wait, Lo. I did not say you were ducking. Those words never came out of my mouth.
You never said that. You think that I hope that Lo isn't going to duck. I hope he's not going to duck. I see that in the chat. I said I hope he's not ducking. I don't think he would duck. You said that before the stream started. I saw you in the chat saying that before the stream started. Ox.
I said, who do you think is going to duck, chat?
And then
that's good. That's good engagement, bro.
And you said, okay. Like I said, bullshit. Secondly, again, you have my Telegram, so you could directly contact me. Thirdly, you did not at me on Twitter at all. I didn't learn about this until 15 minutes ago, and I wasn't even at the house. So that's bullshit. All of that is bullshit. That's bullshit. Nobody never contacted me, directly informed me. I didn't learn about this until literally 15 minutes ago.
Okay, Lo. Well, just listen, brother. What I did yesterday.
No. I need you to tell people that. I need to hear that out of
you. Okay, Lo. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
Be accountable.
That's what I'm doing.
Be accountable and say that.
Chill out for a second. Let me speak. What I did yesterday, I made a short. I tagged you in it on YouTube. I tagged you in on YouTube. I tagged Penn in YouTube. I said, yo, people, I need y'all to do me a favor. I need y'all to get in touch with Lo. I need y'all to tag him and everything. I need y'all to tag him. I need you to tag Penn. I need y'all to do that. I dropped the link earlier today on YouTube, on Twitter. And if I didn't tag anybody in that,
you did not.
Honest oversight. My intentions was to have you here, Lo. I never want you to not know about this.
You have my Telegram?
Another oversight. Okay. I did not think of that. Okay. You were right. Okay. But Lo, honest to God, I thought you. Hold on, real quick, brother, because I thought for sure that you would get you would see this because I tagged you on YouTube twice. I did not know that you didn't see that.
I have other things to do in life. All day today, I wasn't even home. So if you tag me, that's not going to probably reach me. But you have my Telegram. You have a direct connection with me. You can just contact me. So
you're right. Well, brother, I apologize for that because I did not want it to come out that you were ducking. I didn't think that you would duck. I thought you would be here. So those were clearly not my intentions. Obviously, Lo, it's better for content. It's better for everything if you're here. So I wouldn't want you to not show up.
So now moving forward to other ridiculous claims that are being made. Penn crying like a little girl about me making fun of his name in the chat and claiming that I was the one who initiated the pencil chat. No, when I got in the chat, people were already calling him Pencil. I don't want to get that credit for making fun of his name. That's not what I did. I wasn't the first one who initiated that. They were already making fun of him. B, the idea that I'm making a video because he cooked me about a Klay Thompson issue, which as a sidebar, he decided for whatever reason not to discuss about how Curry himself is openly stated, which is something that I said in the original stream. Curry himself said that he was probably going to leave the Warriors if they were not going to be contenders because there's nothing that was there before. So if that is the case, the whole argument that I was making is that even though, yes, it may not make the most sense, I would never ever in my life point to this idea that Klay Thompson should receive less money to accommodate a billionaire owner. That's something that I don't believe that NBA players should do. It does not make any sense. And also, it doesn't make any sense for you to prematurely end the Curry years because you don't want to pay Klay Thompson certain money to go over the threshold. As a sidebar, it later then stated that they were willing to go over the threshold because they were going to get Paul George anyway. So there's that as well.
Okay.
Another thing, this idea that it was because it was several months ago. It was. However, I was issued this several months ago. I was going to react to a Skip Bayless compilation because he just got fired, lost his job. However, my team had not put together a Skip Bayless video yet, so I decided to react to something else. When I popped
how did you decide to react?
I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
Yeah, no, let me ask you a couple questions.
I'm almost there. All of this is all getting there. When I then went on the homepage, I saw. You know what I'm saying? I refreshed my page, saw the YouTube, and then a Player's Choice episode popped up. One of the episodes that popped up was the one where Penn was claiming that I think he said Malik Monk was like a top 5 playmaker in a half court, something that he later retook back within a moment of like 5 minutes of being pressured because
which I agree with.
I know you may agree with it, but I don't think that he does. He just looks at numbers and puts no context to them behind, and he just makes very frivolous arguments. He then later took that back, and then a couple of other things that many people have already been laughing about him whatsoever, and then that jogged my memory about, oh yeah, this is the same guy that also made claims that Kobe Bryant wasn't not only not top 10 player, but said that Sabonis was higher than him, which I thought was pretty hilarious as well. So then I went to go search for the clip. Couldn't find it for a second. Went on TikTok, found the time in which it was posted, then went back and I found the clip. But that was a clip that somebody gave me months ago when it first came out. That's the reason why. It's not like I just went to go randomly find it. That was something that we were talking about. Yeah, shout out to my man Huntington. Yeah, Vorping time. Yeah, absolutely.
But you do understand that, you know, I see why you did what you did now at the time, but I mean, you can see I was like, yo, why would you bring that up so much later? You know, is that it's understandable?
It's the off season. It's not really much to talk about right now, so I'm going to go back and talk about things that happened throughout this year.
I could dig that. So look, Lo, I see you seem a little, you know, a little frustrated. Now I don't want to ruffle.
You're making claims about me that are just factual.
I'm not making any claims here.
Yeah, sure.
This it's not me. Okay. I'm just here to be a mediator, bro. Take a couple of deep breaths, dog. I want to bring Penn up here, but I don't want to bring Penn up here so you guys can just yell and holler at each other. Let's talk, y'all.
Trust me, there won't be, and actually, it won't be that much yelling holler because I still have things to do. So we can hurry.
Okay, yeah, let's do that quickly. Penn, welcome back. Fellas, what's the deal here? Y'all go ahead. Y'all talk. I'm gonna shut the hell up. Go ahead, Penn.
Bro, first of all, like you need to cut this energy out. You got the same energy as a grandma that lived down the street from me. Like you just need to get in touch with your masculine side, right? Like really just get out of your feelings. Doesn't really matter. There's not real life. There's the internet, right? You know that, right? So just chill the fuck out. Stop going at everybody and just talk basketball. You ain't watched Arvydas Sabonis play. I know that because you can't even pronounce the man's name. Arvydas. You called him Arvinas like 25 times, bro.
So when did I make claims that I watch him play?
How can you make a claim about him not being great if you haven't watched him play?
I never said that he was great. When did I say that he wasn't great?
You said Kobe is better than him definitively.
Does that mean that he's not great?
I know that you think that you're cooking right now, but you're cooking marshmallows again.
These are very simple questions I'm asking you. Does
bro,
that mean that he's not great?
You went at our bro. The subject
very
of your
simple,
video.
Very simple question.
Shut the fuck up, man. Keep.
Wow.
Yo, Pin, easy, brother. Not
Mr. Let's keep it non-emotional.
Relax,
Relax.
I don't appreciate the beta energy of continuing to cut a guy off. Stop talking, bro.
Oh wow.
You want to get your nails done, Pookie? You all right? Should we check up on you? You need a mental health break? Don't cut me off, bro. This is not your channel. This is not your world. We don't live in your world. I don't give a shit if you racked up followers on 2K. I think, frankly, the fact that you are actually popular in the basketball world is actually what's wrong with the basketball world. Because casuals, like 12-year-old TikTokers who play 2K, think that you know ball. You don't know ball, bro. I'll tell you something right now. I don't agree with Ox on a lot of stuff. I don't agree with Mars on a lot of stuff. But damn, man, I know that these guys at least understand basketball. I don't think you understand basketball. I don't think you understand hoops. And I think every time you get
Pin, let's not make blanket statements. I mean, we got the man here. We'll respect this time. Pin, is there anything in particular that you feel Lowe doesn't know about basketball? And maybe he feels like he would, rebuttal that.
Well, I don't think you know anything about Arvydas Sabonis. I really don't. Because based on what you said about him yesterday, the way you were talking about this guy, I would think that you were talking about friggin' Greg Ostertag the way you were talking about him, like Arvydas Sabonis, motherfucker. Like the way you're talking about him, like I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be talking like that if I had put Kevin Durant that high. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be talking about it like if I put Nikola Jokic that high.
KD is the wrong player to bring up for me, but I'm sorry, you may not know me. KD's definitely.
I definitely do know about the KD thing. I also know about the 4 thing. Don't bring the past into the present. You might not like where it goes. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is you're not talking about Arvydas Sabonis like a person who's watched Arvydas Sabonis. You're not talking about him like someone who's done the research on Arvydas Sabonis. I don't appreciate you talking about Arvydas Sabonis at all. Keep the man's name out of your mouth. Number one. Number two, I'm pretty sure you, Basketball Encyclopedia, criticized my research skills yesterday, and then you said Kobe didn't miss the playoffs from 2000 to 2013. That's a lie. Then you talked about how Bill Russell didn't have to face anything economically, or he didn't have any economic struggles because he made $100,000, which is a lot of money. But you don't realize, apparently, that inflation adjusted, that's only $600,000, which means Malachi Flynn made more money, 3 times more money last year than Bill Russell.
Only $600,000?
Yes, only $600,000. Only $600,000 for the best basketball player in the world at the end of his peak, bro. Do you know how much people make today? The equivalent today of what he would be making if you were the best player in the world who had delivered 11 championships, you'd be making $65 million today. That's 100 times, bro. That's 110 times. So he was 110 times less paid than the same player today. And you're talking about, oh, well, he made $100,000 when families are making $8,000. So he didn't have to go through nothing. And I like the fact that you really ducked the part where I said he went through things socially, economically, and politically.
Because I agreed with you.
You didn't really mention anything about agreeing with me in that entire video, did you? The only time you even gave me remotely any ounce of like, hey, I agree with this, let's give him some credit for this, was, let me see, when did you do that? Oh, I'm pretty sure it's when I retracted something. It's when I retracted the Hakeem thing. Then you're like, all right, let's give him some credit. But the rest of it, you were trying to keep on my neck. Why? Because there wasn't anyone to respond to you, right? There wasn't anyone. If you were a real man, you would have come on to PC like a man and just what happened what happened on PC? You were talking about me in the chat, right? But when you came on and you greeted everybody, did you say shit to me? No, you said hi to him. And I'm like, wait a second. I know this motherfucker ain't talking about me in the chat and then gonna come here like I don't exist. Bro, you thought I was content. What you don't realize is I'm a very, very, very smart person that you do not want to fuck with.
Okay, let's fact check for a second. The Kobe missing the playoffs, I'm not 100% sure what you're referencing to, but I do know for a fact I challenge the idea that you said that Kareem would walk into the playoffs every single year, which is a lie. Kareem actually did miss the playoffs, so that's lie number one. Secondly, I've never, ever in my life even attempted to claim or make any statement of me watching Sabonis play basketball. Never. I then pose the question to you. Have you watched a full game of Sabonis?
You didn't ask me that question.
I'm asking you now. I'm
asking
asking
now,
you
Pin.
now.
Well, you watch my video, so you know the answer to that question, right? If
No,
you
I
can
don't.
reference. Oh, that's
Pin, could you just answer the question? Have
He's
you
the
watched
only-
Arvydas Sabonis play a
Have you
game of
seen a full
basketball?
game of basketball?
Hang on. No. I answered this question several times in my video. So if you're going to quote my video about Kareem, then you're going to admit to the fact that you know damn well that I have watched full games of Arvydas.
Oh no, I
Sabonis.
haven't watched your whole video. No, I haven't watched.
Then how do you know about the Kareem thing?
Hold on, Pin. Have you watched any Arvydas Sabonis full games?
Of course. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Pin, Lo.
Which
we watched full club games when I was 5 years old because my dad had an old VHS from him. Drazen Petrovic in Croatia playing over in Dalmatia Coast. We had like 18 to 20 VHS, including Magic Johnson stuff, Larry Bird stuff. My dad wanted me to learn basketball the right way. That's why I identify so much with Scotty Barnes' story, because his dad did the same thing with him. So I grew up on old school hoops.
Okay, so your recollection of Sabonis is when you were 5 years old.
I watched him play after that, obviously. I watched him play with Portland in 2000, 2001, 1999, 1998. I watched this guy be a top 5, top 6 center when his entire body was cooked. And I've listened to people like Dirk Nowitzki, Detlef Schrempf talk about him, bro.
Let me be a little more specific. Did you watch any full games of his before he tore his Achilles?
Yes.
Okay, when did you watch those games?
When I was 5 to when I was 9.
Okay, so your recollection of you watching him is when you were 5 and 9 years old, 5 through 9.
Yeah, it's about 3 years older than you are right now. So I say that's pretty good.
No, I think we're probably about the same age. Furthermore, because Jesus, the problem that I have with it isn't necessarily if you want to have whoever you have, that's fine. It's more so the concept and the ideology behind it. You criticizing Kobe because you believe
I didn't criticize Kobe. I didn't criticize Kobe. Don't make this about what you think it's about. Make it about what it's actually about. When on the panel did I ever say I would put Arvydas Sabonis over Kobe?
I didn't say.
When did I say Kobe's not great? When did I say Kobe's not good?
Let him talk, Pin. Let him talk, Pin. Let him talk.
I never said that.
You said you criticized Kobe. Where did I criticize him?
You criticized Kobe in the video in the stream just you did yesterday when you sat there and said
all the
negative. I said I'll say it one more time, Pin. I didn't watch the entire thing.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
I would actually mind you to stop being emotional and stop interrupting me because I continue to stop interrupting you unless I ask you a question. So as I said before, you did criticize Kobe and you criticized the era in which he played in. You claimed that he played in the weakest era in NBA history between the years of 2000 and 2007. Be very mindful to everyone who is watching chat throughout that exact same stretch of years that he references, the weakest, almost half of the names that he listed off all played in that era. So not just Kobe, but also Duncan, but also Shaq, but also Dirk, LeBron, and Tim Duncan. All of them played in that exact same era, but it's the weakest. To further this point about being weakness, he then referenced All-Stars in the Eastern Conference in which Kobe did not play in. Now, to be fair to Penn, he did stop himself and acknowledge, hey, maybe that isn't the greatest credibility, but fine, fair enough. That isn't probably the fairest critique. If that is the case, though, if you believe it's that weak, and now I'm posing a question to you, why would you then, if it's weak and it's something to then criticize or potentially put into context the impact that Kobe may have had throughout those stretch of years, why would you then hold that much weight to what Sabonis was doing in overseas play during the 80s when we all know that that type of basketball was significantly weaker than what Kobe was facing in the NBA during that stretch of years?
That type of basketball? Say what you mean, man. Say what you mean. What do you mean, that type of basketball?
In
good team basketball? I watched a guy who had an Achilles tear in an era where Achilles tears were pretty much a death sentence, okay, for an athlete. It was rare as hell for you to ever come back from an Achilles tear. You see Dominique Wilkins come back after Achilles tear. You see what happened to Kobe Bryant. 20 years later, what happened to Kobe Bryant? After an Achilles tear, his percentages went down by 8%. You watch the guy who was overweight after 5 or 6 surgeries, including an Achilles tear, come in and be a starting center in the NBA for a good chunk of his career and really do work. He was absolutely one of the 6 best centers at an era where centers were dominant. Now, I love how you threw Shaq in there when you said, "Oh, Shaq is in the same era as that."
Hold on,
Shaq dominated in the '90s, bro,
I'm sorry.
and the 2000s.
But he was also dominated, and when people refer to his peak, they're referring to the stretch of years that you're referring to. But I'll ask the question:
what's Shaq's peak?
2000s, 2000, 2003. That's not his peak.
You don't think 95 to 2003 was a pretty significant peak? I mean, he went to the finals, bro. He was. I guess you saying he's not in his peak when he went to the finals. He wasn't in his peak in 96. 96 Shaq was a problem, bro. I don't know why you. I guess
do you think 2000 Shaq and 96 Shaq, or you do you not think that 2000 Shaq is better than 96 Shaq?
It doesn't matter.
Or 95 Shaq.
What a peak is defined by an era in which a period of time in which a player is at their apex. I believe Shaq had a pretty long apex.
Oh well, we just disagree. I think that the apex.
I'm sorry. I don't think a guy beats Michael Jordan if he's not at his peak. I don't think he carries a team to finals if he's not in his peak. I'm sorry. I don't think I like Penny Hardaway. He wasn't that good. Okay.
You think Magic in year one was in his peak?
No, but I understand where you're coming from.
So
Magic Johnson did not carry that team to the finals. Okay, he had Kareem. Okay, come on, let's be real. Okay, he was not the best player on that team.
Okay, but I'm just saying the concept of just getting to the finals would not then say that.
Was Shaq the best player on a finals team?
Yeah, I think he was, but I still don't think that is the best version of Shaq. I think we all know that 2000 was the best version of Shaq, or at least I thought we did. But the question still remains, though. If you are criticizing the era of basketball between 2000 and 2007, and that era of basketball, and that was in a pursuit in which you could argue to slight Kobe and his impacts because of the players he played against, then what would you say about the players that Sabonis played against in the 80s? Not later on in the 90s when he was playing for Portland, not later on in the Olympics. I'm talking about in the 80s. What would you say about those players? And name some of those players for us so we can be informed since you watched.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that he didn't have enough competition over in Europe, that guys like Tony Kukoc, Dino Radja, and guys like Vlade Divac, et cetera, in Europe, they were not nearly as good. And a lot of those guys didn't do as well in the NBA. And so we have to judge based on when he played NBA competition. So when did he play NBA competition? Well, there's certain intervals. He played them in FIBA competition in the Olympics when Lithuania, a USSR at the time, beat the United States before they sent over pro players. But that team did have I think, 23-year-old David Robinson, if I'm not mistaken, who went on to become the first overall pick.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but how well did he play? How well did Sabonis play in the 1988 Olympics against Team USA?
Don't remember.
What do you think he performed the best in that game?
I would say he would be one of the top 2 players on his team for sure.
I would suggest you go back and rewatch that game, or rewatch at least the highlights. I would argue that at best he was third. But
what are you basing that? What are you basing that on? Are you? I guess you're not basing it on defense.
I think he was the best defender, undeniably. I think that.
So he was the third best offensive player, and he was the best defender. What does that make him? Does that make him at least the second?
I don't think he was the third best offensive player. But the point I'm making is that he didn't play well enough against USA players in the Olympics to make any assessment of like how great he may have been going up against that competition. So the overarching question that I'm now asking you, I don't think he did. And I'm asking you now, what did he do in 88? I would then proceed to ask you, what do you think he did in 92? And I would then ask you, what do you think he did in 96 against Team USA in those times? But the further we get into the 90s, the worse he ends up being because he's getting older. So then I'm now the big question that I'm kind of leading into, what are you gauging Sabonis off of to claim that he's in these conversations? Because a lot of things that you said into slight or to contextualize Kobe Bryant's career and the impact he may have had, these are all things that would be applicable to several other players on that list as well, or some that you could also slight and contextualize with Sabonis as well. So what stretch of years of Sabonis are you referring to? What impact that Sabonis had that was to such a degree that he wouldn't dare put him in conversation to be the 10th greatest player of all time?
You know what the funny thing is, man? I got to tell you something. I went back and I listened to your entire conversation with KD, and I got this feeling that you're the type of person that likes to really, really feel on yourself. Like, I got the feeling that you might be actually the type of person that might stand in the mirror and do something about yourself. So I'm just saying, man, like, I know for a fact that you knew about this You knew about this. There's no way in hell you researched Sabonis over the last 10 hours if you didn't know that you were coming on here. You came on here to cook me about Arvydas Sabonis because I cooked you about not knowing his first name, and you saw it. I tagged you on socials, bro. I tagged you on socials. Yeah, you could zoom yourself in. I don't really
you're not
care.
answering the question.
I'm asking you a question. Did you come here and lie?
You can't ask.
You lied.
You can't answer a question with a question. If you ask the question, I'll go back to answer your question. But can you just answer my question, please?
What's your question?
Man, you just answered. You would have got to it. The question was, what stretch of years are you referring to? Level of competition that he faced that would be competent enough, and what did he do within those stretch of years? Because I'm assuming, though he was still really good when he went to the NBA, he wasn't good enough to justify putting him as a 10th greatest player of all time, or at least in that discussion.
I didn't put him as the 10th greatest player of all time.
That's the end of discussion. Which that's what you did. You put him in the discussion. So as I proceeded, as you interrupted once more, what stretch of years are you referring to? How much of it did you see? The level of competition he did, and the type of impact? Because everything that you are saying about him could also, everything you're saying about Kobe to slight or discredit what he did or to contextualize can be said not only about other players on your list, but in particular Sabonis. And everything you're saying to lift up Sabonis could also be said about Kobe. For example,
no, it can't.
No. For example, because I knew you were going to say that. For example, how you said you gave player testimonies about how great Sabonis was going to be due to the words of Rasheed Wallace, the words of I think KG, a couple of other players of that time. That's what you said, which I've heard some of those player testimonies as well. Players' testimonies spawn endlessly when it comes to Kobe Bryant, right? So there's similar things that you could have used to benefit Kobe that you use to benefit Sabonis. So now I'm asking you, what set of years, what did you watch? What was the teams that he was going up against, the players, the caliber play? What was it? What is it? Because it can't be what he did in Portland. I would assume so. So what is it?
When you're talking about Arvydas Sabonis, you are talking about a great what if, of course, just like when you're talking about a Bill Walton. So when you're talking about a player who is at 22 able to go up against, or 21 able to go up against grown men in Europe and hold his own, you can project that forward because that's a difficult thing to do, just like you could do with Luka. Okay. So when you're talking about him being the third best player on his team for the USSR, I know you didn't watch that game. I know 100% you didn't watch that game because you're basing it on the fact that he was the third leading scorer, but you're not considering the fact that he was the
Penn, I do need you to answer the question, Penn.
I am answering the question.
And as a sidebar, it's not because he didn't lead the team in scoring. He was a great defender, amazing defender, athletic, really great. I'm not.
How do you feel about his passing?
He wasn't fantastic passer, amazing passer. But part of the reason why he wasn't that impactful in the '88 Olympics is because he was still injured, and they wanted him to not play. But he rushed out there, so he was a shell of himself in the '88 Olympics. So that's why I don't believe that he was the first second, because he just wasn't. He was nowhere near close to being the same player he once was. But like Ox said, we just need you to answer the question. Bro, which stretch of years did you watch? Are you referring to? You now have admitted that it's a what if. It's a major what if. But my argument, but my argument is, how can, and this is the core of my argument, how could you make an argument that someone is greater than someone else who actually did it based off of a what if? Because a lot of the what if is projections, and either projections off of what they could be, or you're just mythology of who this player potentially could be.
Dude.
Potentially.
I know that you don't really rank EuroLeague competition, but playing for Real Madrid and averaging, I don't know what he averaged, 20, 24, 12, 20 and 12, doing that over in Europe with shorter quarters, again, with the slower pace.
In the 80s?
Who cares, bro? I think Real Madrid was 90s.
You care.
I didn't call the 90s washed. I didn't call the 80s washed. I called the 2000s washed.
That's what I'm saying. You care about the competition because you brought up how weak the competition was in the 2000s. So you do care about the competition. You do care.
Yes.
You care.
And I care that he was the best player in Europe for a sizable period of time. I do care about that.
Over there that was competing with him for that title. Throughout the 80s and 90s, who else was over there?
Bro, the people who watched him play would say he was the best player in the world at that time. Okay, that includes.
Kobe would say the same thing, brother. People with Kobe will say the exact same thing.
Okay.
Bro, you're not answering the question. Which set of years did you watch to come to this game? Bro, we keep asking the same question, bro. Which set of years did you watch?
You're asking me to tell you what VHS tape I watched from Real Madrid. I don't remember if it was 92, 93, 94. I'm 86 born. I was 5 years old when I watched it. It was pretty recent at the time. You do the math. I don't know. 92, 93?
So I want to be clear. The context of which I was saying of the 5-year stretch is still not what you're referring to. I'm referring to the 5-year
Bro,
stretch.
the guy was dominating from the early 80s.
That's the stretch I'm referring to. The stretch of years before the Achilles injury, because everything after that that's not like everything I've seen from him after 86 is not the real Sabonis from what I gather. So unless you're referring to the real Sabonis, which happened between like 81 to like 86 before he tore his Achilles twice, bro, that's the Sabonis I'm assuming you're referring to.
That is the Sabonis that is the hypothetical. The rest of it was still very good. It's because of the Iron Curtain that he couldn't come over, and that's political. But that has nothing to do with the player that he was. Even after the injuries, he was still hella good. Okay?
Nobody's not saying he wasn't good. You're saying he's in top 10 convos.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. No one's saying he's not good. No one's saying he's not great. It's the fact that you're saying he's in top 10 convos.
Absolutely.
Can y'all mind if I just cut in real quick? I want to know if maybe we can transition this conversation just a little bit this way and focus on Kobe Bean Bryant. I wonder if maybe Penn, if maybe you can enlighten us on while these numbers aren't exactly what Lowe and other people say they are, myself included. I have Kobe Bryant at 6. I'm curious to see why he's not in your top 10. You said you're not willing to even talk about him with these top 9 guys. I think a lot of people would like to hear that. If you don't mind tapping into that, Penn.
Sure. I think that his entire greatness has been, look, I want to say clearly, no disrespect to Kobe. I hate when I have to argue against Kobe because then I have to bring up things that I didn't like about him. And that would be like having to argue against Allen Iverson's efficiency, but not talking about his toughness. I like Kobe's toughness. I like the fact that Kobe, honestly, when you look at the top 10 guys, they're all generational athletes, all of them, right? Shaquille is a generational athlete. You can think about Magic Johnson at 6'9" with his passing ability, generational athlete. Michael Jordan's a generational athlete. Kobe wasn't a generational athlete. He worked himself into this. This would be like if Paul Pierce became a top 10 player. You know, it's impressive that he did that. He didn't have Vince Carter. He didn't have Tracy McGrady upside, and yet he made himself into that. And I think that that's commendable, right? He wasn't a 7-footer like KG. He wasn't 7'3" like Arvydas Sabonis. He wasn't a 7'1" behemoth like Shaquille O'Neal. So I understand why in the age of TikTok, in the age of, Instagram, and especially after his passing, that people can really start to identify with that message, but it doesn't change the numbers. It doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change who he was as a basketball player and who he was off the court, on the court, as a teammate, all of it. So what I have issues with is I think he was an overstated defender. So that's one advantage I give to Arvydas, big time, just as a paint protector, whether it was in Europe, whether it was in Portland, whatever. I think that he had absolutely a crazy impact on defense and rebounding, right? Then I have to talk about the efficiency, right? I mean, how many seasons have we seen, Kobe Bryant be very, very low efficiency relative to other superstars? Not relative to league average players, but relative to other superstars. And then I got to point to, of course, the advanced stats. The advanced stats don't look good for Bean, bro. They don't. Okay. The only guy in this entire conversation that he clears on box plus minus, and that's largely because he played a very, very long time, well into his late 30s, and that's Dirk Nowitzki. But Kevin Garnett clears him. Kevin Durant clears him. Steph clears him. All those guys clear him. In terms of box plus minus and value of a replacement, yeah, man, those guys are ahead of him. You understand value of replacement's like a cumulative stat, right? It builds up over time. I know a lot of people say VORP, whatever. But VORP has been a great indicator of who wins MVP every year. Almost every year you go back, you look at who won VORP, you can say who is a top VORP leader in the league, you could say that's the MVP because it matters. It matters that you're doing things on offense. It matters that you're doing things defense. It matters that you're carrying a large load for your team. It matters that you're putting pressure on the rim low. It matters that, you're shooting from the outside. It matters that you're efficient. It matters that you're helping your teammates. All of that matters. And so value of replacement is trying to accumulate all of that into a single number that people could say, well, this guy's better than this guy, because it's a little bit better than saying, well, my guy looks better than your guy, or my guy scores better than your guy, because it's always numbers, right? We're talking about numbers. So here's the numbers. Kevin Durant in 300 fewer games has beat Kobe's value replacement by 4. He's beat his box plus minus. He's 7% more efficient in terms of effective field goal percentage. He's 5% more efficient in terms of free throw percentage. 6% more efficient in terms of 3-point percentage. 5%, 6% more efficient from the field. More blocks, slightly less steals, barely less assists, more rebounds, more points. He scored more points. The guy is known as the scorer, and you have a guy who nobody considers top 10, who has scored more points and has had a greater impact.
What do you mean he scored more points? You mean Kevin Durant scored more points than...
Kevin Durant has scored more points per average points per game, right? And if he plays still 40, he'll clear him. And KD is 7 feet tall, so he's gonna age like fine wine, and he's done it past Achilles. Can we give some credit to Kevin Durant? We give a lot of credit to Kobe Bryant because he came back from an Achilles tear. Can we give credit to the fact that Kevin Durant came back from an Achilles tear, by the way, as efficient, almost as efficient as he was prior to the Achilles tear? Is that all modern medicine? Because they got injured 5 years apart. It's not all modern medicine. It's also the fact that KD was efficient to begin with. His game was less predicated on athleticism, burst, speed. It was all craft. A guy like DeMar DeRozan would do pretty well after a major injury too, because his game is not really determined by athleticism. So look, I respect Kobe. He's in the top 15 for me. I'm sorry. There's a lot of great players out there that did a lot, and they may not have been in the perfect situation as Kobe. I really do think Kobe was in an enviable situation being coached by the greatest coach of all time, or second greatest coach of all time in Phil Jackson, having the best player in the league in his prime, right? Still in his prime, and in the triangle, a system that had been proven to work in Chicago. And I do think that it matters that the league was about as weak as possible. Look at who they faced in the finals. They faced the Allen Iverson 76ers with Dikembe Mutombo, Eric Snow, Aaron McKee, Jumaine Jones. That's a formidable finals foe for you. That's not very formidable for me, right? The New Jersey Nets, that's a formidable finals foe. Like, what are we talking about? The Indiana Pacers, Austin Crozier and Jalen Rose, that's a formidable finals foe. Who'd they beat, right? So you can take into context the competition. It matters. It really does. And I'll forgive the fact that he wasn't as efficient as guys like Curry and Durant, but I'm not holding all of his efficiency against him in that era, because that was a less efficient era. I get it. People didn't take as many threes. People took a lot more long-range twos. I get all of that. But even later on in his career, he remained very inefficient. And also, by the way, later on in his career, he stopped being a great defender. That's a major plus for me. So if Kobe had remained a great defender until he was 34 years old, I think I might put him top 10. But he didn't remain a great defender until 34.
How many years of great defense did Kevin Durant provide?
I think KD has been an above average defender his entire career.
I'll ask the question again. How many years of great defense did KD provide?
Maybe 2.
How many years of great defense did Dirk provide?
0.
How many years of great defense did Magic Johnson provide?
I don't know. 1.
How many
0.
How many years of great defense did Larry Bird provide?
Larry defense, define great. We're talking all time.
Right now, we're going off of your opinion of what great is. Everything so far has been what your definition of great. You've been answering this question very easily up until this point. So whatever you are using to answer those other four players, answer it again. How many years of great defense did Larry Bird provide?
If I'm going to define great as a top 5 defender in the league, then I'm going to say 0.
How many years of great defense did Curry provide?
0.
Okay. How many great years of defense did Shaq provide?
5 to 7. Easy.
So you think Shaq was a top 5 defender 5 times? That's how you just define greatness.
Let's go top 10, because top 5 is crazy, because you had Hakeem, you had David Robinson, you had a lot of great defenders. Dikembe Mutombo, you're not putting them in that conversation. So like if I'm going to say that, okay, top 5 is crazy. Let's say top 20. Let's keep it top 20, because I don't think Larry Bird necessarily was a top 20 defender in his career either. Okay, let's say top 20. Yes, Shaq was a top 20 defender for many years.
How many of those years was Kobe a top 20 defender?
6, 5.
So more than everybody that we just listed off, except
Yep.
for, I guess, Shaq, maybe.
Yep. But he was less efficient than every single one of them.
No.
That matters.
Yeah, that's fine. Was Bill Russell less efficient than everybody as well?
Bill Russell was pretty inefficient, yes.
Yeah. When you say inefficient, you refer to relative
Field goal percentage.
Do you think field goal percentage is efficiency?
You are the most annoying person. You're going to say relative field goal percentage, true shooting percentage, effective field goal percentage. We know you.
It's a very simple question. Do you think field goal percentage is efficiency?
Not necessarily.
So why are you saying it then? Why are you saying
it's a part of it? Because you it is absolutely a part of it.
I would like to get some clarification on that too, because I've been grilled on that from Low and Mars before about me saying that field goal percentage means efficiency.
Field goal percentage means accuracy. Efficiency is either effective field goal percentage or true shooting percentage. That's what efficiency is.
How is an effective field goal percentage calculated, Low?
By weighing 3-pointers heavier than 2-pointers.
But wait a second. By weighing 3-pointers ahead, does it include free throw percentage?
Effective field goal percentage does not include free throws. That's true shooting percentage.
So true shooting percentage equals free throw percentage, field goal percentage, 2-point field goal percentage, and
it doesn't equal field goal percentage.
It includes 2-point field goal percentage,
2-pointers, but it weighs properly the value of 3-pointers and free throws. It weighs it differently.
It's because 3-pointers are worth 1.5 times more than 2-pointers. I'm glad we could all learn something. That's great.
But it also takes into consideration free throws, because there will be no rhyme or reason why we remove how many points somebody scores from the free throw line when about 20 to 25% of the points being scored by many of these players come for the free throw line. So it'd be pointless to not include that at all. So as we will continue to learn, field goal percentage is not efficiency. You are a stats major. You should know that. We'll continue what you said about how about in this ridiculous statement that you said about, in contrast to a lot of players of that time and the efficiency that they had. Who are the players that you were referring to? Just as a quick question, who are the players that you were referring to, volume scorers, I'm assuming, of the 2000s that were wildly more efficient than Kobe?
I would say Vince Carter was more efficient than him. I would assume, without looking at it, that Tracy McGrady was slightly more efficient than him. I would assume.
I'm sorry, Coach. Are you, to make sure we get clarification, is this over a set of years, or just talking about a year or two? What are we referring to?
Prime. So prime years.
Prime years. What are we referring to?
Vince Carter's prime was 2001 to 2004, because it wasn't as, I guess he didn't work as hard, you would say. He didn't want it as much, whatever narrative you want to bring to it. But Vince Carter from 2000 to 2001 to 2003, when he wasn't injured, was pretty much, yeah, he was amazing. Dwayne Wade. I think Dwayne Wade was more efficient than him.
Mm-hmm. Who else? No, let me be clear. Wildly more, because you're making it seem as if like the gap.
No, I didn't say wildly more. I said more efficient. And so there are some guys who are wildly more efficient than him. Guys like, I don't know, Kevin Durant is wildly more efficient than him.
In the era in which he played in, because you acknowledge that the era was different. In the era in which he played in, who are the players who are wildly more efficient than he was?
LeBron.
Between what years?
2004 till today. God damn it. LeBron has always been more efficient.
Kobe's not playing today. So between what years?
2004 till 2000. Shit, I'm going to put his rookie year in there too.
2013?
Why 2013? Let's not cut it off at 2013. Let's go all the way to 2016.
So you want to use the 3 years where Kobe's Achilles popped and he clearly wasn't the same player as a representation of who Kobe is?
Well, I mean, Arvydas Sabonis managed to be a north of 50% effective field goal percentage after his Achilles popped, while he was 50 to 60 pounds overweight. So why not?
Interesting. I want to direct everybody. I'm going to share my screen in here for a second. I want everybody to direct their attention, because this is a myth that I have busted several times already. The concept that Kobe is this grossly inefficient player is a massive stretch. If you go look at between 2000 and 2013, the gap in their true shooting percentage between Kobe, Wade, and LeBron is 1 to 2%. And also the concept of them being inefficient. No one doesn't say these things about Kevin Garnett or Tim Duncan, who both of which had a lower true shooting percentage through those exact same stretch of years. If you continue to look through those stretch of years, you can sit here and say, you can clearly see Tracy McGrady is right here. He is below league average within those stretch of years as well. The reason why I found it very interesting and why people would consider you a hater is that when it came to Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter, you decided to purposely stop within their prime to allow that to be an accurate representation of who they were. But when it came to Kobe, you were willing to extend it all the way to 2016, where the last 3 years we all know is not an accurate representation of who he is as a player. So I find that very disingenuous when what you're doing so. But within these stretch of years, Kobe Bryant is right here in terms of true shooting percentage. Not too far off from a lot of other players who were in the same realm of who he was. The other players who were ahead of him, players like Shaquille O'Neal, Mark Stoudemire, Ray Allen, a name that you probably should have rattled off. Dirk Nowitzki is also, I believe, somewhere on this list as well, pretty high up here. But the concept that Kobe was inefficient is completely inaccurate. And saying that someone is inefficient when the difference between their true shooting percentage is 1% between Kobe and Wade through these exact same stretch of years is also grossly inaccurate as well. And it's a bit of an embellishment. Now, if you want to sit here and argue 1% is a massive difference maker between who's a better scorer or who's a more efficient and which one you may prefer, I'm fine if that's the case. But then I would then have to ask you, if Giannis has a true shooting percentage of 60 or 61%, let's say 61%, and KD has a true shooting percentage of 60%, a difference of 1%. But we know the profile in which they score in and how many more counters Kevin Durant has. Who would you then claim as a better scorer, despite the fact that Giannis has a true shooting percentage as one higher? Which one would you say is more efficient?
It's not about efficiency at that point. It would be about dynamicism. And I would say Kevin Durant is a much better scorer than you have given him credit for.
So why is it that if the true shooting percentage between these players is 1 or 2%, just like an example I gave you, you then harp on the inefficiency of Kobe Bryant when the gap is literally the exact same to the example I just gave you?
Number one, you're cherry picking hardcore here. Okay. You are very, yes,
these are literally the players that you reference.
Every single person in the world knows that Tim Duncan struggled from the free throw line and that this stat would make him look a little bit worse. Everyone knows that. Nobody argued.
What does that have to do with the actual efficiency? He scored from the free throw line. What? What's that got to do with anything?
His free throw percentage would knock down his true shooting percentage. You understand that there's a reason why that Nikola Jokic has much higher true shooting percentage than Shaq, right? It's because he struggled from the line.
But you understand that, right? Wouldn't it be a weakness of his scoring ability because he's scoring points at the free throw line, correct?
Yes, I understand that.
So if
you are going to take a guy who was never the definition of like efficient offense, and you're going to take only these years, but you're not going to take the end, which is a big part of how you justify his greatness in the first place, because he scored a lot of points on very inefficient volume at the end of his career.
My argument about Kobe Bryant is never about the last 3 years and the points he scored within the last 3 years or the first 3 to 4 years before 2000. It's never been about that. My argument about Kobe has very little to do with total points, period. As a matter of fact, I've been on record saying several times that total points has not been my litmus test on who's the greatest XYZ, because it's been my knock on Stockton for years now. So that's not my argument at all. But I want to be very clear on what you're arguing here about removing Tim Duncan's free throws from this conversation. Effectively, what you want us to do is to ignore over almost 8,500 points of Tim Duncan's career.
No,
that's what you're arguing?
No. What I'm saying is that you are deliberately focusing on the one area of Kobe's game that is, he is known for this. He is known for scoring. I said he wasn't as efficient as other guys who are known as lead scorers. Okay. Guys like Michael Jordan, guys like Kevin Durant, guys, when you think grade scores.
Are all these players not lead scorers in that exact same time period? If all these players on the
LeBron is a good scorer. Nobody has ever said LeBron's greatness is because of his scoring.
I'll ask you the question again, because this is what you said. Are all the players on the screen lead scorers? Because that's the terminology you just used.
I said elite. I believe I said elite, but if I did not, I apologize. Elite scorers. Elite.
Okay. So who are the elite scorers of Kobe's era that I should be
comparing? Lo, do you want me to keep this up, or are you done with this?
Can we put up my screen?
I guess so. Yeah, we can open up his screen, but I guess we're done with it because he doesn't want to answer any of the questions about. Because I want to be clear, you brought up Wade and you brought up LeBron.
You asked for other guys that you thought that were more efficient than him, and they were.
You brought up those two players, and you were so confident in those two players. You were so confident in those two players that you even said, "Who gives a fuck? Throw LeBron's rookie season in there as well." You did that. You literally just did that. So me now bringing up what they did within that same time period in the era in which they played in. That proves the point. That's the point I'm making. But before you go on this, and I'll let you have it. The reason why I want everybody to recognize this, bro, talking about other players in other eras with different rule sets is irrelevant. Everybody in today's game is a more efficient scorer than they were in previous years. So yes, Curry, and even relatively speaking, Curry is astronomically more efficient than Kobe was. Kevin Durant is more efficient of a scorer than Kobe was. And I said it several times. I believe KD is one of the top 5 scorers in NBA history. I don't know where you may think I have him as a scorer, but I've said it several different times. The premise in which I am saying is that the concept that you believe that Kobe was inefficient is factually incorrect. The concept that you believe Kobe may be inefficient, even in the era he played in, is factually incorrect. And when I then gave you an example of the difference between 1% between two players, you talked about the level of difficulty or the various different shots that one can make in contrast to another one, which if you go back and look at the list of names that I had, Kobe clears all of those players in that exact same attribute. So why exactly are you bringing up his inefficiencies when it comes to scoring when you look at the numbers throughout that stretch of years, the true shooting percentage is on par?
The true shooting percentage is not on par. On par means equivalent. He was worse than LeBron. He was worse than D Wade. And as you know, as you mentioned, I didn't even talk about the efficiency of Manu Ginobili. I think you should bring Manu Ginobili.
He's an elite scorer to you?
Manu Ginobili was a more efficient scorer.
I asked the question again. Is he an elite scorer to you?
He could have been, yeah.
Not could have been. Was he?
Yeah, he could have been, because that matters, man. It matters when you jack up 60 shots. It matters.
Is he an elite scorer?
If Manu
Ginobili, yes or no?
Yes. Okay. Manu Ginobili was an elite scorer. If he wanted to be an elite
scorer,
if he wanted to be a high volume, see, that's the problem. We differentiate between elite and volume. Efficiency and volume. Now, obviously, efficiency is going to go down as volume goes up. And so sometimes it's a little bit hypothetical. You're going to say, well,
yes, it is. It's just all hypothetical, man. It is hypothetical.
But there's a reason why other people didn't want to do what Kobe did. There's a reason for that. There's a reason why. You don't think Magic Johnson could have scored more points? You don't think Duncan could have scored more points? You don't think KG could have scored more points? You don't think any of these guys could have scored more points? Every NBA superstar could have scored more points. They didn't for the team's success.
Do I think they would have been able to score more points while still hanging on to the same level of efficiency that Kobe did? No, because Kevin Garnett scored fewer points and didn't reach that mark, and same did Tim Duncan. I think it's actually very difficult to go out there and score 25, 27, 30, 35 points while still being 2, 3, 4, 5% above league average. I think that's very important.
Can you explain how Kevin Garnett, who I'm assuming you have lower than Kobe Bryant, since you said Kobe Bryant's a top 5 player, right? Can you explain how he has built up a 17-point higher VORP, has a higher box plus minus, has a higher effective field goal percentage?
A lot of that has to do with defense.
Okay. And that's the point, right?
I'm not KG's a better defender than Kobe. I'm not denying that.
Okay, but the difference here is that we value offense and defense differently. Some of us might say it's a 50-50 equation. Some people might say it's a 66-33 equation.
What do you think it is? What equation is it for you?
I say it's 45-55.
Which one leans more?
Offense leans more heavily than defense. 55-45 offense, defense.
This is something that we agree with. We agree with the individual offense, so we agree with that. So you were putting words in my mouth that I never said. So since we now agree that offense is heavier, and I think it's a little bit more leaning, but fair enough, I'll then proceed to ask the question. If you believe that to be the case, let's go down the list of players you have right now. Dirk Nowitzki.
Sure.
Why is Dirk higher? If you
I mentioned this in yesterday's video. I believe I would put Kobe above Dirk.
Okay, so we now have Dirk out of the way. Okay. Who was another name you brought up? I guess KD is another one. KD.
So this is a player that I have below Kobe.
Okay,
but we can have the argument because he clears Kobe in just about everything statistically, and he's done it in 300 fewer games. So I think that matters. I think that he has battled something that Kobe went through, which is an Achilles tear, and he came back very efficient. I think the narrative around Kevin Durant is that people don't like KD, just like people don't like Russ, just like people don't like a lot of players. I think people love Kobe, and so that's the narrative. And people say, well, he stole 2 championships. He didn't win shit in Brooklyn. His foot was on the line, et cetera, et cetera. But talk straight basketball. If you want, the situation matters. Kobe Bryant was with Shaquille O'Neal. Has Kevin Durant ever played with a player who was better than him in his life?
No, but who do you think was on a better team? Do you think KD was on a better team with the Warriors, or Kobe was with
KD was on a better team for sure. So and he won every championship he was supposed to before.
Not denying that, but you continue to do this thing where you're almost discrediting the impact of Kobe because he played with Shaq without acknowledging that KD played on arguably the most talented team ever.
I'm saying that it's very hard for me to believe that 60% of the championships that you won as clearly not the best player on your team, and you're a top 10 player is crazy to me. That's hard because hold on. In order for me to make that argument, I need to consider what happened in Boston when those 3 dudes linked up and went to 2 straight finals, well outside their peak. Because playing with other great players,
well outside their peak. Yes. Paul Pierce was well outside of his peak.
Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett were well outside their peak.
Ray Allen was well outside. What did Ray Allen average a year before he got to the Celtics in 08?
He was playing for a pretty bad team in Seattle, bro.
I'll ask the question again. What did he average? You ain't got me to give me exacts.
It doesn't matter what he averaged, bro. It doesn't matter.
Because you said he was well outside. You said he was well outside. So if he's well outside, what did he do?
Let's see. Let's check it out. Hold on. I'll pull it up. Let's see. I would venture to think that Ray Allen's peak was.
I'm already here. Ray Allen was. I'm already here. He averaged 26 points, which was a career high. He averaged. I'm going through the points, right? I'm going through it.
Why are you talking about points? Why wouldn't you talk about points per 75? I thought you were smart.
I'm going through all of it.
Why are you talking about raw points when he was on a bad team?
I'll go through all of it.
Let him get there. Let him walk us through it, man.
He averaged 26 points, which was a career high. He averaged 4 assists, which is also higher than his career average. He averaged 4.5 rebounds, which is also higher than his career average. He averaged 1.5 steals, which is higher than his career average and tied for the most of his for his career. He shot.
This is a bad argument, and I'm going to give you a warning. You don't want to go there. Trust me. You don't want to go where you're going.
I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go through every advanced analytic there is, brother. I'm going to go through everything the same way that you do as well. He had a true shooting percentage of 56.4%, which I believe at that time was, let me double check now, which was like 2 to 3% above league average. So he was efficient as well. He had win shares per 48. What happened?
No, at Ox, get the screen up. I got his thing so everyone can see it.
Yeah, 13.6 and a VORP of 3.2. So he was way out of it. I just highlighted his highest VORP season. Mm-hmm.
That's his second highest VORP season. That's his peak right there. When did he get to Boston? Right there.
So he was way out of it 1 year removed from it.
Bro, he was 32 years old.
He was way out of it.
32, yes.
I asked the question. He was way out of it 1 year removed. He was way out of it. Look at where you have it. You stopped it in 06. 07 is the year that was in question. He's way out of it because of 1 year.
I stopped it in 05, 06.
It's right
It's
there.
2 years later. 2 years later, yes.
The year that was in question was 07. Because the year before he got to 08 was 07.
I told you straight up, he was on a bad team. He was on a worse team. His defense was slipping. Ray Allen, to anyone who watched Ray Allen with Milwaukee, anyone who watched it, you know he was a much better defender. By the time he got to Boston, he was outside of his peak. You can nitpick well outside as being 1 year, 2 years, but I'm trying to tell you, he didn't just slip out of his peak in his first year in Boston. His peak, in my opinion, was, I would say 2003 was his peak. Like 2000 to 2004, 2005. That's it. That's like the peak. That's the peak defensive impact, offensive impact, all of it, right? But I just think, you know, as shooting went up, as volume went up.
Was Paul Pierce well out of his peak?
What was Paul Pierce's peak?
You're making up peaks as we go, so I don't know, brother. Was he well out of his peak, Paul Pierce?
I wouldn't say he was well out of his peak. I would say he was in his peak. So KG was 100% well out of his peak.
I would agree that KG might have been the most out of his peak. I'm saying out of the two. I think
people are going to get a nice little lesson in terms of how far outside of his peak they were. But look, I don't like debating in a sense that where an argument gets taken in 500 different directions. The point here was that playing with a player that's better than you is going to help you. Okay, this is his peak right there.
So he was still in.
He was right there, and he was fading out. And I think most people would agree that depending on how you want to define it, an NBA player, especially an NBA guard's prime is between 24 and 28. Okay, 24 and 28.
It varies on the player.
It varies. But, you know, it matters if you're bigger. It matters if you're more athletic. It matters if you have injuries. It matters if you're a good shooter. Okay, all of that stuff. I mean, obviously, a guy like Ray Allen is going to age a little bit better than a guy like Russell Westbrook. I get all of that. But what I'm trying to say is these weren't guys who were linking up in their prime like LeBron and D Wade and Chris Bosh. It wasn't like that. It was guys well outside of what people would consider their prime year. Well, okay, if you want to define,
they were still an extraordinarily great team. They had literally,
of course, they were a great team,
arguably the best defensive unit this side of Bill Russell. Like they're in that conversation. So like in 08, they were really that fucking great. So I don't what is the purpose of the
conversation? The purpose of that is that playing with a player, like when you put a top 15 player and you put him as the second best player on a team, like Steph Curry with Kevin Durant or Kobe Bryant with Michael Jordan, I think you tilt the advantage way outside into your favor. And look, you know, kudos to the Lakers for trading Vlade Divac to get Kobe Bryant in the first place and signing Shaquille O'Neal and linking that dynasty up and moving all the guys out of the way that needed to get out of the way. But you're not going to tell me that you're going to count those rings the same way as you're counting LeBron's rings.
We're not talking about LeBron. We're talking about Kevin Durant.
Okay.
What do you think?
KD won 2 rings as the best player on his team. Kobe Bryant won 2 rings as the best player on his team.
Do you think KD was definitively the best player on those teams?
100%. KD has been the best player on every single team he's ever played on.
No. I said definitively. Do you think he was clearly the best player?
Yes. 100%.
Which one do you think is more impressive? What Kobe did in 02 or what KD did throughout that stretch? Especially relative to the competition.
In 02 or 08, 09?
No, in 02. And then or in contrast to what KD did in like 2018.
I think I would put what Kobe did in 02 up with what Kevin Durant did with OKC, dragging them to the finals and losing to the Heat. I would say that's on par. And if you could have taken a Russell Westbrook or James Harden and just morphed them into a prime, if you could have morphed them into a prime Shaquille O'Neal, yeah, I think Kevin Durant wins that championship. But he didn't win that championship, so we can't talk about it. But it does matter that he went through the harder conference to get there in the first place, and he had to go up against a really stacked team. And then he was on a stacked team, and then he won 2 championships. He handled business.
Well, okay, this is the thing that keeps, because you're ducking the question. So I love how you brought up how he went through the harder competition in the conference. When Kobe was going through the Western Conference, because though you are correct, the finals competition wasn't up to par. But Kobe going through the West, that right there was a challenge. That was a conversation because at the time, everyone knew that the best teams were in the West. Sacramento Kings, Lakers, San Antonio Spurs. So beating those teams effectively more than likely like push you over the top of saying that you were the best team. Those were your challenges, correct? So in 2002, when Kobe was beating, Kobe and Shaq beat the Spurs and they beat the Sacramento Kings through those years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that not more impressive than what KD did with the 2018 Warriors?
Individually or as a team?
I guess individually or both. I don't know.
As a team, no. Individually, no. And I have to, I love KD, but that's always something you're gonna have to be real about. Is that team was stacked? They stacked the advantage in their favor. They manipulated the cap in a way to get that advantage, and they were pretty much an unbeatable team. So yeah, there's an asterisk next to those two championships.
For me, it is not. But the point that I'm making, and I think the reason why many people feel as if you are hating, is that how is it possible that, because when you're bringing up things with Kobe in conjunction for right now with KD, these points are basically mute. Like the concept of bringing up like
moot.
KD,
you mean moot? It's not mute.
Excuse me, moot. The concept of bringing up KD in these conversations of relative to competition, how great you were in contrast to some of your teammates, or just how talented your roster was in contrast to everyone else, that it's irrelevant if you still believe that Kobe's path in challenging path was just more difficult than KD's anyway.
I understand all of that.
What's the point of bringing it up then? Well, I see you got KG on the screen, but what is the purpose of bringing it up if you still, at the end of the day, believe that it's borderline irrelevant anyway? If you still believe Kobe's path in 02, not in 08, not
There's
in 09.
There's a reason why Kobe's ahead of KD on my list, isn't it? There is a reason, because I do rate his championships higher.
I'm not saying that you don't, but I'm asking, what is the purpose of bringing it up, though? What is the purpose? What is the purpose of bringing up the concept of Durant's been the best player, he finals MVP, Kobe's playing with Shaq, if at the end of it all, you still believe that it's irrelevant? What's the premise of that?
The point of it is to show that there is a gap in the thing that people most know Kobe for relative to the guys who are truly the best ever to do it. That's the point. So if you were to try to tell me that Kobe has ever touched the defensive levels of Michael Jordan or Scottie Pippen, he has not. But people remember him as a bucket. People remember 81 points. People remember, 35 points per game. People remember him being a scorer. And what I'm trying to tell you is he put up shots that a lot of people didn't have the opportunity to take, didn't want to take. He burned out a lot of teammates. And my argument against Kobe in the top 10 does have a lot to do with stuff that's off the court. It does have a lot to do with that.
That's fine. I wanted you to just go ahead and go, because you keep deflecting my questions. You keep saying, I want to make sure it's understood that he reached the same heights as Michael Jordan and LeBron. We're not talking about them right now. We're talking about Kevin
If you're
Durant.
making an argument for Kobe Bryant being a top 5 player of all time, I'm assuming scoring is a really big part of that. And what I'm trying to tell you is there are guys who were better than him at it.
We're talking about KD right now. When we were bringing up KD, you brought up about how Kobe played with Shaq and the team that he was on and the era he played in where the finals competition was weak. That's what you did when we were referring to KD. And so what I'm asking is, what is the point of bringing that up if you, at the end of the day, still feel like that's irrelevant anyway?
I didn't say it was irrelevant. Stop.
I apologize. You feel like that point is not suffice enough in contrast to the easier path that KD had in 2018 anyway. Why? What's the point of bringing it up?
The point of bringing, this is such a dizzy, I'm dizzy listening to your question because
you're not answering it.
No, it's a weird question, bro. You're asking.
Starter, if you want to add anything to the conversation, feel free.
No, sometimes you gotta just set aside, let the context speak for itself.
No doubt.
Shout out to y'all. Shout out to you, Ox. This is peak content. This might be one of your best ones, though. Second thing, shout out to individuals showing on the panel. Actually showing up and not ducking. What?
I know. I wanted to get to the KG shit. I wanted to get to the Kevin Garnett shit.
Go ahead.
That's what I was going to let Penn go to.
Yeah, go to the KG shit. I want to hear the KG argument. I want to hear it.
Well, the argument was that he was in his prime 5 years prior. He was in an absolute peak 5 years, peak MVP form 5 years prior to showing up in Boston. What I was trying to say is that even guys over the hill that linked up that way, you can make a case that teams like Sacramento were really good, that Kobe beat. I rate Sacramento. I rate Portland in those era. I rate San Antonio in those eras. Those are really good teams. The Mavericks were pretty good. Steve Nash, Michael Finley.
Was an amazing team. San Antonio was an amazing team.
Sure. All of those teams were really good. And, credit to those guys for having to go through them. But what was their biggest problem? What was their number one concern?
Which teams are you referring to?
Sacramento against LA, San Antonio against LA, Portland against LA. What was their biggest complaint?
It depends on which year you're referring to, but
every year the Lakers won the championship. What was their biggest concern?
Not every year, because some of those years, I'm assuming you're talking about during the 3P. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yes.
Their biggest complaint and their biggest focal point, obviously, was Shaq. However, if you watch the games, Kobe was thriving off of drop coverage, thriving off of mid-range pull-up jump shots that may not have translated to the most efficient shots, but he basically took advantage of any shot that was given to him, especially against the Spurs in 2001 and in 2002, especially against the Spurs.
Sure.
So that's the only thing I did want to add, though, Ox. A lot of people don't know the triangle was designed that way. It was designed for Jordan and Kobe to take those quote unquote difficult shots. When teams like and Ox, believe it or not, your Kings did a great job of this. When teams rotate, stay on point with the back cuts and different actions of the triangle, it had to resort to Kobe making difficult shots. And that was by design. Phil Jackson said this multiple times. But I see how the perception of Kobe not being efficient because people still rely on field goal percentage.
No,
that's all I just want to add.
No. But let's stay on that. Who was more efficient in the 0-1 series against the Spurs? Against the same team that we're talking about, the great team, who scored more points and who was more efficient in that series?
No, it was Kobe. It was Kobe because of the amount of attention that Shaq was getting. Because the San Antonio's bread and butter for them being so great at defense was their front court. Of course, it's natural for Shaq to get most of the attention, most of the double teams, and Kobe definitely took advantage of that.
In 2001 against the Kings, bro, Kobe and Shaq efficiency was basically the exact same. Kobe's efficiency was 58.8 true shooting. Shaq was 58.9 true shooting. Like it was borderline the exact same. Like the rate of efficiency against some of the more challenging teams within this time period is not that big of a difference. And also, as a sidebar, just so we're clear, Kobe in the Spurs series in 0-1 averaged 33 points to Shaq's 27, and Kobe's scoring against the Sacramento Kings was 35 to Shaq's 33. I want to be very clear. This is not me saying that Shaq was a lesser player, he wasn't as good as Kobe or wasn't as impactful as Kobe, because I thoroughly understand and comprehend the concept of someone getting more opportunity because the defense attention is being redirected to someone else. That's the reason why I don't think KD was undeniably the best player on the Warriors, because a lot of the attention was being derailed to Curry. But I'm nevertheless, a lot of what happened during that stretch, it wasn't the gap between those two, especially post 2000 throughout some of those much more difficult teams. The gap wasn't that different at all. And from their impact, I would still say that Shaq was a more impactful player, but the gap definitely lessened by the time we got to 0-1 and certainly 0-2. But I don't know if there's anything else. I just feel like a lot of these things that we're talking about, I just don't think that you're familiar with a lot of things I'm saying, because you're referencing things in which I don't believe in. Like, I know I'm not a totals guy. I don't lean heavy into totals. If you want to talk about off-court issues, that's fine as well. I would then ask you how you feel about Wilt Chamberlain's off-the-court issues, because those are also pretty damning. If you want to talk about degree of difficulty or shot making, or I'm sorry, selfishness, I agree. Kobe far was from the most selfish player of any top 10 that could ever be constructed. But I would then further ask you the question about how do you feel about Michael Jordan's leadership punching somebody in the face, or Shaquille O'Neal's unwillingness to actually go take
a lot of these guys have punched someone in the face. A lot of them.
Yeah, okay,
you heard about the Draymond and you heard about the Michael Jordan, but there's a lot you didn't hear about.
And that's fine, but that's kind of my point, is that a lot of these things, Kobe, without it, I'm not saying, in contrast to like Tim Duncan, is by far more selfish, but like even the way that you were depicting the relationship between Kobe and Shaq, like Kobe wasn't the only person who had issues with Shaq. Jerry West did, Phil Jackson did. He went over to Miami, Pat Riley. They all had the exact same concerns about his weight, him not taking it serious. The concept of Kobe being selfish, Shaq purposely decided to not opt into surgery until the season began because, as he quoted, said he wanted to recover on company time. He wanted to rehab on company time. He got hurt on company time. He want to rehab on company time. The concept of being selfish wasn't exclusive to Kobe. He did the same thing with Penny Hardaway by some reports. And then when he went to Miami, he did the exact same thing to D Wade. Gary Payton has been on record saying how he had to sit him down and say, hey, this ain't your team. It's D Wade's team. Let us run the offense through him. That's things that people had to sit down and tell Shaq about routinely throughout his career. But I think that the way that we describe, and again, I want to be clear, Kobe undeniably, I want to, by many regards, I can understand the idea of him being selfish. But I think the idea that what we all do is we depict Kobe in a way with that relationship that is like, I think, completely unfair, especially if you properly chronicleize all the events that led up to them departing.
I think there's a lot to be said about the off-court stuff. I don't want to talk necessarily about that. Ox, can you pull up this thing that I got on the screen? 1 sec. This is Kobe Bryant's playoffs, all his playoffs. I want you to really focus in on the efficiency you're talking about. I see a lot of low 50s, but he did get a little efficient in there. Congratulations in those rounds where he was getting beat in the first round, missing the playoffs and stuff. But I want you to really hone in on box plus minus right here. Hold on. I'll let you speak for
we have to factually correct what you just said. 57.7% in 08 is not when he got knocked out in the first round. 56.4 is not when he got knocked out in the first round. 56.7 is when he did not get knocked out in the first round. There's only 2 years that you're referring to. We got knocked out in the first round. Just 2.
Yep.
So,
and we can talk about that series against Phoenix and quitting on your team at
that's fine. But I want you to be factually.
But I want everyone to focus in on this number, box plus minus. So the highest ever, right, which is 9.1, the year they won the championship, and then the next one 7.0, right? So his, he had 3 really dominant.
Factually correct you again. The next one is 7.4. That's the highest one. There you go.
7.4, 9.1, 7.0. Those are 3 years in which he peaked at 7.8 box plus minus, 6.8 value of replacement. That's peak playoff performance. That's what I expect. Now let me show you another player that literally no one in the world has ever put in a top 10. Well, I don't want to say no one has ever, but pretty much no one puts in top 10 discussions. And let's just check his playoff numbers and see what the impact of totals, like being a total player, being a really great defender, right? Let me look at Kawhi Leonard's playoff numbers. Now, that's 10 games, 12 games, and another 10 games. That is Kawhi Leonard's peak. Now, that to me is crazy. The level of excellence that Kawhi Leonard achieved between 2015 and 2019, even, look at that. I mean, people talk about Kawhi Leonard like he's a joke. 13.8 box plus minus, bro. 67% true shooting, 68% true shooting, 62%, 67%, 60%, 59%, 61%, 63%. He's not a system player. This is a better player. He's not going to play as many numbers. He's not going to play as many years. He's not going to play as many games. He's not going to win any popularity contests. But Kawhi Leonard's a better defensive player, and he's a far more efficient offensive player. And by the way, he's a heavy mid-range assassin. This is a guy who takes a lot of mid-range shots. Kawhi Leonard doesn't take a lot of threes. He's just got physical advantages that Kobe didn't have, right? So, when I see a player who's literally doing Kobe better than Kobe, I got to say, no one's calling him top 10. No one's talking about Kawhi Leonard top 10. And don't even get me started on the fact that he's been a much better defender. Kawhi Leonard in his 8th best defensive year is a better defender than Kobe Bryant in his best defensive year.
You definitely missed today's episode with the panel when I said about what do you think?
Who did they face in the playoffs in 2016?
Who? San Antonio?
Spurs.
Did they face Golden State?
You tell me, brother.
I don't remember. 2016? I don't remember if it was 2016, 2017. I didn't prepare for this debate the way you did, bro. I'm be honest, I didn't think you were going to show up.
These are things that I didn't prepare. I knew about it 15 minutes ago.
You knew about Arvydas Sabonis' stats.
These are
15 minutes before. I got to hand it to you. You prepared fast.
These are things that comes with being a great content creator. These are things that, again, these are just common knowledge things. But
Bro, can we have an applause break for
2016, he matched up with the Memphis Grizzlies in the first round, a 42-win Memphis Grizzlies team that only had Marc Gasol there for 52 games during the regular season and was the 19th ranked defense at that time. 19th ranked defense.
Yep.
And if I'm not mistaken, Marc Gasol did not play in the playoffs whatsoever. How many times did Kobe ever match up with a 19th ranked defense or worse?
Don't know. You tell us. You prepared for this debate. I didn't.
No, these are just common knowledge. These are things that I've talked about for
common knowledge.
These are. I mean, if you have a stats degree, it should be common knowledge.
They didn't teach about they didn't teach us about the Memphis Grizzlies defense in University of Toronto. My bad. I need to go and demand some money back for my degree. My bad. This is common knowledge. Then how many times did Kobe Bryant face a 19th ranked defense should be common knowledge? Bro, you are so sassy. It's sad.
Because the reason why it should be common knowledge is, like, as you alluded to earlier, that you challenge your own ideology. So you would further look for such as competition.
That's not common. That's not common. There's nothing common. This is specialized knowledge.
Yeah, because you're stats major. You have a stats degree. You should know these. These are things that you should go out and look for yourself. Correct?
Literally nobody has ever. No, statistics degree just means I have a better eye for understanding how numbers work than you do.
So shouldn't that mean that you would also have the understanding of trying to figure out the level of competition that they face as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Kawhi has faced tougher competition in the finals.
No, not the finals. The years that you highlighted. You highlight 2016. I'm going to go through the years. So in 2016, when he matched up against the 19th
Go through all those years. Go through all those years. That's an 11.
I am not going to waste my time doing such things. You should be doing that because you have a stats degree. In 2016, he matched up against the Memphis Grizzlies, who had the 19th ranked defense and a 19th ranked offense. It was a 42-win team. These are things in which Kobe Bryant very rarely ever had the ability to match up with. Very rarely ever did. So the audacity of you even sitting here talking about level of competition and you bring up what happened between 2000 and 07 and you talk about a bunch of bullshit is ridiculous.
Are you trying to say that the gap between Kawhi and Kobe?
I'm almost done.
Land your plane, bro.
42-win team without Marc Gasol, 19th ranked offense, 19th ranked defense, and the best defender on the team for Kawhi was.
There's 10 series. Why are you devoting 10 minutes to one series?
If you shut the fuck up and stop interrupting me, I can get to the next series. I can.
So get to the next series, bro.
Well,
we understand. The Memphis
if you stop talking, I would be able to get to the next series.
Do you think a number 1 seed faces a number 8 seed, or number 2 seed faces a number 7 seed? You understand how the playoffs work, right? You know about stats, right? You know about numbers. You understand that you work all season to face a really bad team in the playoffs. So why are you trying to penalize Kawhi Leonard for facing a worse seed? Let me guess. You're going to penalize him in 2018, 2019 for facing the Orlando Magic, right? In the first round. Because it's like, oh my God, Kawhi's so washed because he faced Orlando. Well, did Kobe not face some bad teams when he and Shaq were running roughshod over the West? No, he never faced a bad team. It was all great teams, right?
In contrast to what we're talking about right now, no. Ox, can you share my screen so I can hurry up with this fucking nonsense? In this year, again, San Antonio, since we don't want to waste too much time, San Antonio Spurs matched up against the Memphis Grizzlies, 42-win team, 19th. In this series, he was amazing, sensational, putting up fantastic numbers, 21.5 points and shooting splits of 53, 61, 94%. He was amazing in that series, undeniably. In the very next series, when he matched up against a bit more steeper competition, a better defensive unit, a little bit more offensive responsibility he had to his disposal because he had to guard between KD and Russell Westbrook, the shooting splits dropped all the way down to 48% and then 29% and then 75.
Kawhi's washed.
75.8. Didn't say he was washed, but this is further putting into context the type of talent you had to match up against. I do want to address this. You said something about Kobe Bryant getting the number 1 seed and how much that may impact. You work all hard every single year. What you just said. And in 2008, if I'm not mistaken, I think they did have the number 1 seed. I want to double check. They did have the number 1 seed. In 2008, they had the number 1 seed, but they got tasked with the responsibility in the first round to match up against a 51 Denver Nuggets team that was borderline combined top 10.
Hold on. The stats degree is coming in handy. Wait, let me show you how this works. Every team in the Western Conference, I don't know if you realize this, but they face the teams in the East, and the teams in the West, they're way better than the teams in the East. So sometimes when the teams in the East are really, really trash, the teams in the West rack up a lot of easy wins against the teams in the East. So really, when you're talking about a 50-win team versus a 42-win team, what you're really talking about is parity across the league. And there wasn't a lot of parity here because there was a lot of really ass teams. Continue.
Let me see let's see if that's true or not. Because if I'm not mistaken, I believe this team racked up a lot of wins regardless of who they matched up against. It wasn't just
they're not a bad team, but that grit and grind Memphis Grizzlies were not a bad team.
That wasn't, and that's the thing. Without Marcus Gasol and an older Tony Allen, who I think was 34 and didn't even start all of those games because he wasn't the same player. That wasn't the grit and grind Memphis Grizzlies.
Fair enough. Okay. But you're not going to penalize somebody for being a number one seed facing a worse team. Christ. You're just not going to do that.
Jesus Christ.
Talk about who they faced later.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that is the exact same win percentage against Eastern Conference and Western Conference teams, if I'm not mistaken. Here, let me do it for you, Stat Major. Let me do it for you. Make sure we get this right now. I got to make sure we get this right. Make sure we get this right now. So that is 19 divided by 30, 63, okay. And then 31 divided by 52. 60%. So yeah, they were basically about the same win percentage for both Eastern Conference and Western Conference teams. So it didn't really matter.
Did every single team in the top 8 in the West beat up on some really, really trash competition? That's the point. You're elevating based on the weakness at the bottom. Now, when there's no really, really bad teams, there's more parity, which means you don't have 51 teams making the playoffs. Right now, you have 50-win teams making the playoffs, don't you? Do you know why? Because there's a lot of really, really bad teams at the bottom. Teams like Detroit, teams like Washington. When you don't have teams being that bad, you don't have a team giving up 68 wins, or AKA 68 losses. It's a prop total. Do you understand? It's also It's also the same thing when you have a dominant team at the top, right? When you have polarity at the top or the bottom, you're going to see that in the middle as well. So we didn't have a 70-win team last year. The closest thing we had to that was a team like Boston. But if Boston was in the East, or God help us, if Sacramento was in the East, if Boston was in the West and Sacramento was in the East, would Sacramento be the number 1 seed maybe, or the number 2 seed in the East? These things matter. So when you reference a team,
I like where you're going with that, Pin. I like that angle.
It's
nah. He's pandering to the jury.
No, I'm not pandering. This is something I said 7 months ago as well. Because a team like Sacramento, a team like Houston, even these teams are better than a lot of teams at the bottom of the East, but they don't make the playoffs because they're in a really tough conference and they have tougher competition. So what I'm trying to say is, across different years, you cannot say that a 42-win team is ass and a 50-win team is good. What I will agree with is that the 50-win team in reference that you were talking about, the Denver Nuggets, was in fact, in my opinion, a slightly better team than the 42-win team.
Why are you interrupting me when you would just agree with me? I understand where you're trying to get the point across.
However, it is worth mentioning one thing that you did not say, which is that Memphis team that Kawhi apparently beasted against that was ass was a pretty damn good defensive team. Would you agree?
They were not. Marcus Gasol did not play. Bro, I keep saying this to you. Marcus Gasol missed like half of the season. He did not play in the playoffs at all. Tony Allen, I don't even think started all of the games. You're referencing things that happened 2, 3, 4 years ago. In the 2016 playoffs against the San Antonio Spurs, Zach Randolph, Lance Stevenson, Vince Carter, Matt Barnes, Tony Allen only starting 2 games, and Jordan Farmar. Chris Anderson was the 5.
But why does him starting 2 games matter if he played all 4 games? He played all 4 games. Am I not right? He played all 4 games, right? No, Tony Allen. Tony Allen's one of the best.
Who was the most impactful defender on the grit and grind defensive oriented Grizzlies team?
Marcus Gasol.
Okay, he didn't play. The point I'm making is that this team that you're referring to, you're trying to make reference to, is not the same team that we are discussing. This is a team that's not as good as what it was 2-3 years ago because Marcus Gasol wasn't there.
Okay, I get it. So you're talking about a series in which Kawhi Leonard went up against a team that was missing its best interior defender, but still had its best perimeter defender, and he beasted. Move on. I don't understand why the Grizzlies, the 42-win Grizzlies, have taken 15 to 20 minutes of your precious ass content.
Because we keep going back back to it.
You want to keep going back to it because you want to make sure that you don't talk about the finals. You want to make sure that you don't talk about how much better Kawhi has been in the finals than Kobe. You want to make sure that we don't talk about what he did with the Raptors. You want to make sure we don't even get there. I told you
what Kawhi did in 2019, fantastic, sensational, amazing. What Kawhi did in 2017 before he got injured, fantastic, sensational, amazing. The point that I'm trying to make, however, is that Kobe did not have the same privilege to match up with some of the type of talent that he matched up with, because Kobe played in, regardless of how you want to feel about it, Kobe throughout most of the Western Conference had to go up against much more tougher competition. Now, yes, the 2017 Warriors, ridiculous talent, but unfortunately he didn't finish that series.
Why didn't he finish that series?
He got hurt in the first half.
Is it because there was a certain player who just decided to deliberately put his foot underneath him?
I'm not slighting. I'm just saying, unfortunately.
So he didn't just get hurt. You know who you're pandering to. You're pandering to the Kawhi's always hurt ESPN crowd. What happened damn well. What happened was that a slimy motherfucker named Zaza Pachulia decided to put his foot underneath Kawhi Leonard's landing space. Okay, well, that's the truth.
The point I'm making is that he unfortunately did not finish that run. That's
because he was too good and they had to take him out of that series. Be real. Be for real.
That's not the point I'm making. I'm just saying he just didn't finish it. Unfortunately, I'm not even denying like who Kawhi is throughout this 3-year run. I'm not denying that. What I'm trying to put into context is that when Kobe had the opportunity to match up with like average to below average offensive teams, his numbers across the board look significantly better.
Did they look?
I'm sorry. Defensive teams.
Okay, hold on. Can I ask you a question? Did Kobe facing average competition or even worse than average competition clip Kawhi's averages? Because I just showed you Kawhi's averages, right? Kawhi's average was 11 box plus minus across those 6 years. Okay, 6 years we had 11 box plus minus. Did Kobe ever touch 11 box plus minus in a single series in his life? I'm sure he has, but I'll let you answer that because I know for sure that he did not come anywhere near that in terms of an average.
What do you do in 2010 against the Suns?
Kobe?
Yeah, what is his box score plus minus there?
I don't know. You have the screen open. Open it up.
I don't. This is your stats. I don't know. You tell me what he did. Because that's one of the very few times where he did match up against. There's not too many times where Kobe didn't match up against a below average defensive team. It's not that. It just didn't happen that often in the playoffs, unfortunately.
I just don't understand how you're contextualizing between different eras. I'm telling you very clearly that Kobe
relative
Bryant,
to the era they played in. I'm not talking about
the 2010s are a much better era in basketball than the 2000s. It's just a fact.
But I'm talking relatively.
It's a deeper era. It's a more talented era.
But I'm talking relatively though. I'm talking relative. I'm talking about relative to the era they played. I'm talking about the year in which he played in.
Bro, I'm telling you that players are born at different times. They peak at the times based on when they're born. Kawhi was born much later than Kobe, and therefore he peaked between 24 and 31 the same way Kobe did. However, between 24 years old and 31 years old, Kawhi Leonard had an 11 box plus minus in the playoffs. And I'm trying to tell you that between 24 and 31, Kobe did not. That Kobe was a worse defender, that he was a less efficient scorer, and you cannot talk about mid-range jack shit because Kawhi Leonard is a mid-range assassin. You also can't talk about mid-range jack shit with KD because KD's a mid-range assassin. These guys have perfected the Kobe model. And what I'm trying to say is that Kawhi, in the case of Kawhi, he has a way stronger two-way argument as well. He also has the same number of finals MVPs as Kobe. So how come that doesn't count?
Because I personally don't heavily lean into peaks. I talk about the totality. So if Kawhi continued that path for another like 5 to 6 more years, and he had like a 10-year stretch of playing relatively in that same ballpark, then I could understand where you're coming from. But for me, you're asking me why doesn't it count? It count. Let me be clear, it counts. But why I don't hold it highly is because I don't hold 3 or 4 year windows of time in contrast to somebody who played at a certain level.
Didn't say a 3 or 4 year window of time. 24 to 31. I know you don't have a stats degree, but that's a 7-year degree. That's a 7-year gap.
Did he play every year of those years?
He missed 1 year.
Did he play in the playoffs every single year of those years?
He missed 1 year. He missed the year that he didn't play in the playoffs. Every year that he's been healthy, he's been in the playoffs. Every team Kawhi has ever been healthy for has made the playoffs.
Did he finish? I mean, but I'm not.
Which is something that's unique to Kawhi in this conversation, by the way, worth mentioning. Also, Kawhi.
No, because every year that Kobe was healthy and played enough games, they also made the playoffs as well.
Okay, so I guess that year with Rudy Tomjanovich,
Did he play all the games?
How many years did Kawhi play all the games? I'm saying when he was
How many
healthy.
games did Kobe play? How many games did Kobe play?
I don't remember, but it was over 40, wasn't it?
It might have been 50 something. Like it wasn't. He wasn't healthy enough to finish that entire season. No. But the point I'm making is, I want to be clear. Or
he played 66 games. So wait a second. So he would have made the NBA's cutoff. He would have made so he played 66 games for a team that missed the playoffs, right? Am I not? Or is it 65? Which year did they miss? It's 2004, 2005 was when they missed the playoffs, right? Am I mistaken? Okay, so he played 66 games for a team that missed the playoffs. I'm trying to tell you, if Kawhi's played 66 games ever in his life for a team, they've made the playoffs. I'm just trying to say that. Has
he ever played on a team that was that bad?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. So I want quick low.
No, I'm about to go. I just want everybody to hurry and just like, if you want to put the poll in the chat, because I'm about to go. I've been here for
we about to. That's what I'm saying. We about to get to it. Like before I get to my verdict, real quick. This is a question that you should have asked almost an hour ago, Lo. Pen. For the people that don't know,
I think he just left. Pen here. He just left.
What?
I think Pen just left.
No, I'm here.
Oh, he's back. Okay, he's back.
Okay, so Pen, quick question. So for the people who don't know, can you reiterate your criteria for, like, you know, how you rank players greatest of all time and the value to each one? I think that's a big connect. Like because so far it appears that you have different values depending on the comparison. What do you think?
No, that's fair. I value offense and defense, as I said, 55% offense, 45% defense. So overall totality, efficiency on offense. And when I say offense and defense, I'm really talking about space. So on defense, it's the space you cover. On offense, it's the space you generate. A player like Steph Curry generates crazy amounts of space for other players to operate. It makes a player like Draymond more efficient. And, you know, you take to account the opposite of someone like Steph Curry, it's Ben Simmons, where he sucks up space offensively. So I think that space generation matters. I talk about consistency. You know, I want to know that you're available for sure, which is why Kawhi gets hurt in a list like this. But I also want to know that you're consistent emotionally, that you're there. You're not choking up like huge moments. You're not checking out of games. You're not quitting on your team. These things matter to me big time as well, right? That you didn't quit on your team, that you made your teammates better. It matters to me that you're a giant floor raiser, that when I see another player playing with you, that they generally have a better year than when they're not playing with you. So guys like LeBron and Magic and Bird get big credit for elevating their teammates because they sacrificed themselves for that. Guys like Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett.
No, we don't need more examples. What's next one?
Okay. Yeah, so
elevation.
And I also talk about, you know, big game moments, right? So there's a different ways to score 30,000 points. A lot of people can score 30,000, and the bulk majority of them came against bad competition. And every time they went up against good competition, their numbers dipped.
So it matters to me how 30,000 points. Hold
on, low.
Whatever. I'm saying a lot of people could score. I should say a lot of people could have scored 30,000 points. There's a lot of bucket getters in NBA history, like Alex English, Jerry Stackhouse, Allen Iverson, etc., that could have racked up 30,000 points or whatever. Dwayne Wade, Manu Ginobili in a different context, on a different team, on a more losing team. But a lot of people sacrificed their individual numbers for team success because they understood that it was a team sport. And so I do prioritize players who put the team above their own individual glory, because I rank basketball greatness individually in terms of how much better you made your team. So that is my overall criteria for success.
Okay, cool.
And versatility. And hold on, one more thing. Versatility absolutely matters. So I look at a player like a Vince Carter, who does not make my top 20 all time, but I give him major credit for doing something that a lot of other players couldn't do, which is fade away gracefully into being a role player, adapting himself into a sixth man, adapting himself into a role player, adapting himself first option, second option, third option. I think that's a really big sign of greatness. I think Shaquille O'Neal deserves credit for that. Tim Duncan deserves credit for that. A lot of these guys, they faded away very, very gracefully to allow their teams to win. And I think that they should be benefited for that, because I think a lot of our Twitter culture does not benefit those people for that.
And that's all to your criteria?
Yeah, and then finally, versatility. So the element of versatility comes down to how many different ways and how many different systems you can really fit into. How portable are you? So do I have to change everything for you like you're Luka? Or can you sort of seamlessly fit into a lot of different situations like Bill Russell, or, you know, someone like
versatility and portability. I got you.
and how many different positions you can guard. So that also matters. So a player like Kawhi Leonard, LeBron James, the bigger wings, Scottie Pippen, they get a lot of credit for being able to guard four different positions, 5 different positions, because that to me is very important. That's also why I put Bill Russell so high. Okay, that's my entire picture.
Okay, hold on. I gotta make this quick. So based and ops, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's why Penn is guilty. Penn, majority of the things that you just described, outside of just 1 or 2, maybe, definitely not one, a team player thing, that matches Kobe Bryant. Like, it's that simple.
You're saying that. So you're saying that this whole thing didn't start because Lowe got cooked by Klay Thompson. It started because Penn had a terrible top 10.
Yeah, I don't think it's the Klay Thompson thing at all. Because even when you heard the first hour of this conversation, and I do want to give kudos to Penn for being mature and not taking this conversation to some level, because this was a good conversation. But even then, Penn had different theories and motives of why Lowe either presents himself a certain way, say certain things, or have acted a certain way. So I don't think it's the Klay Thompson thing, because during this whole entire conversation, so a near 2-hour conversation, how many times did he bring that up?
He's not wanting to bring it up. He doesn't want to bring it up. But
Penn. I'm saying, Penn, you didn't bring it up at all. Like, as terms of like, you described multiple reasons and incentives of why Lowe do certain things, but for the Klay Thompson things, you brought it like once or twice during like a whole almost hour and a half conversation. The
point here is that
I'm just following the rules here. Penn, I'm just following the rules.
He's trying to give his verdict. He's trying to give his verdict.
Penn, I'm just following the rules here. That's all. Ox, can you please
go ahead,
the charges or allegations that Penn is facing? Penn and Lowe is facing.
So there's either only one of 2 options. There is no both. There's only one verdict. So if you come up there, you're here to give your verdict and your final thoughts, and it's either Penn had a terrible top 10 list and Kobe clears Arvydas Sabonis, or Lowe made a video because he was upset that he got cooked by Klay Thompson.
Yeah, I think it's Penn guilty. Penn guilty. And here's the only reason why. It's not because of your criteria itself. It's the fact that when you apply your criteria to the players and how you value them, that's not the order. And it's not and Penn, I watch like every episode of PC. When you first said it, you kept it vague. Then when you came back, they dived more into it. Your criteria, even at that point, was inconsistent. And this conversation, it was inconsistent.
It's not inconsistent. By that, the same thing.
No,
man, don't cap on me.
He's giving his verdict.
This is not a verdict. This is.
I think it is a verdict.
Hold on, y'all.
I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. I feel.
Chill.
Are you triggered?
Oh my God.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, everybody. We will have order in the court. That's all it is, y'all. Low, Penn, Low. Y'all don't take it personal. It's just a verdict from the jury. That's what they hear. This is what they're here for. You don't have to agree with it, but that's just how they feel from the evidence they've been presented with. So that's Sturdy's verdict. Sturdy, do you want to give your final thoughts?
Hold
on, it's not your chance, brother. You and Lowe went at it for 2 hours. Everybody waited their turn. Now you must give the jury a chance to speak their piece. Sturdy, do you have any final words that you want to get out? A final statement, if you will.
Yeah, I just want to keep it simple, bro. Like, I based it all what y'all said. No personal, no what I believe, anything. Just I based my verdict on what the evidence was presented to me based off today and the prior strings related to this specific verdict. That's it.
Right on, Sturdy. I appreciate you pulling up and giving your time to the court. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it.
I said it mattered to me that a guy was role adaptable, that he was portable. That I said that it mattered that you didn't quit on your team. I said that it mattered that you were positionally versatile defensively. Kobe hit on everything except for one thing. That's cap. That's a lie. And also,
well, Pin. That's just how he feels. He heard everything you said already. Now it's hold on, Lo, relax.
Bro, I respect someone who comes up here and says,
okay, well, Pin, you don't have to respect.
Get order in your court, Ox.
No, you're not helping, Lo. Pin, it's not about whether you guys respect it or not. It's just about that's their verdict. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to agree. That's what we're doing here. Now, Jalen, can we get your verdict and some thoughts on the case?
Yes, Judge, we can. It's a couple of things. I think it was interesting at first. There's two sides to look at this, right? One was the actual basketball debate, and the other side was, I think, why this kind of happened and some of the personal things that happened. So I think I just want to ask Penn first, real quick. Was your grieving with kind of Low, the video that he made? Do you think it was were you kind of upset with like the personal? You felt like he was like called you an idiot, or just that you felt like he was taking personal shots at you over basketball? No, so strictly just a basketball thing. Okay,
not a basketball thing either.
Not a basketball. Okay, you just decide to reply to it because why not make some content?
Well, I mean, let's see. I had before yesterday. I had 10,900.
Okay, so you got subscribers, good content. I get it. Okay,
absolutely, good it's 100%. And the more he talks, the more people have to Google Arvydas Sabonis. The more people have to Google Bill Russell. And my agenda is advanced. I don't give a shit what he says about me.
Question: where do you think I have Bill Russell at?
Not in the top 5. Do you have him in the top 5?
I've for a long time I've funneled him in out of my top 5. He's 6. So
Lowe's had Bill Russell pretty high.
Great.
Yeah, I've had Bill Russell pretty high. Again, these are assumptions that you made about me and never have asked me at all. Throughout this 2-hour long stream, you've never asked me once about it. But Jalen, you can continue. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, okay. So I know when it first started, it seemed like you were throwing some personal shots at Lowe, being a little condescending too. Even though Lowe could be condescending too, we know that. I think he probably knows that too. You were throwing a lot of personal shots at Lowe, and I'm gonna give credit to Lowe because he really kept the basketball. I'm giving credit because Penn, you were throwing shots at him in personal levels, and he kept the basketball. I'm gonna give it that. But in terms of the actual basketball debate today, man, you can say a lot of things about Lowe. You can't say he doesn't know his hoops. He brought the facts. That Kobe efficiency thing was a masterclass. When he brought up the Memphis Grizzlies, how he broke that down was great. I thought everything he was saying was Low. He was making sense, Penn. Every point you were making, he was breaking down on why it was flawed. I mean, again, from the basketball perspective debate, again, you can say a lot of things about Low. You can't say he does not know hoops. I'm not saying you don't know hoops, because I think, you know ball, Penn. And I just think it's weird getting upset at people's top 10 because it's so subjective. If someone wants to have Allen Iverson in their top 10 and they have a criteria that makes sense, all the power to you. I
didn't get upset at anyone's top 10.
You know what I mean?
I didn't get upset at anyone's top 10.
Yeah, I think again, but
you don't think it's weird to bring up a video from 4 months ago, not tag, not talk about the person. You basically didn't even say this is Pensar basketball, this is Penn from panel. You didn't say nothing. You just started reacting to a video about a random dude. I don't appreciate someone treating me like I'm an NPC.
You're not a random dude. What?
I don't think he's treating you like an NPC. I mean, do I think he could have tagged you? Yeah, sure, he could have tagged you. Maybe he didn't want to give the free publicity. He has a big foul. Maybe
let me stop. Jesus Christ, that's not a good way for people to find out people's channels. As a YouTuber who has worked with several big channels, tagging somebody in there is not the greatest way. A much better way is for people to actually put your name in the search bar, or put Player's Choice's name in the search bar, and then search up the episode itself to find you. That's a much better way. If it's connected,
did you link the video?
Linking is not the best way to do so. The best way to do so is for people to put Player's Choice name, or put your name or something alongside it to find it themselves, to go out of their way to find it. That is a much better way through the algorithm. You shake your head. I've worked with far more influential and successful YouTubers.
Do you know how many? You don't know how many different channels I've worked with behind the scenes, and how many different channels.
Please let me know.
All right, y'all. Let's stay focused. Let's stay focused.
I highly that you've ever worked with anyone as which was me. I highly.
Jalen, have you given your
none as big as you, but very big channels. Okay. None as big as 300,000. I'll give you that.
I know. I've worked with people who have millions of subs, so I know. I'm just telling you, as someone who also part of the reason why even I'm on Player's Choice is because I did that exact same thing. I've never tagged anybody because that's not the best way to gain the advantage in the algorithm. It's just not.
Okay. But you have 40,000 views on this video, and people do not know who you're talking about because you never even referenced the person. How are they supposed to Google? They're supposed to Google Player's Choice and look through 85 different episodes to find which one you're talking about. You didn't even link did you link?
That is, but it's been set in stone several times. That's the best way to do so. Yes. By Mr. Beast himself, he said that.
Mr. Beast was not talking about what you're talking about. I mean, you see the problem is, bro, like you talk over people, like you think that you know something that somebody else doesn't, then you get upset, right? You come to this debate very prepared. I'll give you that. I'll always give credit to people. You looked up Arvydas Sabonis. You learned how to pronounce his name. You figured out that his peak was in the 80s. That he got injured. I'm glad.
I said that in the video. I didn't just figure that
out. Guys, fellas.
I want to be. I just. This
like, done this already.
Yeah, I'm about to say. I want to be clear, Ox. I'm just telling you the best way for people to find your channel is if they go out of their way to look for it. That's it.
But they can't look for me if you never even mentioned my name. If you had mentioned Pensar Basketball, then they Google Pensar Basketball, then that would have been great. But you didn't mention me.
I'm muting y'all real quick. Chill. Look, Jalen, thank you for your verdict.
Well, what did he say?
Yeah, I said Parents guilty. Parents guilty.
All right, Jalen. Even after we're done with Oxford, I'm sure you know I'll be up here for a few hours. So come on back, brother. You're more than welcome. Okay. You know, Jalen, you're always welcome on the graveyard shift, no matter what the chat say about you.
Hey, got all nothing but love, man.
Okay. Mingle, my bad, bro. I know you've been waiting for a while. You care to tap into this? Maybe he didn't hang on. He was here for a little while, man. I'm just gonna move it.
There
we go.
Yeah, I'm willing to tap in for a minute. Nah, I was listening to the whole, I listened to the whole, the argument, the whole breakdown and stuff. They both made good points. I gotta admit, Ben came with some good information, some stuff I didn't even know. So did Low. Now the true shooting thing, that kind of that's I didn't know that either. But to shorten my judgment, I'm just gonna go ahead and say guilty because that's crazy. Come on, man. Sabonis, bro. Come on, man. What are we talking about?
Penn is guilty.
That is insane.
All right, that's another guilty for Penn. All right,
cool.
Do you want to make any more points? You've been waiting for a little bit, so I want to give you a couple of seconds to speak on anything that you heard, if you would like to.
I mean, like I was saying before, he did make some good points, about the Kawhi thing. I thought that was a pretty good comeback when he brought up Kawhi and his true shooting and his field goal percentage and all that. I thought that was pretty good. I liked that part of his argument. But then Low come back with something even better than what he came with, and it kind of sort of kills his argument. So yeah, they covered a lot of stuff. I can't remember everything. They covered a whole bunch of stuff. So
yeah, I would say that. I didn't expect it to turn into a debate like that. But once I
they covered a whole lot of stuff.
I had to let y'all go. That was a hell of a debate from both of y'all. I was thoroughly impressed. That's why I just sat there and let y'all do your thing. I didn't want to interrupt that. Shout out to both of y'all. So Mingle, that was your final. Final verdict.
That was my final. Yeah.
Okay.
Ox, they want to know, can you remove the people that you're kicking off so they can make more space for more people to come up?
Yeah.
I am.
I'm just gonna drop all the way down.
Okay, cool.
For sure. I sent Real Talk the link directly. So tell them to click on it right now. It's a space right now.
How'd you send him the link directly?
Low, because you made me came up here. But that's crazy. But you trying to make it seem like I tried to line you up or something. That's crazy.
No, it's cool. We sending links directly. Okay, all right. I see. You were a direct link sender. Okay.
Mookie, what's up?
Your mic is muted, Mookie.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
get Yep.
Can't hear myself.
Y'all hear me? Yeah, we hear you.
I don't really care too much about their situation, their personal situation. You know what I'm saying? I would just basically was listening, and Penn had a great point when talking about Kawhi Leonard, and I think it was very, very disingenuous for Lowe to bring up 2016 Kawhi against the Grizzlies without Marcus Gasol, but then bring up 2017 when Marcus Gasol was playing. And admit this Grizzlies was a top 8 defense. And Kawhi shot 50, I think he shot 50, 40, 90 in that series while averaging 32. Penn, if you would have did that, you'd have put Low in the body bag. You would have zipped it all the way up and buried it in dirt as well. But I think it's a real good argument that Penn was making when you're talking about Kawhi. I think his peak clears. I don't want to say clears, but I think his peak is better than Kobe Bryant. If you factor in the regular season, if you factor, I'm just saying that alone, I got to give it to Penn, man. I got to give it to Penn. He had a good point on that as well. Now I don't know what the hell they were arguing before that. They were arguing Vitas Sabonis and they were arguing that Vitas Sabonis and like what the fuck, like nigga, like you know what I'm saying?
Who's better, Sabonis or Kobe?
Well, obviously Kobe, but I mean, my point is to sit there and say is that from an overall perspective, man, it's just it's just a difference of opinions. I mean, the top 10 is basically subjective, is what you feel, is what you factor in, and it's all about being consistent, right? But I think Penn was being consistent when you talk about the players, especially in the playoffs, stuff like that. So yeah, I give it to Penn, man. But salute.
Was he consistent about Sabonis?
You said what?
Was he consistent about Sabonis?
He didn't hear that part.
So okay. All right, we can go on to somebody else.
Hey, appreciate you pulling up, bro. I know you got here late, so you ain't hear the whole thing, but still though, appreciate you pulling up, though, bro, for sure. Okay.
What a verdict.
Let me see.
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep this simple. Low, you're guilty. I watched the video, called this man stupid and all this crazy shit. The whole video, damn near. So naturally, when like for instance, Jalen Carter came up here talking about that you kept it basketball or something like that. But I mean, the whole video you made, it was an hour and 30 minutes long. You kept calling the man stupid and all this stuff. So obviously it's not basketball.
What hour and 30 minutes long? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the video, his video. I mean,
okay.
where he did yours. You was calling him stupid and stuff. So I'm gonna just keep it simple like that. It seemed personal. So just off of that. So that's it. Deuces.
Ox, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you share my screen one time? Just one time. Just take a look at this. I don't think people have looked at this. Okay.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring Real Talk up here, and I'm gonna share your screen at the same time.
Okay. These are Arvydas Sabonis' numbers after he was.
Is this some more VORP?
No. It's box plus minus. It's true shooting percentage. All of it. All of it. Take a look at what Arvydas Sabonis did after he was washed in the era of the dominance of the big man. This is when he was going up against Hakeem. He was going up against Shaquille O'Neal. He was going up against Tim Duncan. He was going up against Kevin Garnett. He went up against everybody during this time. This man was damn near washed, and he was putting up box plus minus on par with Kobe. So when can
you go to his just raw numbers so I can see what he did against the whole league?
Yeah, what was he averaging?
What was he averaging against the whole league?
His peak was 16 points and 10 rebounds a game in 32 minutes on a very, very good team.
And that's better than Kobe?
So the true shooting you're referring to is when he's scoring like
you're
14,
missing
13 points. Is that what you're saying?
Oh my God.
We're just asking. The true shooting that you're referencing
we are talking about
14, 15, 13
dude, he
points.
was overweight. He was washed. He was well past of his. What I'm trying to tell you
How was that Kobe fault?
We didn't see his prime in the NBA because of politics. Okay. He was kept out of the NBA because of the USSR and because of the Cold War. And that is not his fault. His country was not even a country. Lithuania was under USSR. That's not his fault. The fact that he got injured and still was this good, you must hand it to him. He is much, much better than the average NBA fan thinks. Okay. He's much better. You want to look at per 100 possessions. You want to talk in the total efficiency of his playmaking. You want to talk about how low his turnovers were. You want to talk about his defense, how great a rim protector he was, everything. Per 100 possessions. In his rookie year, he averaged 32 and 17 with 2.5 blocks. How is that not something that you would put some money on?
Bro, there is no way you're using per 100 for a player who's playing less than 24 minutes. Come on, brother.
He was a rookie. He was washed. Remember, he was 30. He was 32 years old, man.
Okay,
he was a 32-year-old rookie who, like, think about the production that I'm talking about. Okay, you can argue that you didn't see the peak of him, but you said the peak was the 80s, right? You said 81 Sabonis was the peak, right?
81.
This is 50. Okay, This is 97, bro. So he's doing this 10 years removed from what you define as his peak. He's putting up 6.7 box plus minus.
How many shots is he attempting?
Where do you hold on, Penn? Where do you rank Bill Walton?
Because
you
that's a great question. Because then
it's a great question.
My next question is after you ask that, where do you rank Dr. J? Why isn't Julius Erving high?
Why isn't Dr. J up there for his ABA stats, his ABA resume?
Now wait a second. Now y'all know I can't just sit here and let y'all just
you're
jump
right,
on
you're
Penn
right.
like this.
I don't think that Dr. J is better than the players we're talking about. I'm sorry.
Where do you rank him?
Dr. J?
Yeah.
He's top 60. He's top 50. He's in that area. Yeah, for sure.
What about Bill Walton? Because your evidence
He's
for
not
Sabonis,
top 50 for me.
But hold on. Let me just lay the case out.
Mm-hmm.
So because Sabonis was playing against overseas competition, so not NBA competition, and so you're going based off his potential that you saw him against lesser competition. Bill Walton provided actual evidence in the actual NBA of being an actual elite player against actual elite NBA competition. So I'm trying to figure out why does he not get that benefit of the doubt from you, and Sabonis does when he showed you against NBA competition that he was an MVP level player.
Now, real talk, I'm gonna need your verdict and some final thoughts, brother. I can't have you up here pressing the witness.
You're right. I'm sorry. Excuse me for trying to follow some logic here when there's no logic going on.
No, I mean, there's nothing wrong with asking a couple questions. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, by all means.
You're right.
We get it. I'm guilty. Move on, bro. We get it.
Actually, I actually wanted to say something about Bob, Big Bob.
Get the pen out of your mouth, bro.
Too.
It's not a pen, it's a pencil. Good try.
No. I just wanted to say, I wanted to thank you publicly for tagging along in the endeavor that we're about to tag along in as far as the WNBA coverage. I appreciate that. And yeah, this nigga is guilty. Having Kobe not top 10 is already dumb, and then having Sabonis ranked over him is even dumber. So I mean, you know.
Can you share my screen?
I got you.
Translation. I believe something, and I still believe it. So I'm angry.
I got you, Lo. Real talk. Do you feel like Lo might have brought this up because of the Klay Thompson argument?
Do I feel like Lo is petty? Absolutely. But look, no, I don't think that this situation is because of the Klay Thompson. I actually talked to Lo earlier, and he specifically told me how he ended up on that video. He, of course, he shared with y'all that he didn't have the Skip Bayless material ready, him and his team. So then he clicked on Player's Choice video, and it was actually the video where Penn was using those same statistics to tell us how Malik Monk is a top.
Wait, real talk. One second, real talk. One second. Let's give Otis some. Hold on, Penn. Let's give Otis some attention real quick. He really needs it. He desperately wants some attention. He told me earlier that I was getting views off of him. I guess he's the power player that he's talking about. Shout out to Otis. Did you get the attention you wanted?
Ox, whenever you had a chance, can you just share my screen real quick? You share my screen.
I got you. Shout out to my nigga Otis.
The reality it's so like it's kind of just this thing that's like floating around out there. I haven't really allowed my mind to process it. I said all of that to say I'm happy as hell he gone. It's because he wasn't happy no more. As a brother,
I didn't have to cook you. Draymond just cooked you.
Are you talking to Lo?
Yes.
Because the argument that we were talking about wasn't about someone's happiness. It was about the amount of money being paid.
No, you argued that they should bring him back because he made them $8 billion. You forgot to mention that they, I don't know, moved from Oakland to San Francisco, got a new building, had Steph Curry, had Klay Thompson, had KD, had Draymond Green, made a lot of money, that it didn't make sense. You didn't know about the second apron. Yeah, and everyone cooked you in the chat. People said you got cooked. I don't remember anyone saying you didn't get cooked. I didn't even know who you were at that point, boy. I didn't know what Low was. I didn't know what Legend Winning.
Calling me boy
is crazy.
Don't call me boy.
Boy is crazy.
Let's be clear. Don't
Did I
ever
call
call
him
me
boy, or
Yeah,
did
you
I call
did.
him bro?
No, you call me boy.
Sorry,
Don't call me
I meant
boy.
to say bro.
Yeah, don't call
Okay,
me boy.
don't bring that into this. Okay.
No, just in a general sense, don't call me boy. Yeah.
I meant to say bro. Okay. So what I'm trying to say here is that you can't act like you won that debate or that you didn't instigate into that debate. You weren't even a part of that debate. You checked on to call me stupid. That's what you did, right? You came on to tell me I was stupid as hell, and I told you that you would run a business into the ground if you had to run it. So
I
that's
run a
just it.
business. I run a business right now, and it's not running to the ground by any stretch of the imagination.
So do I. Congratulations. So what?
Yeah, but you're saying you're. I never seen one that you would run a business to the ground. I do run a business, and it's not ran to the ground. I've actually ran 3 businesses, and they've never ran to the ground.
Okay. Well, people told you in the chat that you didn't have any business sense. That was it.
I don't. I guess. Can you share my screen, Ox?
I get last thing, Ox, before I get up out of here. I know you got to get to the next person. I think we should resist and refrain from calling people sassy and sensitive and things of that nature, especially when you've been the most sassy and sensitive person on the panel today, Mr. Basketball. I just wanted to let you know that stop the name calling, get to the facts, get to the real basketball talk. And, you know, we just know that you're wrong, but that's okay. Everybody's wrong on a specific subject, and you're wrong on this one. I'll be wrong on something else tomorrow.
Can we?
Thank you for your thoughts, real talk. Appreciate you for your verdict, and I appreciate you for your time.
Yes, sir.
All right, brother. Where you at?
This is going to be very quickly. This is the player that he referenced was top 50 or top 60 by his own metrics. Dr. J led the ABA in VORP 3 years in a row, led the NBA in VORP in 81, and then also led the NBA in box score plus minus 3 years in a row. Same thing with the ABA, win shares per 48. I mean, these are all the metrics that he's been using. PER. These are all the metrics he's been using for several, like literally throughout the entire time. To sit here and say that a man can produce at this level with all the ones that that cater to your argument, and then to sit here and say, oh, he's top 50 or 60 doesn't make any sense. By your own logic, Dr. J should be at bare minimum top 20. But that's it. I just want to point that out. That it was just inconsistent there. And also, if you go to the playoffs, as you can clearly see, a lot of consistent patterns there, leading in VORP and box plus minus and win shares and all the things that you champion, and yet you said that this man was 50 to 60. So maybe you should probably do a bit more research on Dr. J.
Right on. Let me see who we got next is Multi Kenny. What's up, brother? Kenny, your mic is muted. Are you there or? Okay, we'll come back to you. Let's say Wrecking Ralph.
What's up, Ox? It's your boy Ralph. What's up,
What's
Lo?
happening?
What up?
Nothing, man. Y'all should know what it is. Man, the ball, Penn, basketball, he's guilty, bro. There is no way you're going to put a Dirk Nowitzki, KG, Sabonis over Kobe Bryant. The same Kobe Bryant that cooked your guy Sabonis in 01 in the playoffs. Who was, everybody talk about how Shaq was the man and all that, but Kobe had to do the defense and offense for that team, while Shaq just had to post up against the old ass Sabonis. Like, what are we talking about? Like,
hang on. I just got to play one thing for you.
Said you got cooked. I don't remember anyone saying you didn't get cooked. I didn't even know who you were at that point, boy. I didn't know.
Was that boy? No, that was bruh.
Well,
no, I did not say boy. I don't call
you
people
just
boy.
got cooked now because like
I didn't hear what you said. I needed to get ahead of this because if you're gonna accuse me of calling someone boy, I'm gonna get on that because I did not call you boy. I don't call people boy. I can say my boy. That's different, but I never ain't.
Can the gentleman finish?
Ever called anyone a boy?
It's been 2.5 hours. Can the gentleman finish?
Yeah, man. Like Kobe Bryant out of your top 10, like that's crazy. You got Guys who don't even have half the resume Kobe got. Like, what are we talking about? That's just like his playoffs number is better than these guys that you're naming. Like at the end, like at least bare minimum he's 10 at the least. But I got him higher than that on the top 10. But I'll take the 10 from you. But outside the top 10, that's crazy and wild. Like Sabonis, he was in the NBA for a hot pocket minute. How is a top 10 basketball player and he don't have the resume, don't have the accolades, the stats, nothing supports your opinion, bro.
Did I say
It's
Arvydas
just
Sabonis is the top 10
right
player?
now.
Did I say Arvydas Sabonis is the top 10 player?
Bro, you did name him the top 10.
No, I didn't. I said my top 9, and then I said I got KG, Dirk, Wilt. And then when I was asked for it again, then people were like, oh, where's Kobe? Where's Kobe? I was like, and I could throw Arvydas Sabonis into that. So Arvydas was an afterthought at 13. Okay. And that was yesterday. I've clarified. I've also mentioned several times that I've debated between Bill Russell at number 2 versus LeBron at number 3 and swap them several times. So yeah, this is a fluid list. It does depend on how you feel sometimes when you're moving around guys one point and another. I mean, Lowe himself has said that he had times when he didn't have Kobe Bryant in his top 10. I'm assuming that's while Kobe was still playing. So what happened over the last, I don't know, 5-6 years? Probably something changed in his mind, and that's cool.
And your top 10 resume has KG and Dirk over Kobe. What in there?
So I said that Wilt, and definitely KG.
No, I don't care about Wilt because Wilt's in my top 2. So Wilt, he can be over Kobe. I don't care, but Kobe's in that top 10. Yes.
He's over who? LeBron? He's over LeBron?
He's over everybody. He's number 1. I got Kobe 2 as my personal favorite, as my GOAT, but that's another story. I'm talking about number 1. He has the resume to be the GOAT. And the numbers to back it up. Only thing he don't have is the championship. And that look like that's what you care about more than anything. The championships. The multiple championships.
Yeah. So I don't want this to turn into a back and forth debate. I know Low got to get going. I know Penn got to get going. So I'm gonna move it quick though, bro. Appreciate you for pulling up for sure.
No doubt, man.
Right.
As a sidebar, Dr. Julius Irving leads the ABA in box score plus minus, and also leads the ABA in VORP by considerable margins. But I guess that's not enough to be the barely cracked.
All I'm going to say is this: I understand that at the time Arvydas Sabonis played basketball, that medical science had not come far enough to really maintain a guy's numbers. Okay, and I've also seen other bigs. Okay, so yes, I'm having to do a little bit of a hypothetical. Okay. You look at Shaquille O'Neal, Hakeem Olajuwon, Tim Duncan, you look at their numbers from age 32 to 38, and you tell me they didn't drop off significantly from their prime. And what I'm trying to tell you is that the player Arvydas Sabonis was from 32 to 38 cannot be questioned. He was a very damn good center. He was a top 6 center at a height when centers were elite. Rasheed Wallace has said he's the best player, he's the best passer he's ever played with. Bill Walton has said they would have to change the damn rules for him. Wilt Chamberlain has talked about him in his book. There's a lot of great players who played against him that would say that him in his prime, the time that that Lowe is talking about between 81 and 86, was a monster, that he was a problem. Detlef Schrempf, who is one of the greatest players and greatest European players of all time, has said he would actually be the best player in the NBA during his peak. Now, I don't think all these people are crazy. Now, if you want to say that Kobe's better than, Arvydas Sabonis, I'm not going to be upset about that at all. I thought the point of bringing up Arvydas in that discussion was because I thought a lot of people would listen to it. I really did. I mean, I'm being 100% transparent. I've been 100% transparent this entire way through. I want more people
do you believe
to pay
it?
attention.
So
yes, I believe he's a top 15 player. And I believe that
but
putting him over Kobe Bryant, maybe, it's a debate. It's a debate for sure. Dirk, Arvydas Sabonis, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Durant, these are debatable numbers. Kawhi Leonard at his peak, this is debatable. Michael Jordan versus these guys is not debatable. LeBron versus these guys is not debatable. So there's a number, there's like a, you're not debating Magic Johnson and Kobe Bryant in front of me, like, and that's not a debate to me. That I'll call you crazy for that. But if you tell me, if I saw your video, Low, and you put Kobe over KG, I wouldn't be upset. If you put Kobe over Dirk, I wouldn't be upset. If you put Kobe over Steph, I wouldn't be upset. I think between 7 and 20, it's fluid. You can make your case.
I mean, your take on Sabonis.
Brandon, you're live.
Yeah, I want to say two things. So I do think Lowe was angry over Clay, and that's part of why he made the video. But with Pensar and his take on Sabonis, your take is lazy. You didn't do your homework, because if you look at when Sabonis played in the European leagues, he was nowhere near the best player in those leagues. The best player in those leagues at the exact same time Sabonis played was Oscar Schmidt. Oscar Schmidt was a far better player in those European leagues than Sabonis, and he was also a far better international player than Sabonis too. But you don't have Oscar Schmidt in your top 15, and you don't have Oscar Schmidt as being better than Kobe. So it seems like you're just being lazy and ranking Sabonis high with no basis, because Sabonis was nowhere near the player internationally in the European leagues or in the NBA to remotely justify him being better than Kobe.
I could have sworn Oscar was a Brazilian, but I could be mistaken.
He was a Brazilian.
Okay.
He was, but he played in Europe. He played in the European leagues.
Okay. Maybe, yeah.
So do you have Oscar Schmidt ahead of Kobe? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
But Oscar Schmidt was far better in the exact same league Sabonis played in at the exact same time.
How was he better?
You don't have a standard. You're just putting dumb shit out there to get clicks and views. You have no standard.
That's your opinion, and you're entitled
What
to
means
it.
my opinion? I just gave you facts. Oscar Schmidt was
He's
the best
better.
player
That's
in
an
the 88
opinion.
Olympics by far. He was far better than Sabonis, and he was
Better
far
in
better
what
in the
way,
European
Brandon?
leagues
Better
as
in what
well.
way, Brandon?
You don't
I ain't
even
gonna
have
lie, if
Oscar
y'all-
Schmidt
if you-
ranked,
if you
let
ask that
alone
question,
Oscar Schmidt
y'all-
ranked ahead of Kobe.
I just want to know if he go.
Bro.
I'm
Oh,
just
okay,
curious.
okay. Because Oscar Schmidt,
Brandon,
averaged like,
Brandon, could you, Brandon, hold on.
He averaged
Could
like
you
40
could you
points
tell us how,
in
Brandon, how
88.
in what way he was better than Sabonis?
Yeah, so Oscar Schmidt he averaged almost 10 more points a game. His volume was higher. He was considered by far, nobody would debate this, he dominated the league. He was the best player literally in the exact same league at the exact same time. His efficiency was comparable. He's a better passer and playmaker. Sabonis averaged less than 2 assists in these European leagues. I mean, there's not a human being alive, including someone that Sabonis was dating, who would argue that Sabonis was better than Oscar Schmidt in these leagues or internationally. So if you're not going to put Oscar Schmidt ahead of Kobe, and you're not going to have an all-time ranking for Oscar Schmidt, you have no fucking standard. You're just talking out of your ass.
Yeah, where do you rank
You
Oscar,
sound real
Oscar Schmidt?
angry.
Where do you rank Oscar Schmidt?
No,
He's in
I'm
my
not
top-
angry. I'm just your take is absurd.
He's what? He's top what?
He's top 75 for me.
He's top 75. So you have Sabonis top 15, but you don't have Schmidt top 50, even though Schmidt was far better internationally and far better in the European leagues. And by the
He's
way,
a better
Schmidt
scorer.
in the 88 Olympics, Schmidt averaged over 30 a game. Sabonis averaged 13.
No, Oscar Schmidt in the 88 Olympics averaged 42 points. He was
I said over 30, yeah.
Yeah, I want to be clear, like, and he shot like 50-some% from behind the arc on like 8 threes. Like he was he was
ridiculous. Drazen Petrovic was also ridiculous. I'm not putting either one of those guys over. I would not.
numbers were nowhere near close.
But then you're admitting you have no standard, right? You're just
No,
putting BS out. You have no standard. You have no criteria.
Dude, I'm talking about how a player fits into the style of game that we're talking about. If you put a prime Arvydas Sabonis, we have seen worse versions of him dominate in the NBA. Okay, we have seen players like him. We have seen shooting bigs and how much stress they put on drop bigs. We've seen that. So a guy who can shoot the way Sabonis could, the guy who can play make with more space in the NBA than was available in FIBA, it would actually be to his advantage. Everything in the NBA was more to Sabonis's advantages, in my opinion.
Okay, so first of all, you're grossly overrating Sabonis as a shooter. When he played in the European leagues, he made 1 3-pointer game. So you don't know what you're talking about. Like you
shut up. You shut the fuck up. Keep the fucking team energy, you dumb motherfucker.
You literally watched one game of Sabonis and then made a video to get clicks and views. Your take is atrocious.
I've been talking about Sabonis for the last 15 years,
the other
actually.
thing is, I want to make one final point to Lowe on Kawhi. Lowe, the point that you're missing with Kawhi, Lowe, is that Kawhi always had significant more defensive responsibility than Kobe. Kobe was a good defender. Sometimes he guarded the best player on the other team, but Kawhi was the one guarding Durant and Westbrook. He was the one guarding Giannis. He was the one holding LeBron to 35% shooting. So if you look at Kawhi's plus minus in the playoffs, Kawhi's plus minus is 160 points better than Kobe's. And Kawhi was more efficient than Kobe, even though he had significant more defensive responsibility and he was playing loaded teams too. Kawhi was a better player than Kobe in his prime. He had injuries. I would never rank Kawhi ahead of Kobe because of the injuries, but Kawhi's peak 2019, Kawhi was the best offensive and defensive player in the playoffs in 2019. Kobe can't say that in a single year.
Okay, Brendan. So
he was. You think
right,
you? I just quick question. You think he was a better offensive player than KD or Curry in 2019?
Yes, with his efficiency, absolutely yes.
Is that all, Brendan?
Durant and Curry always struggled against physical defenses. Kawhi didn't. Kawhi carried in 2019, and Kawhi also didn't have the spacing or talent around him that Durant and Curry did that year either.
Okay.
All right, I'm out.
All right. That was nice. Fellas, do y'all got time for any more jurors? I know it's late. I know y'all over east. It's I'm pretty sure it's 1 a.m.
I think it's like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 3.
Honestly, look, I just want to say this. We all have a different team that we followed. We all have a different era that we followed. I gotta be honest, like my dad didn't talk about Oscar Schmidt that much. If he had talked about Oscar Schmidt, if he showed me his 42-point games, this is exposure, right? If you were on the East Coast, you definitely watch a lot more Allen Iverson, a lot more Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady than if you were on the West Coast, you watch a lot more Kobe. I get it. So that's when I say that these lists should not be something so personal. Now, when Players' Choice released a top 10, me saying the top 10, I know they did it so that the video would get totally trolled on. And I understood that. When I said it, I knew it was different. And I stood on it. What I don't appreciate is Low making a video about it 4 months ago and A, not even mentioning who he's talking about. And then B, mispronouncing Sabonis' name like 55 times in that video and then talking about him like he's Greg Ostertag. You can say that Kobe's better than Sabonis in a million different ways, and I will never have an issue with you saying that. I think most people, 99.999% of the world would agree with you that Kobe Bryant is a better, more accomplished player than Arvydas Sabonis. What I'm going to say is that I watch players like Dominique Wilkins and Kobe Bryant come back after ACL tears and Achilles tears and be half the players than they were. And I'm trying to say that a very overweight Arvydas Sabonis past 31, when most bigs are supposed to be out of the league or getting out of the league, came in and cooked. And he was great as a rookie. He was adjusting to new competition and he was amazing. So I'm gonna hypothesize that a player that can stretch the floor that way, play make that way, defend that way, run the floor that way, who was so large, 7'3", and moved the way that he did, that his peak would have been much higher than a guy like Yao Ming that a lot of people rate. His peak would have been a lot higher than Bill Walton, who won an MVP. And I also want to point out that it was not favorable in the United States to build anything around European players back then, at all. At all. There were not a single team that built themselves around a European player. It just wasn't considered marketable for a league that was running out of money. It's not marketable to build an offense around a player like this. Just like in the 50s, it wasn't marketable to build around a black guy. Okay, that's just a fact of life. It's a game, but it's also business.
Do you think there was a player that in the 90s, that was obviously not Hakeem, but a European player that was good enough to build around? That played
Drazen Petrovic was good enough.
Outside of the handful of seasons he played. I mean, because he didn't play long enough for us to see what those Nets teams would look like. But
Petrovic was great when he was riding the bench. And hold on. Petrovic was great from like 88 to like 93. That's 5 years. So it's 5 years in which he could have been the face of an offense easily. He was good enough as a shooter. He was good enough as a playmaker. He wasn't the greatest defender, but he was absolutely on par. But he didn't get that opportunity in Portland. He was buried behind a lot of good players, and it's just not popular to build around a European player. I'm telling you the truth. Tony Kukoc was maybe not good enough to build around, but certainly like for a lottery team, he could have been like a top 2 option in his prime.
The Portland years is literally a year and a half, and in the 2 years he was in New Jersey, he received 37 plus minutes, receiving 16 shots a game. I'm not saying they built around him. I believe that it wasn't completely catered to him, but I think they if he would continue down that path, I do think New Jersey would have favored him more so in their offense in later years. I just don't think that they had necessarily the identity to do so. I think they were really relying still heavily on Derek Coleman more so than Petrovic. The only, and this is my rebuttal, and I'm about to get out of here. The only reason why people are going to be upset at you, Penn, is because again it's just not consistent. And I think what Real Talk brought up was very, very illuminating. When brought up Bill Walton, you didn't extend the same level of grace to what he could have looked like or what he could have become if he had stayed 100% healthy, or we saw a bit more of his great years. You did not extend that to him as well. But I'm actually much more disappointed in the idea of you saying that Julius Erving is a top 50 to 60 player, because a lot of the things in which you have favored this entire time, Dr. J is at the top, but not just like for a year or two, top of the league for multiple seasons. Again, Ox, if you will share the screen. If you were talking about VORP, Dr. J was top 3 in VORP. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 years within like a 10-year span. Top 3, 8 years. 4 of which he was number 1. He leads the ABA all time in VORP. That's something you've been highlighting this entire time. He has been doing that, dominating, and then went in the NBA in 81 and still did it. In 1980 was second, 1982 was second, 83, 84 was third. So he was still at the top of even the NBA in VORP. The same thing you said about box plus minus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years out of a 10-year span where he is top 3 in box plus minus, and he did that not just in the ABA but also in the NBA as well. You talk about level of efficiency. If you use field goal percentage, there are several times throughout his career where he is a wing, finishing high 40s to 50% from the field. He finished his career shooting above 50% from the field. Compare that, if you look at his true shooting throughout this time, also PER through the roof. These are all things that you have illuminated to us and how
I've never
important they
talked
are.
about PER ever.
To be fair, but PER still leading it pretty immensely. What? And then
Sorry,
he's leading the league in PER. In some of these years, he's leading it by a fairly wide margin. That's fine. I don't give a fuck. These all the ones that you do trust, however, he leads the league in. All of the ones that you do trust, he does lead the league in. And then when you compare his true shooting to league average, there's several years he's like 4 or 5% above league average as well. While in the process of doing so, he won not just one, but 2 championships in the ABA, another one in the NBA. Certainly can argue that he wasn't the best player because Moses on the team in 83. However, let the Philadelphia 76ers, I believe, to 3 straight finals appearances, or 2 out of 3 year stretches before Moses Malone got there, won 3 MVPs in a row in the ABA, as well as an MVP in the NBA, finished top 3 in the MVP race for 4 years in a row in the NBA, and finished top 3 in the MVP race 4 years in a row in the ABA. Led the league in scoring, did it efficiently. Like there's several things that you value that doesn't make any sense to have Dr. J 50 or 75, and I think that's the thing that people are going to hang their hat on in this debate.
I said top 50 and top 60. That could mean 35. It could mean 45. I'll be honest. I haven't watched a ton of Dr. J. I watched maybe 10 games in my whole life of Dr. J.
Now that you know that he's leading in all those categories, would that not put him top 20?
No.
So as I said before, that I'm going to end on that note, and I also want to say this, nigga, this isn't Kendrick Lamar, Drake. You're not Kendrick Lamar. You were nowhere near close. Hold on.
Oh wow.
You're nowhere near close in that stature in this space. You need to really pump your brakes and understand who you are in this space and who I am. Nigga, you're not Kendrick Lamar.
Who are you? Who are you?
I'm legend of winning. That's one.
Hold on, yo.
I would never. No. I would never ever compare myself to Drake or Kendrick Lamar. I did my thing. I do what I do, and that's it. In a realm in which you thought you were going to win, you end up losing, embarrassingly too. On top of that as well. So please, brother, and also it's doing you a massive service for me not to put your name on the thing because people will go and look for it. I believe that wholeheartedly. There are
guy with hat. Guy with hat. White guy with hat and black. No, they're not.
There's
Stop.
several. There's several. Can you please stop? Can you please stop?
No, shut up. No, you are not gonna cap like this. You came on here acting like you just heard about this 15 minutes ago. You brought obviously.
I promise you I did. I promise you I did. I promise you I just learned about this 15 minutes ago. I promise you I did.
I would have believed you if you said 4 minutes ago, but I guess it's 15 minutes ago. Okay.
Because I was literally in Real Talk stream when I found out. They told me in real time. I promise you, I found out.
And you figured out everything about Sabonis and during that time, right?
No. I already know these things.
You've already known Arvydas Sabonis' name and you mispronounced it 20 times.
I don't even think I've said his first name this entire time.
Say his first name.
Arvydas.
Oh, so you still mispronouncing it? Okay, so you can't read. Okay, never mind. My bad. I apologize.
or maybe I have a speech impediment. I was born with one.
You definitely don't, because we've heard you
pronounce.
Whoa. We've heard you pronounce a lot of other names.
Yes, Ox, you muted. Yes, I do have a speech impediment.
He's on the phone, bro.
Okay.
I thought he was talking.
I haven't heard you mispronounce another name. I haven't heard you mispronounce anyone else's name.
And it tends to take me a while to do so. Same way it takes me a while to record videos because I have a speech impediment. These are things that you don't know. So this is again another.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job for a guy with a speech impediment, but I've never heard you confuse a V with a D ever anywhere else.
Thank you. Because it normally takes me a while to get it. Thank you though. But the reason why I'm going to continue to disrespect the fuck out of you because of moments like what you just did there. The way you speak is so condescending. You don't know me, bro. You don't fucking know me. You don't know. Wait, stop. You don't know if I have a speech impediment or not. You don't fucking know that.
And you don't know that I've never watched Arvydas Sabonis or that I have.
I've can definitely make a hunch out of that though. Me telling you that I have a speech impediment and you've been sitting here saying I don't have one.
I've been saying you don't have one. I'm saying if in fact you do have one, congratulations, because I couldn't tell. So that's a big credit to you. Congratulations. You're doing a great job.
Took my mother thousands of dollars to put me through speech classes to make sure it could seem like I don't have one. Thank you.
That's amazing.
But as I continue to say, the reason why no one will ever give a fuck about your opinion is because it's not consistent. The fact that Dr. J checks off every box that you've been riding dick on this entire time, and you have him 50th, top 50, you don't know. You took the time out to fucking research Sabonis, but not Dr. J, the player who has way more influence than most of the people that you named on this fucking list. Are you fucking serious?
Influence on who? Influence on you or influence on me? Where did you grow up? Where did I grow up?
The basketball world.
No. Buddy, the basketball world is bigger than the United States, buddy.
It can be, and it's beyond it's beyond the United States. Who do you think has more influence throughout basketball history culturally?
Dr. J, for sure.
Okay, so
on you. Okay. And on the average fan, but not on European
on
fans.
everybody. On everybody.
Not on everybody.
Stop. In the basketball community at large, regardless if it's me, you, overseas.
No, it matters, bro. Giannis has a bigger influence in Greece than Kawhi does. That matters. Kawhi has a bigger influence in San Antonio. These things are geographical.
Who has a bigger influence, Michael Jordan or Sabonis?
Michael Jordan.
Okay,
everywhere,
so you can
Michael
comprehend
Jordan.
That. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying that
I'm done talking to him. Chat. I'll see you all later. This guy's still a fucking moron.
Damn, Loa.
Where's Ox? I just want to give. Wait.
Dumb fuck.
Nah. That's crazy. Facts.
If y'all have anything y'all want to say to Penn, y'all feel free.
Nah, I don't got anything to say to Penn. I ain't gonna lie.
I do got something to say to Penn though. You're wrong about Sabonis, but you was right about Kobe. It's just Sabonis is not above Kobe, but Kobe is where you have him. It's just not above what's called Sabonis. And when I'm speaking. So what's it called?
Nigga, calm down.
Okay, you still be quiet. Anyways, if you look at Kobe's efficiency, he was inefficient because when you look at Jordan, Kareem, Magic, LeBron, Shaq, Curry, they all have +7 true shooting percentage in the playoffs at some point in their careers. Kobe's never done that. So I don't want to hear anything about
inefficient.
That's
Though. It
what.
just makes you more
Yes,
inefficient than other people.
I'm speaking, but I will address that.
That's a
Yes, it
lie.
does. No. I'm
Literally a
not
lie.
lying. I'm
There's
not
a
lying because
baseline of average efficiency. If you're above that, it
no.
means you're efficient. If you're below that, you're inefficient.
No, because I'm not comparing Kobe to T Mac. I'm not comparing Kobe to some random
And
guard.
you
I'm
don't have
comparing him
to.
to the
Just
top
compare him
12.
whatever the playoff
So
or the regular season true shooting is.
and
That's all you have to do.
exactly.
You don't
And
compare someone
compared
else's
to
efficiency to supreme efficient guys. You just don't do that. And
of
it
course I
also
do
has to
because
do with a
that's
lot
his
of other
ilk.
factors as well.
That
That's just
his
very
peers
different
are the
venues.
top 12.
There's
No.
there's
No.
Oh, yo,
Lies.
y'all can go one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
I'm just not
So I
finna let him
was
lie. I'm not
no.
that
So I was speaking right, and I'll finish. You're not going to compare him to T Mac, Ray Allen, D Wade, all these other players. You're going to compare him to players in your top 12 or whoever you have him near in your top rankings. You're not going to compare it to some random guy who's going to be 30, 40, 50th all time just because he played at the same time. What you do is you look at what they did in the league compared to the league average and you compare that. So Jordan +7 true shoot percentage, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar +7 true shooting percentage, Kobe Bryant +2 shooting percentage all time in the playoffs. That's not efficient when you compare him to his peers, which are the top 12 players of all time. I'm not comparing him to the average Joe or even an all-star. I'm comparing him to the best players to ever play the game. And he's not efficient compared to those players. Kobe's entire shtick is I'm going to score a lot of points on above average efficiency. That doesn't mean he's efficient compared to the other players in the top 12. That's why they call him inefficient.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and I fully agree with you on that argument. I think the thing that throws me off of Kobe from putting him in the top 10, which clearly you are also in agreement with, is the fact that I don't think that his defense nearly was on the level of other two-way guards. Like, I think it was a little bit overrated. I don't think he was nearly on the level of a Michael Jordan. I don't think he was on the level of a Kawhi Leonard. I don't think he was on the level of those guys, and so I have to notch him down a little bit. The efficiency thing hurts. And the fact that he wasn't the best player on his first 3 rings, to me, is still something that I have to take into consideration. Like, all of these things matter to me. The Sabonis thing, I completely I get where you're coming from. And look, Sabonis, it's a nostalgic thing for me. Okay, it really is. There's a real thing in life called an anchoring bias. You learn about something first, right? You learn about something first, and everything becomes compared to that. So there's a lot of guys out there who will tell you right now that Oscar Robertson is better than Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, all those guys. And we call those people crazy and delusional. But the truth is they saw Oscar first. And so they compared everyone they saw after Oscar to Oscar. I saw Arvydas first. I saw Arvydas Sabonis play 92. Well, how old was I when I was 5 years old? 91, 92, 93, 94. So that's the player I saw on that grainy ass freaking VHS. And this guy's passing behind the back, and I'm seeing this guy do crazy things that I've never seen any player do. And I'm watching the NBA, and I'm like, man, this guy would be great in the NBA. And then I see this guy go injury, come over to the NBA and still cook and still be amazing. And then I see Nikola Jokic winning MVPs. I see Kristaps Porzingis being called, the unicorn. I see Victor Wembanyama, who's around the same height as Arvydas Sabonis, doing a lot of the same stuff that Arvydas Sabonis was doing. And I'm like, shit. People really big on this type of player. I wish they could have seen Arvydas Sabonis in his prime, because what Arvydas Sabonis in his prime was doing was breaking backboards, doing behind the back, passes, full court, like crazy ass passes. Now, again, 2 assists, 1 3-pointer attempted. I don't care about that stuff. I really don't. This is before bigs were encouraged to shoot. But Sabonis could shoot, man. He could really shoot. If you saw him in an open gym, like shooting jump shots, there were clips of him in Portland where he just wet 3 after 3 after 3 after 3. I mean, he didn't just learn to shoot when he got to the NBA. The dude could shoot. He was a bucket. And so I consider the hypothetical of Sabonis, and yes, I understand that it's hypothetical, but it was not his choice to not play in the NBA. He wanted to play in the NBA. He couldn't play in the NBA. There was political stuff that kept him from that. And he got injured. He didn't choose to get injured. He was a 7'3" human being. He tore his Achilles. He didn't choose to tear his Achilles. But what I'm basing it on is the fact that Kobe came back from an Achilles tear and dropped 8 percentage points on his efficiency, right? Dominique Wilkins came back from his Achilles tear and he was less efficient, even though he did a great job. But a lot of players who came back from that Achilles tear dropped in their efficiency by 20 to 30%. And so I'm saying bigs drop in value after an Achilles, bigs drop after they hit 32. Sabonis came to the NBA as a rookie at 32 and was great. Efficiently, he was great. Defensively, he was great. As a playmaker, he was great. As a scorer, he was great. He was unstoppable. He just was on really loaded teams. And honestly, if you're great, like if you're as great as he was, but you're in a business of basketball, Yeah, Damon Stoudemire is going to get more shots than you. He's just going to get more
Yeah,
shots than you.
my bad, yo. I got to lock back in, yo. My bad. I just got a crazy phone call.
No, it's good.
That was fucking wild. The whole ending right there between you and Lowe. And I wish I could have stepped in there, y'all. But that was like I said, I had a crazy phone call I had to deal with. Who's up here? We got Breezy, KB.
Yeah.
Tell us what's good with y'all. What's going on? Let's lock in.
I just been waiting, and I'm glad you back because I kind of wanted to say this to you. Y'all mentioned, and what I'm realizing is, and you said you in Portland, right?
Yeah, I'm in Portland right now.
So I'm saying that to say, listening to the conversation, they mentioned how Drazen Petrovic was drafted by the Portland Trailblazers, and it also as a bonus. So you being out there in Portland, so I was thinking, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I don't know, we could do a stream and just talking about Drazen, and you know what I mean. And, he became a net, and we all know his unfortunate circumstance. You know what I mean? On why he not with us. Rest in peace, Drazen. But I said that to say I think it's interesting that Portland is the team that was introducing international players like that. Because you got Drazen and Sabonis early. Everybody talks about cool coach, but it seems like Drazen definitely came before cool coach, and I think a Sabonis did too. So that's
I'm a lot more hip to Arvydas than I am to Drazen. But honestly, up here when I'm talking to like the older fans, I was that was still I was really locked in. I was in their 20s and stuff back in those days, and was really watching it. You know what I mean? Like they trip off of Drazen. And I see in the chat like you don't got to be a fan of a team to like those players though. Y'all don't forget about that. I always try to say that to people that you don't got to be a fan of a team to like players from that team or even like that team. I don't know how anybody could ever be just a fan of one team and only care about one team. But but I was always big on Arvydas Sabonis. That's what made me pay attention to Domantas Sabonis when he was at Gonzaga. You know what I'm saying? Right. So that was the first reason I was a Domantas Sabonis fan. That's how come I'm so big on him, is because I liked his pops back when he was in the league. And as we talked about a lot today, his pops was definitely at the end of his days when he finally got to the league. A lot of us, I never got to see Arvydas like in his prime like that, except for just clips here and there, maybe a game or two. I didn't see too much of him being young. So still a fan.
But not to the topic though. For one, I just think it's interesting. It seemed like one of the first teams in the NBA to give chances to the international players was the Portland Trailblazers. So I thought that was just interesting to say. But I think Penn he lost that debate because when Lowe asked him his reference and he said he got it from a VHS, it just like he said, nostalgia, and it's more my favorite player versus the better player. My favorite player, as you already know, Big Ox, you know what I'm saying, is Cam Thomas. Now I get asked questions like, oh, do you think he's better than Ant-Man? And I gotta be honest, I gotta say no. Just because he's my favorite player doesn't mean he's better than other players in the NBA. And I get that. So I'm saying to Penn, you got to be careful. Just because he's your favorite player don't mean you should say he's better than other players. And that's the long and short of it. I mean, a lot of fans said a lot, but if I had to make a verdict, I'm going to say you're guilty on this one, bro. But you live to debate another day. You know what I mean?
Sure. Appreciate that. Look, I understand that there are certain things that, when we see a certain player play basketball, you're not going to find a lot of people who grew up in the 80s and 90s who are going to compare Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant favorably towards Kobe. But there's a lot of kids who grew up in the late 2000s when they were born in 2001. They grew up with Kobe as their hero. And to them, Michael Jordan is to them what Dr. J is to a lot of us, which is the previous generation. So I'm saying, where
Penn, let me say this to you real quick, Penn. But you put yourself at a disadvantage because Kobe came into the league right out of high school. So we got to see him from high school and have a 20-year career in the NBA. And like you said, Sabonis came in his 30s. So just in that, you know what I mean?
But that doesn't mean that
Just
Real Madrid and Zagaris and all those places that he played in the Olympics, that doesn't mean those games didn't happen. That doesn't mean they didn't count. You know, Drazen Petrovic warmed the bench in Portland before he got traded. It doesn't mean he didn't drop over 100 points over in Europe. It just means that the people in Europe talk differently about Drazen than people over here. Now, there was a lot of people back then who would literally stay up and watch Portland games or get them on tape delay in the morning, hoping that Drazen gets off the bench for 4 minutes. And it's weird, you know, when you watch a guy do what you've seen him do and then warm the bench for another team. But I'm saying that a lot of that is
yeah.
politics, a lot of it is opportunity. And
All
the
right, so
truth,
let me. So hold on, I don't want to cut you off. I just because I
yeah,
think this is interesting, and I gotta say this. I ain't hear no one else say this. Two things. One, I don't know if you know, but back then it was just well known that the NBA was the better league in the world. It wasn't no, oh, the European leagues is equal to us. Nah, we're the dominant. We dominate in the USA Olympics. That's what it is. That's what it's going to be. Now, I think it's interesting to say you got players like Jokic, Embiid, or players that's international, Luka. That again, to the point, Luka came in the NBA very young. Sabonis came in the league very late. Even in the Drazen Petrovic, he wasn't young. He was I think in his latter 20s when he got to the NBA. So I'm saying that to say that the international talent, basketball talent, is becoming more well known now than it was prior, and given way more credit because of the work of Jokic, Embiid, and Luka and etc. put in. So credit to the international players. But I'm saying that to say on a competitive level, the NBA to international players, it was always a bragging points to be better than anybody else in the world, respectfully. It wasn't we didn't look down on the talent over there, but we just felt like we were the better because we were the originators. Like we kind of started it over here. So.
like, I mean, in 2006, Dirk Nowitzki, a German player, was in the finals, and Udonis Haslem has said on record that my boys told me, you better not get cooked by this German boy or you're never going to hear the end of it. Now, that German boy happened to be one of the top 5 players in the NBA at that time, but they still looked at him as a European, which means they looked at him
Well,
as
I mean, that's what they're supposed to say, though, Pin.
Well, it's because he's white too.
Okay,
you know
sure.
how
Okay,
that
hold
goes.
on,
You know what I'm
hold on,
saying?
hold
They
on.
from Miami. You know how that's gonna go. Like, you can't
to
let
be
that,
completely for real, there was a reputation that European players had. Detlef Schrempf, Tony Kukoc, Peja Stojakovic, you know, even guys who are not European, who are Argentinian, like Manu Ginobili. People viewed these guys as soft for whatever reason. They just viewed them as soft. They viewed them as, you know, floppers. They viewed them as all these things, and the NBA viewed them as not as marketable. It took, you know, effectively the acceleration of Adam Silver to invest back into Africa, to invest more in Europe. It took the latter years of David Stern to invest in China. But the truth is, the vast majority of NBA in the 90s and 2000s was very North America, and specifically very America focused in terms of their attention. It was Yao Ming who came on, who was just like, okay, you know, let's make China a bigger deal. And then they saw the money flow from China, and they were like, oh shit, we can take this thing global. But the truth is, we don't talk about things that happened away from us the way we talk about things that are happening here. And when Lucas says that it's harder to score in the EuroLeague than it is to score here, it didn't just become that way. It's been harder to score for a very long time. So when Sabonis puts up 22 points and 13 rebounds, is a crazy shot blocker after he's had injuries for Real Madrid, we can't just scoff at that and say, well, that's not nothing. You know,
right?
Because
Hold on. Let me just ask.
hold on. Let me just say one thing.
I
Because
gotta ask you something.
Luka Doncic won EuroLeague MVP, and his numbers were not as impressive, okay, as Sabonis. And I don't think Luka himself would tell you right now that his numbers at Real Madrid were more impressive than Sabonis. And yet, Luka came over as a rookie and dominated the league. He cooked as a rookie, right? I mean, I'm not lying about that, right? He came in and he was right away. He was the best player in his rookie class. The very next year, he was like a top 20 player. The next year, he was like a top 5 player. I mean, this is a 22-year-old. And I'm trying to tell you that based on what I saw from Arvydas Sabonis, that Arvydas Sabonis was doing more in Europe than Luka was doing. So you could argue that the tide has risen and that there's more competition and Luka is facing better competition, you know, in 2017 or whatever. But I'm just trying to say we cannot sneeze on the top European.
They're never gonna let you get. They're never gonna let you get away with Arvydas over Luka Doncic. It's not like no matter how you spin that, there's no way they're gonna let you get that one off, bro. And I don't hate the argument. I'm just saying from a viewer chat standpoint, I know for a fact that they're gonna now they just double because you first it was the Kobe thing. Now with Luka, oh my god,
Arvidas
man,
at
they're never gonna
28.
let you
Hold on,
live that one down.
Are you telling me Arvidas at 29 years
No,
old?
no,
in his
Pin,
prime-
Pin. I'm not telling you
I
anything.
said
I'm
at Real
not.
Madrid.
Pin. Listen to what I'm saying, Pin. I'm not telling you that anybody's better than anybody. I'm telling you that these people in this chat right here are not
nobody
gonna
gonna let that,
let
Brian.
you get away with comparing him to Luka Doncic at any level. That's when you go too far.
I don't care.
I'm not saying you
Luka's a
care.
cone
I
on
mean,
defense.
I know
Objectively.
I know you don't care, Pin. I'm not trying to tell you to care. I'm just letting you know what's the goings on YouTube in America and all around the world. There's no way that they're gonna let you get away with Luka Doncic. No way. But yo, I do want to.
It's an objective fact.
I've been neglecting my duties for the past 3 hours because Pin and Low was up here cooking and all this, and I got super chats I was supposed to read 3 hours ago, y'all. I'm such a L. I'm an L judge right now. Let me just read a couple of them real quick. Alan Nar said, "Can we talk about Magic's Johnson?" L Ox,
Magic's
Johnson. If you want to talk about that, Alan Nar, what you do behind closed doors is your business, Alan Nar. Brax the Bandit. Whoa, brother, this is a civil court. That's when things got a little heated. Alan R also said, "Low hater and Glazers in the chat. Who will win?" The Tribe One says, "Don't know if this is legal, Ox, but can we both give their can they both give their top 10 or 15 if they nasty?" We heard all their top 10s before.
They're both nasty.
7 grams wish says, "Laugh my ass off. Low claim he ain't see the tags, but he for sure did." I know he did. There ain't no way he ain't see me tag him in that shit.
Bro came prepared with Arvidas Sabonis' birth certificate.
All this yapping. I just want to say, Steve Francis, the GOAT. You know that came from Adam West. I've never met a bigger Steve Francis fan than Adam West.
Yeah, he was nice. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah, hell yeah. El Goat says, "You have Bill Russell at 2 and you're speaking on comp."
That's
yes.
Fair. That's fair. Bill Russell did not face the same competition as Kobe Bryant. I will agree with that 100%.
My man Jose Primo, throwing up the flex. Appreciate you, bro.
He still did more.
You said what? Oh, he did. You talking about Bill Russell? Okay, I thought you were talking about Super Chat. Z Dub, what does this say about LeBron, who couldn't get past that old beat down out of prime Celtics team, who made him leave to join Wade and Bosh?
No one said they were beat down and they were just two of the main pieces were out of their prime, and it's just fact.
They were 32, 33, 34.
Yeah, that is out of their prime.
Really good.
The one says Penn has Sabonis so high off nostalgia.
It's a lot of what-ifism. I will agree with that 100%.
Now imagine if he would have heard you say what you just said about Luka Doncic before he sent this message. I'm trying to tell you,
I don't care.
This dude right here. I know you might not care, but I have not been talked about so bad on the internet by anybody more than him because of my Luka Doncic takes.
I think Luka would tell you that
29-year-old.
My bad,
not the ones Mad Don.
No, 29-year-old Luka would tell you 29-year-old Sabonis was better than him at 18. Come on, man, let's not be crazy.
You think you would say that?
I think Luka would 100% say that. Someone in the media asked him. I think Luka respects the European greats for sure.
I don't know. They just warming up right here.
I've never seen a European player disrespect him ever. I've seen Dirk talk about him. I've seen Vlade talk about him. I've seen his son talk. I've seen a lot of people talk about him. No one's ever said anything but he's one of the greatest of all time. He'd be great. But like we're talking about NBA legends have talked about him. David Robinson's talked about him. Wilt's talked about him. They've all said the same stuff. They're all saying the same thing. They're not all wrong.
Are you seeing these chats I'm popping up? Pin?
Luka was EuroLeague MVP at 17. No, I understand that. Yeah, he got to the league when he was 18. I get it.
This is the thing. This is the thing, Penn. First of all, I'll give you credit for defending yourself. It's your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion, right? So the thing with Sabonis, is this. He is the greatest what ifs. He's one of the greatest what if stories in NBA history. He's up there with the Derrick Roses, the Penny Hardaways, the Grant Hills, the Ralph Sampsons.
Greg
He's
Oden.
in that. Yeah.
Whoa.
Greg, stop it. You went way. I didn't say that. You went way too far. Right? Like, come on. You gonna start throwing Sam Bowie in here? Like, nah. But what I'm saying is that he's in that type of category. The Bill Waltons. He's in those players categories of the greatest what ifs. Was he great at his peak and what he did and what we did see? Yeah, he looked like he was Jokic playing defense. That's who he was, and that's what you saw. And he was great for that time period. But we all in the basketball community have some kind of criteria where we understand who the top 15 to 20 players are all time. And as I'm a Derrick Rose fan, Chicago Bulls is my squad. I have debates about him going to the Hall of Fame and this, that, and the third, but I would never put Derrick Rose in that other category of all-time greats as far as top 20. It's just some things you just can't do as a basketball fan in the knowledge that you have. You can't say Dr. J is top 50. Like, you can't say that. You can't
Why?
say that.
Why?
Because of
He's
what
top
Dr.
30? What is he? Top 30? Top 20?
So let me real quick. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the best player in the 70s. The only person who had a case of being better than Kareem was Dr. J. Why? Because he was the best player in the ABA one league, and then he came to the NBA and was the second best player in the NBA and challenged Kareem, Bird, and Magic while he was old. That's why. So that's 15 straight. That's 15 straight years of dominance in two different leagues, which he's faced every top talent for that era in the ABA, in the NBA. You can't. So that's better and more talent as far as competition than what Sabonis faced just in the Euro leagues and coming to the NBA. It's almost the same thing, but at least Dr. J dominated one league and was the best, and then went to the NBA and dominated that and went up against all-time greats who are in your top 10. You just can't say Dr. J top 50. Top 25 is insane.
I didn't say Arvidas is top 10.
No, I'm saying I didn't say you said Arvidas Sabonis was top 10. I'm saying you can't. Some of the things I respect your opinion, and it brings a great talking point. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't even know about Sabonis. He was great. He was great, but you can't say because we have a certain criteria. You can't say he's top 15 or being no. He's one of the greatest what if stories.
Here's the thing.
You can't.
Okay, like here's the thing. All top 50 lists, all top 20 lists, top 10 lists, 25 under 25 lists are all talking points. Okay, they're all talking points of someone's opinion, right? We're comparing guys who played in the 80s, guys who played against the 90s, guys who played with more spacing, better teammates, worse teammates, guys who won more rings versus guys who won less rings. We're making a lot of inequivalent comparisons, right? So when somebody says LeBron is better than Michael Jordan because he played in a stronger conference, or Jordan's better because he played with hand checking and he played against centers and worse spacing, Jordan didn't lose in the finals, etc. Well, okay, and Jordan didn't get to the finals a whole bunch of years. That's why he didn't lose in the finals. It's a lot of debate, and it's great when it starts. It's great when it stays a debate, right? My point with basketball content creation in general, just to give this, a good shine, is that there are certain players that get very hyped by the media, either because they themselves are in the media or because they just have a very loyal following that consistently props them up, right?
That is true. That is true. That's
exactly.
true.
And that's why, someone like Desmond Bain, who plays in a smaller market, is not going to get as much shine. So I'm going to make sure that every single time I'm on a debate where we're talking about shooting guards, I'm going to give Malik Monk and Desmond Bain
but wait, who was it you was trying to say Desmond Bain was better than that time?
Cade.
Hold on, that's embarrassing.
Oh, it's
Cade,
Cade.
right? So,
Well,
so
I'm not very high on Cade myself, so I'm not gonna push back on that right
right.
now.
So what I want to say is, you know, I remember in 2007, 2008, I was having a debate with somebody, and they said Tim Duncan wasn't that great, and I was like, what are we talking about here? So I wanted to push Duncan up. So one of my biggest goals as a basketball content creator is every single time I'm given a platform to talk about it, I'm always going to put Tim Duncan top 5. Is it because I necessarily think he's better than Kareem if I put them one-on-one? I'll never see that. This is just an opinion. But what it is,
Tim Duncan is top 5. He's number 4.
Yeah, that's not a bad take.
But this is the thing. When I was putting him number 4, number 5 on my list like 10 years ago, people were calling me crazy. But today, people are not calling that crazy because enough people did it. Because enough people with enough big platforms did it. They heard somebody else say it. They said it, and you say it enough times, it doesn't sound so stupid. Now, when Kobe was, you know, in 2007, when Kobe was gunning for, you know, scoring titles, a lot of people were like very, very, you know, concerned about whether he was a top 35 player of all time. He won 2 more championships. The narrative tied itself up. He retired. He passed away, unfortunately. I remember hearing about it and literally not being able to speak for 25 minutes after I heard about it because I couldn't believe what I heard. The narrative around him, the Mamba mixtapes, the workout tapes, all the narratives around him and stuff, they have made him rise up higher. And while I think that that's admirable and respectable because he represents a lot of great things, I also think you're kind of
hold on, Pink, because this is a very good point. Because I mean, the way they said it is kind of crazy, but it's not like Cade's playing in a huge money. Cade's playing in Detroit too. Why doesn't Cade get a little more love for being a small market guy?
It's not about Cade being a small market guy. It's that Cade is not very efficient, and Cade is not a very good defender, and Cade is not very good at winning right now. And so, if he gets better, I'll give him credit. When look, I'll change.
That's fine. I don't want to get into the Cade thing too much because, like I said, I'm not high on Cade myself. I'm not at all. I do want to get to a couple more of these super chats real quick because we're gonna have to shut it down soon, and I do not want to shut it down with super chats still on the board. Also, Quentin, you didn't really get to say nothing, so I want to make sure you get your takes off too. Let me run through a couple more of these super chats, and we're gonna get right to you, bro. 1 second. Primo came back and said, "I call people boy, my boy Low." I don't think it's crazy calling people my boy, depending on how you say it. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't, you know, but Ox, you ever cooked them steaks? Nah, I told y'all my wife ended up doing that, and you know, that was fire. I ate them shits right here.
W wife.
Yeah, for sure. I thought she was gonna leave my ass. I was supposed to be on that grill about 2.5 hours ago, but I mean, shit, we had 1,000 live viewers. I wasn't cutting this shit off. Yeah, Primo said Dr. J top 50, 60 is blasphemy. I agree. I think Dr. J is easily top 25, but that's just my opinion.
15.
No, I don't think I got him at 15. I probably got him somewhere around like 19 to 22. Steven says it's my B-Day today. W stream, W Jamaican Independence Day. Is it really Jamaican Independence Day today? Yeah. If so, W them. Shout out to them. Almighty Lambo, you will respect the jury penalty.
Bro, have you ever had 1,000 people watching your stream? That's crazy. 1,000. That's more. You got more than a panel.
Today, yeah, we didn't do. I don't think we did that much today. But today, this was such a hot topic. You know what I'm saying? People are gonna pull up. I knew before we started this shit like this was gonna go crazy. So
cool.
I wasn't expecting 1,000. I was expecting more like 600 though.
I really didn't expect it to go up. I didn't expect it to go up. I expected to come here and have an easy walk. And honestly,
I knew for a fact Low wasn't gonna sit around and let us do a stream with that's involved him and not pull up. Like I knew he was gonna pull up. That's why when he came up and said, "Don't say that I'm
watch
going
my
duck."
whole video in 15 minutes. That's what I want to know. How do you watch my whole video in 15 minutes? He just heard about it. Apparently, he's seen my whole video. He's quoting you're not Kendrick Lamar, you're not Drake. He's quoting little things that I said in that video. That's crazy to me. Low, respect to Low. Like really, just a great job of preparing in 15 minutes.
Low is a content creator. He's been doing it for a long time. You know what I'm saying? As Low goes, the views go. You know what I'm saying? Low is a big draw. You know what I'm saying? And people Low, there was no way he wasn't gonna put. That's why I never said that he was ducking. I said if he does duck, spam ducks in the chat. That's what I said. You know, I
They
think
said the low mafia showing up.
yeah, you know, they're gonna pull up for low. It's like ticket, like they're gonna pull up for ticket. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're going to show up. That's a fact.
Well, when somebody big takes aim at you, I think you should step up to the plate. Personally, you got nothing to lose, and I mean, I acknowledge it on the stream.
I don't know. I disagree with that, man. I disagree. If I had a huge platform and somebody with a smaller platform like took shots at me, depending on what the shots are and depending on how I felt about the person, I might ignore it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have that issue
I'm
because
saying
I don't got a huge platform.
I'm saying
Oh,
the
yeah.
inverse.
For sure.
If a channel with 300,000 subscribers comes at you, I think you should absolutely respond to it. 100%. You should always respond to it.
Yeah, nah, for sure. I wish one of these big platforms would say some crazy shit about me. I'm making content for a month. I am 100% a content creator now. I've made that transition a couple months ago. I don't play. Say something crazy so I can have an ox court. I'm not playing. 7-gram Swiss says sturdy bias as fuck. He's always disagreeing with Penn in PC chat. I never knew that. I haven't been tapped into open gym like that lately though. I got to start getting back on there.
Not on open gym.
Oh no, he's talking about on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I never seen him. Getting at you in the chat on the panel. I thought you get on open gym sometimes, Penn. You don't?
Never.
Okay. Papaya Stats 2G. Penn, you tripping. I'm trying to understand you, but you're killing your own points.
I would
paper stacks.
I would rate my performance a solid C- today.
What I say?
Absolutely.
Papaya.
Papaya. All right, shit. My bad. Paper stacks 2G. I didn't know. I said papaya for real. Shit. Okay. Let me lock in. Toasted Goat said Penn trying to chuckle his way out the cook. Nah.
So you don't really have Sabonis top 15. This is for nostalgia, just to let everybody know who he is, so they can do some research on him. Or
so why can't Kobe fans do that then? So I don't have Kobe as high as these other people do. I'm more with you. So why can't Kobe fans do the same thing? Why can't they just spam their stuff and have him top 5 and then eventually get him to top 5 like Tim Duncan or in your case, Sabonis? You're muted, bro.
My bad. I muted myself. My bad. So yeah, they definitely can. Look, I think all of these things, it's stupid. I'm gonna be honest. Like top 10 lists, top 50 lists, they're all kind of dumb, right? Like really being honest, they're all really stupid. We talk about them because they make content in the off season, right? And I was asked for my top 10 list and I gave it. I think you can argue that it's a little inconsistent. Oh, you're giving advantages for championships to one guy, but you're not giving advantages to championships to the other guy. Yeah, it's a lot of it is based on feelings. There is no number that's going to validate this. No number in the world can validate Kobe Bryant being a top 10 player ever. There's no one number, not 5 championships, nothing, not points, nothing. It's just the truth, man. If you're going to use defense as your premium, then Kobe's not. If you're going to use offense, it's not Kobe. If you're going to use team success, it's not Kobe. You're going to be the best teammate in the world, it's not Kobe. What you could say Kobe is one of the greatest stories in all sports. That I will hand you. He's one of the greatest stories in all sports ever. He's the greatest example of what can happen if you work hard enough. He made himself into something. I don't think Kobe and Eddie Jones were that different at 18 years old in terms of athletic profile. But Kobe just crazy work ethic, the 666 routine and all that stuff. That's admirable, man. So give credit to Kobe Bryant for becoming the player that Ray Allen, Vince Carter, all these other guys didn't become. That's great. But
aren't those great players? Ray Allen and Vince Carter and
they are
Tracy
great players.
McGrady,
They're not.
Allen
Yeah,
Iverson.
But that's the thing. Kobe did it for a very long period of time, right? He came back from an Achilles tear. He bounced back from a lot of negative situations. He bounced back from situations that would have destroyed other people, right? He could have stopped in 2004 and just crashed out. He could have succumbed to addictions to numb the pain off the court. And instead, he decided to work. I understand why people stand over him. I really do. I really do understand it. But what I'm saying is when you start putting him over guys like Tim Duncan, which a lot of people do, when you put him over Bill Russell, which a lot of people do, then I need to understand how you get there when he doesn't even clear Kawhi Leonard's peak. That's all I'm trying to say.
There's a lot of reasons.
He doesn't have to.
I would say this. The first reason in which everybody, I think, uses, not only because what we saw, but look at his error in the competition and who you think that are the greatest players of all time. The man played against Michael Jordan, bro. Like, we
Who?
got to see Kobe.
Not
I'm
in the
just talking about
playoffs.
I understand that. I'm talking about, just look at the players in the talent pool
Played
that he
against
went
Wizards Jordan
up
and
against.
the last year of both Jordan
He scored. No, listen, Penn. He scored 30 on Mike.
No, hold on. Let me tell you something. You know what's crazy. Let me. I got you. Go ahead. No. Go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry.
All I'm saying is look at Kobe's error. Look at all the great players. Admire all the great players. Tim Duncan, the Michael Jordans, the Allen Iversons, the LeBron Jameses, the Steph Currys, the Kevin Durant. Look at all these great players that he had to face and go up against on a night-to-night basis. And then that's number one. And it's not like he was garbage. No, he was one of the best in that era. That's number one. That's the first thing we would look at. It's like you have to mention Kobe's name in one of the greatest eras of basketball as far as a talent pool. That would be
not.
No.
Why would it?
Hold on.
When's
One
Sabonis
thing.
retired?
Mac Def, you sound a lot like Jason Whitlock. I'm just gonna throw that out. You do. Like it's crazy. I'm listening to him.
This is an ISO Ox. I got this. Go ahead.
Okay. So I don't think that the 2000s are nearly the era that you're talking about. The 2010s were better. The 90s were better. The 80s are the only place where I can compare those. So, and I'm talking, look, talent peaks and valleys, right? There's peaks and valleys in terms of talent, in terms of where talent comes from, how talent comes about. Yugoslavia was a talent hotbed in the 90s. Then it wasn't for a while, right? We didn't see great players come out of there. So, it happens, right? Sometimes right now we're seeing a French Renaissance. Talent comes, it ebbs and flows, okay? When guys like Michael Jordan retired, right? When, we had a lot of careers that were cut short. Let's be real. Penny Hardaway was a career that was kind of cut short. Grant Hill was a career that was kind of cut short. A lot of these top end superstars getting injured. We had a guy like, Arvydas Sabonis overseas, frankly, and we didn't see him necessarily at the peak of his form. Right. So I'm trying to say that I think that Michael Jordan dominated in an era which Kobe Bryant never did. Right. And that cannot be discrediting Kobe. Right. Because you have to play against who you're playing against. Right. It's the same argument that Lowe used about Kawhi Leonard versus Memphis. It's like, he's not choosing to play the 42-win team. That's who he drew. So
what are you saying about the era? Like,
what I'm saying with the era is that if you look at the rosters, you're focusing on the top 10 players in the league, and I respect that. But if you focus on players 30 to 70, however you rank the players, rank them by box plus minus, rank them by whatever you want, rank them by PR, I don't care. Players 30 to 70, the year 2000 to 2010 was a much worse era than the 90s and the 2000s.
Oh hell no! I respect the 90s. The 90s is my favorite. The 90s is my favorite era. I think they had the most talent pool as far as just players. Magic Johnson is not a 90s player, but he played in the 90s, right? Tim Duncan is not a 90s player, but he played in the 90s. But if we're just talking about 90 players, from 30 to
Tim Duncan
70,
is not a 90s player, but he played in the 90s. But if we're talking about
somebody got a wild. You got to take your. No, I'm not talking. Somebody got to take their YouTube off.
Hold on. Yeah,
that's you talking.
That's Platonis. Somebody got an echo. Yeah, go ahead, MacDev. Go ahead.
So what I would say is this: the Jordan, he faced great competition. I think he's second in competition to Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant, just as far as teams wise, he faced more 50+ win teams. Now, if you want to say, Kobe, the Eastern Conference was weak. Jordan played in 2 expansion era teams. He put the 90s or 89 expansion with the Miami Heat, and I forget in Orlando, and then he played the '96 expansion with Vancouver and Toronto.
95.
So not 95 with Vancouver and Toronto. So you can't say, well, Kobe beat up on a lot of Eastern Conference teams because there was no expansions. Those teams were
And weak
actually
West.
yeah, and as far as the Western Conference in the 2000s, the only conference that compares to that all time is the '80s East, and I will still take the 2000s Western Conference as the toughest conference because of all the teams. You actually had 360 win teams in 1 year in '07. Dallas, the
Can I
Spurs,
chime in?
in Phoenix.
Would those teams be
Kobe
60 win
played,
teams today? If
huh?
you just dropped one of those teams right now as the 32nd or 31st team in the league, you think one of those teams would win 50 games today? Those 60 win teams, you think they would
If
win
you
60 wins today?
if you dropped listen to me. If you dropped the '07 Spurs today, they'll be the number 1 team in the West.
I don't think so.
Smack the
Real quick,
yeah.
hold on, y'all.
Hypothetical, though.
Let me.
Stop
I want hold on real quick, MacDef, because Quinn been up here for a minute. Ain't got nothing off. Quinn, you got something you want to get off, Quinn?
No. Actually, I just wanted to say, yo, Penn, keep doing your thing, man. I really appreciate that you come up here and say some wild, ridiculous takes. I'm glad there's a lot of debate content going on. A lot of people seem to be hating on you, but I have wild takes myself, so I'm cool. Just go ahead and keep doing your thing. Big Ox Bob, shout out to you, man. You've been you said you're doing your content creator thing. Hey, man, it's going really, really well. This what you're doing is really amazing. It's very inspiring. So keep doing your thing.
For
And
sure, appreciate it.
can we stop doing the? I just think everybody just we compare like the most wild things, like trying to say, oh, if you drop the '07 Spurs in today's league, would they still be able? How can we compare that? It's different rules, it's different players. Like, what are we talking about? There's no reason to compare the eras in that way. That's way too different. Cool, '07 Spurs, cool. They did what they did in their era, cool. Whoever is doing whatever in this era, cool. But to try to compare, we can't say let's drop the '07 Spurs here or let's drop Mike today. Mike would drop 50 points if he was today. Like, come on with that. No, we don't know what would happen. We have no idea. Can we set the parameters? Like, what are the rules? Are we playing with today's rules? Are we playing with '80s rules?
The reason we debate it because anything that has all time players or all time teams, the word all time means we compare to everybody all time. That's the premise. Nobody's gonna sit here and say the 2017 Spurs couldn't play in the '80s. Are you serious?
No,
Like
no
the
one,
'96 Bulls can do. Like we
no one's
compare and
saying- no one is
contrast. Yeah,
saying
you
that-
could
no
say
one is
something
saying
about the
that,
rules,
but can we argue that Bill Russell wouldn't win 11 NBA championships today? He wouldn't run a dynasty today with that team? Yeah, of course we can argue that because there is context to what we're talking about. Look, man, basketball is a zero-sum game. It really is, which means that if an NBA player that y'all think is washed or a bum goes in an NBA game and scores 2 points on 1 for 6 shooting, it doesn't mean that he can't come to your gym or your local YMCA and put up 100 on somebody. He can. That matters, right? So he's either trash or he's like the best player you ever seen in real life, right? He's the best player you ever played with, or he's the worst player on TV ever. And that's what I'm saying. The context matters. When someone like
I mean, Pin, not because you said that before on the panel, and I just felt like I don't care what you do to me and my partners at the YMCA. You know what I'm saying? Like I compare NBA players to professional basketball players. Like,
facts.
You know what I'm saying? So that's all that matters to me. The only thing that matters to me is what can you do against the best. I'm only ranking the best with the best.
Well,
Right, you're a professional.
When we
Right.
Look, when we were talking about race relations in the United States on at one of these graveyard shifts once, I said that you had to view it from 7 different angles, right? You had to view it economically, politically, socially, etc. Well, honestly, the basketball debate, it can get real deep real fast too, right? So we talk about someone in the 60s or 70s and we say, well, they wouldn't hold up today. But do we know that? Do we know for sure that whatever drove Bill Russell and his talent, with better trainers, with better training, right? Knowledge builds on knowledge, right? Like Luka, Dirk, these guys, they draw inspiration from guys like Detlef Schrempf and Sabonis. If there's no Sabonis and Detlef Schrempf, maybe there isn't this clearest path, right, for those guys. What Wemby's doing today, some kid who's born today is going to benefit from 20 years. So I understand the OGs who say respect the past, bro. Like don't just be anointing the future. Don't be just saying, you know, Steph Curry better than Michael Jordan. Like respect the past, because Steph grew up a Michael Jordan fan, right?
But see, but Pin, y'all know I feel the same way. Y'all know I have a tendency to go with the old school players. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean like you know what I'm saying. Just cause I built my game off you, don't mean I'm not better than you though. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't do that. I can't say Anthony Edwards isn't gonna, like, for instance, we were talking about Anthony Edwards today being, somebody said he's gonna be a top whatever shooting guard. If he ends up being better than Vince Carter, I can't say, well, you're not better than Vince Carter because you got your game from Vince. That don't matter. That don't mean shit. It don't mean shit. You can't knock me for getting my game from you. If I'm better than you, I'm just better than you. And that's not no knock. But at the end of the day, that's the problem, because we take it too personally, too literally. Like, how dare you say that? Like, well, it's a fact. That's how come I said it.
Because Nas better than Curtis Blow.
No, well, yeah, that's no doubt. That's not even an argument, you know.
That's crazy.
He probably looked up to Curtis Blow though, and Dougie Fresh and all them. Jay-Z looked up to them, but he's better than them.
It's possible to look up to somebody and be better than them. It's totally possible. Like I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that Steph Curry is better than Mohamed Abdul-Rauf.
Then you grow out of that too. Looking up to people and all that'll go out the window when you become a grown man. You either gonna give me my respect or not. Luka probably think he's better than them. He just won't say it for political reasons. But in his head, he like Oscar Smith. Yeah, I'm better than him. I'm better than
he's supposed to. And that's exactly what
I'm not going to sit here and try to disrespect Oscar Smith. You didn't hear me saying jack shit about Oscar Smith, other than the fact that I didn't put him in my top 50, other than the fact that I haven't watched enough. I have to be real about that. Look, man, when we're talking about basketball history, we're talking about thousands of players.
I agree with you on that.
Thousands of
and
players.
Oscar Smith shouldn't be no top 50. That was
I agree with you on a lot of points.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that, look, like a lot of us, when we come on and we feel the need that we got to be 100% educated on everything. And I'm going to say this 100%, nobody is. I don't give a shit if you're the smartest person working for ESPN, or if you're low and you gas yourself up like you're the great content creator of the world. You haven't watched 100 games of every single player to be. So everyone's got to have an opinion. And you know what? I get a lot of pushback sometimes when I just say, I don't know. I really don't know. And because
but it was a context you was trying to create with it. Like, if Sabonis got to come in at 22, we might not know what we got to see.
Well, we saw it in another league. He didn't do it on another planet. He didn't do it in a movie. He didn't do it in Space Jam.
But when you mention Kobe, people go crazy.
No, I understand that. I understand that, and I respect that. And look, man, I mean, if anyone follows me on any social, they've seen me sharing bare Kobe content like literally for the last 3 years. I share.
Oh no, I talk about Kobe all the time.
Me too, bro.
I'll be on his neck.
Kobe and Allen Iverson. In terms of if you're a real hooper who played, basketball in the 90s, 2000s, you definitely grew up admiring like Kobe and AI. I guarantee. Nick Van.
I like AI. I ain't gonna lie. I like
Nick Van Exel. Kobe. If you were a guard and you didn't watch those people, I don't know what you were doing with your life. So I understand the nostalgia behind it.
Kobe more than AI. AI was little, so I could identify with AI more than Kobe. Kobe was big.
Yeah, but Kobe got his handle from you hear the story about Sham God and Kobe when he was 16 years old. So Kobe was all skill, man. That's the respect of Kobe, right?
Played everywhere,
like when you look at a guy like Jokic, he was born 7 feet with a crazy vision and passing, and he's gifted, right? You look at a guy like Giannis, he's 7 feet tall, he's got the crazy length. You look at Kevin Durant. It's not like
you can't teach a LeBron.
Exactly. But Kobe is like a normal NBA player who morphed into this great player. And
he's definitely above average on athleticism.
Kobe was big to me.
Bro,
but I would sit here and say that Kobe, you're right, but I would still sit here and say, well, what about the skill level? I think Kobe's the most skilled player to ever touch the court.
I don't think so.
I don't know about
debatable.
that.
I would put it if the debate is only skill, like skill work, like we're talking ball skills, like handle, passing.
Skill would be everything.
Offensively, right?
Nah, I got to jump in there with McDuff real quick. Kobe's in that conversation. I judge that based on the ability to be comfortable with the ball everywhere on the court. You know what I'm saying? There's nowhere. What's the course? 94 feet this way and 51 this way or 50 this way. In that whole entire every square foot of the court, there was nowhere you could put Kobe Bryant where he did not know what to do with the ball. You can't fluster him. That's just the basic precedence. Like that's
called versatility. That's called versatility.
No, that's not necessarily versatility. Not necessarily versatility. I'm just saying that is a prerequisite. That's a prerequisite right there for me to start talking about you in these conversations. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, with all that skill, right? All that skill out of all the great, because I got Kobe in my top 10. You know that. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying, with all that skill, why didn't his playoff performance elevate like a MJ, like a LeBron?
I mean,
it stayed the same.
Me being a Kings fan, I know for a fact that ain't true.
Yeah,
no, it's true. It stays the same.
True by the numbers, though.
Cole got busy in the playoffs.
No, he didn't drop, but he didn't get higher.
So he gonna get busy.
Y'all looking at his career.
I'm not having no playoff drop or playoff riser conversation with nobody. I'm not gonna have that conversation because Kobe got damned in the playoffs.
No,
I don't care.
No, he didn't.
He did get down in the playoffs. What are you talking about?
He had the best team in 09 and 10.
I don't care. He got down in the playoffs. He's
gonna have great games, but he wasn't the all-time great playoff performer. He's not
at all.
Oh wow!
He doesn't have one season in the top 20 playoff performances of all time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. Let me holler at Platanos. What are you talking about? Top 20 playoff performances? What do you mean by that?
So if you were to take all the playoff performances by all the top 12 players or the best players ever, and you rank them by each individual season. So for example, 09 Kobe ranked on what they did, the competition, and how they performed. When you look at all of that, he's not in the top 20. We got years like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan has like 4 spots in there. How are you gonna have Michael Jordan? LeBron has like 4 spots in there. Even Stephen Curry.
Are you talking about individual games right now? What are you talking about?
Playoff runs.
Playoff run, the full playoff.
So I'm gonna raise my hand. So Kobe played with Shaq, right? Michael Jordan didn't play with another 30-point per game scorer. Kareem didn't play with another 30-point per game scorer.
Nobody played with a Shaq.
Okay, correct. So my point is, if nobody else played with another 30-point per game scorer, and Kobe in 01 playoff run for the whole entire playoffs is averaging 29 points per game and leading his team in assists and steals and goes 15-1, one of the most dominant playoff runs of ever. Is that not a great playoff run?
Nobody said it wasn't great. I said top 20. So for example, right, you're never gonna be able to tell me that 01 run is 94, 95 Hakeem. Hakeem got 2 seasons better than that season.
Based off of numbers, not based off.
If y'all put Shaq top 10 and Kobe equaled him on the same exact team, how are you not putting Kobe up there?
It's not equal. It's not equal because one player is getting the attention defensively. Kobe's eating off of Shaq.
Hold on. Who was better defensively, Shaq or Kobe?
What's this dude's
Shaq.
No, he was. Shaq is not better defensively than Kobe Bryant.
Kobe's never been a defensive player of the year candidate. Never. Kobe's never been a defensive candidate.
He's always finished top. He's finished top 3 and top 5. That's number 1. Number 2. Oh my God.
Shaq was top 2.
I think Kobe was a better defensive player than Shaq.
Yeah, bro. It's not even close. You just lied, bro. You just told them both.
That's not true. What year was he a D4 candidate? What year was he a D4 candidate?
This man, Kobe is the youngest. He's the youngest member to make an all-defensive team at age 21.
Yes, he was a media darling.
Kobe has finished multiple times. He's finished top 4.
Kobe
Bryant has finished top 5 in D4 multiple times. What are you talking about?
Kobe Bryant was getting first team all defense in 2011 when we all know he was not first team all defense. So just because he's getting voted in, that doesn't mean he's a candidate or whatever. Him finishing top three.
Look. If you're gonna say that, I don't want to hear you talk about any other MVPs. I don't want you to talk about any other.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't want to hear you talk about any other voted.
That come from Phil
accolade.
Jackson though, right in that book.
But still, hold on, no, because
you're comparing all defense to MVPs.
I'm not. No. Listen to what I'm saying. It's voted on, and if you guys are going to say that it's biased in any type of way, then that means that we can't depend on any other MVP. We can't depend on any other.
So we can't bring up
context.
We cannot depend. I don't bring that up. You've never heard me argue like, oh, well, they got MVP this time. I don't. But hold on, no, because I don't never do that. So that's you don't say that to me. Say that to somebody else. I don't never argue. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I don't never argue and say, oh, well, they was MVP this year. They was top 5 MVP this time. I never do that. So that's why I'm simply saying, bro, if you're gonna say that this was biased here or here, then make sure that you don't bring that up in no argument again.
Why? When we know this, for example, right? You could say that Kobe Bryant, he got the negative aspect of that bias after the court case or whatever. So it works both ways. I'm not just going to ignore these things because if I bring up Kobe's MVPs, people are going to talk about
that's why it's so much easier. That's why it's so much. No, hold on, real quick, Nori. Let me finish.
If MVPs don't matter, then
my thing is this, bro. That's why it's easier to just talk ball.
That is ball, though.
You got it, bro. You got it.
Just use
the thing with the
okay, fine. What years was Kobe the best defender in the league, or even top 5?
He was never the best. He was never.
Look, no one is. Hold on. No one
top
is
5.
Denying, no, hold on. No one is denying that Kobe is a great defender. Also, I do want to pay attention to the chat. I said that he was a media darling. I do believe that the Lakers media protected him, but I do want to clarify that prior to 2014, all defensive teams were voted on by coaches. So yes, coaches respected Kobe, and you can take that for what it's worth. He's a really good player. What I'm saying between Shaq and Kobe in terms of defense, to me, this comparison between post defenders and guard defenders is always tough because the post defender is guarding the more efficient shot always. Therefore, they are doing technically a different job. Okay, the easiest shot in basketball, the biggest shot, the best shot in basketball is always a layup. So what Shaq is doing by clogging up the paint and deterring, it's rim deterrence. Also, you don't want to go in and face Shaq at the rim. That's rim deterrence, which means you're gonna force a team to go and stay perimeter oriented. And in Kobe's era, being a perimeter oriented team, not going to the basket was bad offense.
Hey, Pin.
So,
Pin.
Here's the thing with that.
Hold on.
That's a good point, Pin.
Hold on, real quick, Nori. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Pin. Is it always the best shot, even when it's 10 seconds left in the game and it's tied up and you can get to a layup instead of shooting a step back 30-foot shot in the Olympics?
No, what I said was the best shot is an open layup.
Okay, my bad. I'm just bringing up old shit, Pin. I'm just bringing up old shit.
Not with Wemby and Rudy Gobert in the paint and FIBA.
I'm just Pin. I'm fucking with you, bro. I'm fucking with you. It's good. We don't gotta get to it. But hold on though, y'all. If I need y'all to go ahead and make some last points and shit because I really do gotta go. I was supposed to go like 30 minutes ago.
I wanted to say
go ahead.
Kobe Bryant and shot defense. I understand Shaq was a better rim protector, but Shaq, especially when he was on Kobe, was one of the worst pick and roll defenders in the league. Like he cannot hard pick and roll.
You know what? I'm about to just hop on my phone.
So Kobe Bryant's ability to avoid screens and be one of the best screen navigators in the league at the time helped Shaq a lot on defense and also a lot of quickness on the perimeter. Helped a lot of players from getting to the rim. So that also prevented players from getting to the rim. Kobe Bryant's perimeter defense, lateral quickness, screen navigation, and his overall defensive IQ on the perimeter made him much better defender than Shaq.
I don't think so. What about his ball watching?
Hold on.
Kobe's a notorious ball watcher.
Off the ball defense was not as great as on the ball defense. That's fair.
I'm talking about his IQ on ball. I'm talking about
But defense includes both.
On ball, not off ball.
I
Obviously,
think
off ball.
it's fair to bring up the fact that Shaquille O'Neal was not a great.
But Shaq was only good at checking the rim, and that was really it.
Which is
The rim was
extremely important, especially in a Western Conference in the early 2000s.
In the 2000s?
It wasn't just the rim. It
Yeah.
was all the area outside the rim. It was also post defense. Shaq was a really dominant post defender and also a good rim protector. That's the type of defender you needed to coast in the 90s and early 2000s. Now, if Shaquille O'Neal was here today, he would have to drastically change. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as effective as a defender because teams would just pull him into the pick and roll 35 feet from the basket and then stretch him out. But that's not what basketball was like when Shaq was playing. So give respect to that. All right.
He'd be more like Giannis.
I like Kobe a hell of a lot more than I like Shaq. I like Kobe 100 times more than I like Shaq. I still put Shaq above Kobe in my greatest of all time list.
Yeah, I got Shaq at 5 and Kobe at 6.
Yeah,
but look though, y'all. Look,
I don't got a problem with anybody.
On my way out though, because like I say, y'all I really got to run, y'all. I'm late. But look though, y'all. I do want to say this. I think Kobe Bryant was a hell of a defender. I just told you I got him 6 all time. But I am going to tell the truth. I do think that there's a lot of people bigging up or just kind of inflating some things. And I don't know if it was because he passed away or just because of like nostalgia and things like that. I'm not sure. God rest the dead. I don't ever want to disrespect Kobe Bryant. Although I hated number 8, I love 24. You know what I'm saying? So
we miss Kobe though.
Yeah, we do. I know I do, and that's coming.
He was better post career.
That's coming from a hardcore Kobe Bryant hater. I hated Kobe Bryant until probably 2012. You know what I'm saying? But
here's the thing, man.
I want to say something real quick to us, real quick, because I've been listening to the stream.
If it's gonna be quick, bro, it's gotta be quick, bro.
It's real quick. A lot of these Kobe haters using efficiency is just so nasty to me because they're acting like Kobe Bryant was Allen Iverson when it came to his efficiency. But he was always above.
He was a chucker, no. He was a chucker.
He wasn't Allen Iverson, but he also wasn't Kevin Durant, and he wasn't Kawhi Leonard. So
Jordan again, when you put context, the fact that he was playing in the lowest pace era in NBA history in the 2000s, he played in the most clogged era. There was that's spacing. He did not play with a lot of space to get his career. He played in an era when
the 2000s was more clogged than the 90s when Jordan played.
Yes,
the 2000s.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, they had the zone pin.
Yes,
Ace30 brought this up. Ace30 said that Kobe was playing in the same triangle as Michael Jordan. So why wasn't he shooting the same percentages as Michael Jordan? They played like 5 years apart.
Kobe way more than that.
Then Michael Jordan?
He's not as good.
Double Michael like they double Kobe.
I'm gonna respect that Ox needs to get out of here.
You couldn't play zone in the 90s, bro. Everybody know there was a league.
They did play zone. Have you ever seen the Knicks?
Guys, we got to respect that Ox got to get out of here. I just want to say this never started as a Kobe hate thing. It turned into a Kobe thing because that's where Lowe decided to say it's a Kobe hater, blah, blah, blah. And now I got to fucking deal with the fact that one of the guys that I grew up as my favorite player, I'm now a hater of his because I didn't put him in the top 10.
Yo, Pin, they're going to do you. I'm trying to tell you.
I do not hate Kobe. This is not me ducking. This is not me backtracking anything. I'm not a Kobe hater at all. My favorite player in the NBA right now is Scotty Barnes. And I often made reels of, and Scotty's favorite player was Kobe Bryant. You know what I mean? Like one of my favorite players is Kobe. I share his reels all the time. So I'm not a Kobe hater at all. I just respect the fact that there are other guys who maybe have a better case than him. That's it. That's all I gotta
Pin,
say.
you know who loves you right now?
No idea.
Chill.
Hey,
Primo, we on the same page, bro. We on the same page. Yeah. He love you right now.
And you know who cussing you out right now? Ticket. He might make a live about you tomorrow.
Man, if y'all ain't got Kobe top 5, I don't know, man.
I should have
that's reality.
Gotta be consistent.
Kobe not top 5, clearly.
Top 10.
All right, y'all. I appreciate all of y'all for pulling up.
For sure.
Mac Def, appreciate you. Primo, appreciate you, bro. Nahari, appreciate you. Platanos, appreciate you. Nahari. All right, Pin, I appreciate you coming up, bro. Appreciate you never ducking no smoke. Appreciate you coming to the Ox Court, fam. No doubt.
All right, peace.
Much love.
I'm gonna do my time. All
right, dog.
You got some bail money for me?
I got $3. I'm broke as a joke.
All right, peace, man.
All right. Yes, sir. That was the Graveyard Shift episode 91. That was Oxkurt, Penn versus Low Down. Man, y'all all had your opinions on how it went. Make sure y'all leave a comment on your after this goes off alive or whatever. Make sure you like this video on your way out if you didn't like it on your way in. And if you pull it up, make sure you subscribe. Like I said, bro, if you are watching this and you're not subscribed, I hope you trip down 2 flights of steps and then get up and trip down another flight of steps. You know what I'm saying? So just like the video, subscribe if you're watching. Shout out to everybody that pulled up. NSB is in 7.5 hours. May y'all be there. We got a fire show. I'll be there. Context will be there. Easy will be there. I think Dezo will be there too. Y'all know what time it is, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Also, tomorrow I'm about to jump on. Well, I know we're actually filming tomorrow with JD. I don't know if y'all follow the Deal Breaker podcast, I think it's called. Y'all check out JD's channel. Yeah, man, I'm gonna be on there. Y'all like the video on your way out. Appreciate everybody. Like Breezy says, you can't buy energy. You gotta get some sleep, y'all. I'm gonna take heed to those words, and I'm gonna give me some rest as well. Y'all know what time it is. Drink some water. Love yourself. You know what I'm saying? And never drink and drive. Call a cab. Call an Uber. Call a Lyft. Check y'all tomorrow.